Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Welcome. Sit or lie down and relax. Let your hands rest easily. Let the spine find a natural curve. Let the breath be exactly as it is. Take a slow, comfortable breath in and a long, unhurried breath out. Again, in and out, as if the breath is meeting you halfway. There is nothing to achieve here, only a gentle turning toward what is. Feel the ground receiving your weight. Feel how you are already being held. Let the skin soften, the face soften, the mind soften. Arise. Let your attention settle on the natural rhythm of breathing. Notice the coolness as air enters, the warmth as it leaves. Notice how the body rides each wave without effort, rising and falling, rising and falling. As the breath steadies, let the shoulders drop a little, let the jaw unhook. The tongue rests broad. Allow the space between the eyebrows to widen. Offer the body this simple message. It is safe to relax now. We'll move gently through the body, inviting ease. Forehead, allow it to spread like open sky. Eyes resting in their sockets, release from vigilant. Cheeks, lips, teeth, soft, unpressed, throat and neck, wide and unforced. Let the head balance, easy and light. Collarbones broaden, shoulders slide down and melt. Upper arms, elbows, forearms, hands and each finger warm, loose, present, chest floating on breath. Upper back wide, mid back, ribs moving like a bellow without hurry. Belly soft like a tide pool, receiving the breath without trying. Pelvis heavy and grounded, hips and glutes unfurling. Thighs long and quiet, knees unguarded.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. I do hope you are exceedingly well today, this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are. And we are just going to talk about whatever comes up in conversation, see where it brings us. see if it brings us towards finding out what is going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing here whilst we are here. I already have somebody here. The link is in the chat if you want to join and have your say. Just think about what it is you want to say before you pop on. Hopefully you are inspired. You feel inspired to say something that you feel is important today. And we have Chickpea here, who hopefully has been inspired to say something important. I'm going to unmute you now, Chickpea. Welcome, Chickpea. What is it you wanted to say?
Nothing really. There's no one else here, so I thought I'd come here. Keep you
Oh,
company
how lovely of
until
you.
someone more interesting turns up.
All right, then. Well,
Yeah,
if
like I
that's the case,
normally
we'll keep.
do.
If that's the case, we'll keep going until somebody joins. Then, Chickpea, is that okay?
I always come here when there's no one around.
Calm
No
and
problem.
shins, calm, ankles, release, feet and toes, spreading, warm, at rest. Let the whole
Excuse me.
body be a single field of simple sensation, one organism breathing itself.
Yes, darling?
Why do you keep putting that horrible music on and blocking my mic?
I'm not blocking your mic. I was waiting for someone to be inspired to say something, and you came on and said you had nothing to say.
No, I didn't. I said that. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Have a nice day today.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. What have you been doing?
Just a bit of this and a bit of that. I have been recovering. I've been doing some work, but I've also been recovering from a wasp sting.
Oh, lovely.
I was stung by a wasp, and my hand swelled up. And yeah, it looks like it's a bit better now, but it did look like a boxing glove. I couldn't see my knuckles.
Wow. I've never been
basically
stung.
I've been stung by wasps before, and this never happened. I've been stung a few times by wasps in the past here and there. And I've been bitten by spiders and such, but yeah, I don't quite know why it happened, but basically I was walking my dog and the dog did a poop, and I bent down to pick up the poop. And the wasp stung my hand. It went inside the poop bag, because obviously you put the poop bag on backwards on your hand.
Yes.
And it went down the back of the bag, and it got trapped in there, and it stung my hand inside the wasp.
Wow.
And it kind of was sore, and I put some vinegar on it. It wasn't that bad, but about the day, not that day or the next. It wasn't that day or the next day. It was basically just under 48 hours afterwards. It started swelling up. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. Isaac Spiritman is here. Yes, go ahead, Chickpea.
I'll tell you something weird. I have never, ever, ever been stung by an insect in my entire life. It's really weird. And when I was in Greece, there was once a mosquito epidemic while I was on holiday there. Everyone, the girl I was sharing my room with, was covered in mosquito bites. Not one single mosquito bit me. And I think it's to do with the RA factor, or maybe it's the rhesus factor. I don't know, but they don't come anywhere near me. Not once have I ever been stung in my whole silly life.
Wow.
It's true.
Stung.
Yeah.
Have you? And you've never been bitten by a spider? No.
No, never anything. Is weird. And like I say, this time back in the 80s, there was this whole epidemic of them on this island I was holidaying on, and everyone was covered. I mean, really covered. And I was the only one that didn't have a single bite on them. It was bizarre, and everybody knew about it. It was a sort of "you're weird" thing. I think it's the RA. They may be they don't want my blood because of the the immune response. They probably don't want RA because they could catch it, I suppose. I don't know.
I don't think they could catch it, but I don't think it's that, actually. I think you've just been very lucky.
Yeah.
Divine says, welcome to the Finding Gnosis show. Thank
Hello,
you, Divine.
Divine.
Do come on, please, and
Yes,
get the conversation going, guys.
By my little self.
Salutations to Brother Marcus, who's here already. Thank you, brother.
Hi,
I do hope you can come on today. And Greg says, well, he gives some kind of laughing emoji. Nice to see you too, Greg. And Divine says, hello, D&W, and hello, Chickpea.
Hello,
and
Divine.
Bonjour, Brother Marcus. So yeah, there's about 16 or so watching, I think, between YouTube and Twitter. If you're watching on Twitter, you can come over to us on YouTube. That's where we mostly hang out. So it's just finding Gnosis on YouTube. If you can find it, please do. And come over and join the live chat in the YouTube on the YouTube page. But yeah, we lost Brother Isaac there. He was
Yes.
here, and then now he isn't here. So I
Hmm.
don't quite know why that is. But if anybody else would like to join, I think the link is in the chat. So please feel most free to join and have your say on whatever it is that you feel is important. And yeah, we'll take it from there. So you did well yesterday, Chickpea. You and Isaac had a little chat there. That was nice.
About out-of-body experiences, yes.
Mm,
Weird.
interesting.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to happen. But what I said, what I found so weird was that we can see and think outside our bodies, which is very strange, but never gets talked about. Because
Well,
doctors have to admit it seems to be quite common, this whole out-of-body thing. It's not that unusual.
Well, they do say they just don't know how it happens. They don't know if it's happening either as well. That's the
no, they don't know. No, they don't know anything. No, but it is a weird thing, and it has affected my life. I mean, I never used to talk about it till I come here because I never.
Have you ever looked at reasoning for why it might have happened that isn't paranormal, supernatural? Because there are some attempts to explain it.
Well, not really. No, I never.
It's always worth doing that, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's so weird. I never really
you're
talked
putting a
about
lot of belief. Yeah, I know, but you might want to research it and see if there's any alternative views that aren't necessarily rooted in the unexplainable, in paranormal activity, because it may be that there is a scientific explanation for it, Chickpea.
Well,
you know,
it's very, very strange.
You haven't in any way felt the need to go and look into possible scientific explanations, which I would say you should do.
I never ever talked about all this or anything till I started coming here. I never talked about the nonsense with that hypnotist, all those back in the 80s or anything. I never used to talk about any of it. It was not till I started coming here that I talked about it. I know it sounds crazy, but
no, it doesn't sound crazy.
You know, there's no one you can talk to, so I just don't say anything.
There's a time and a place for this type of stuff, you know.
Because people tend to think you're a bit gaga, but here I've heard some pretty gaga stuff, so I can come out with my gag. Well, yes, I've heard some pretty wacky stuff on here.
right.
You know, mine sounds wacky. You know,
it does.
Because now, since I've started coming here, I now believe that there are beings within our dimension that some people can see, but we can't. But they can, for some obscure reason. Even David Icke talks about that there's beings within our dimension.
Interdimensional strange beings. Well, and there are people that can see them, are there?
Yeah, there are people. Well, you know, strange aliens, strange this, strange that. Some people do see them. I wouldn't like. I've never seen a ghost, but some people see them. So,
well, they think they've seen them.
Well, maybe they are seeing them.
Maybe they are.
After all, if I'm having out-of-body experiences, why can't they be seeing ghosts?
Human brain is very strange, Chickpea. Do you admit that it could all just be hallucinations? It could all just be.
I used to think that. I used to think that, but then somebody could say the same to me. Maybe I'm hallucinating what happened to me back in the 80s, or hallucinating.
Well, in many ways, whether we like it or not, we are actually kind of hallucinating reality. Our body is giving us some kind of representation of what's going on in our brain, but it's not exactly 100% reality, is it? Our brain is giving us a guesstimate, an estimation of what is going on. It's giving us what it feels are the important facts and figures, but it's not. It can't. It hasn't got the essential ability to give us exactly a clear, concise, demonstration of what is going on. It just gives us a representation of it. So in many ways, we are hallucinating reality.
Oh, but
we're imagining it, and our brain is sending us that message from our imagination, but it may not be as it is. and we will never know
We'll never
either way.
know. But I find it so strange because nothing but a load of atoms. So the wall is just an atom, load of atoms moving in a certain way. So I don't know what the truth is anymore.
The wall. You say your
wall,
wall where you
yes,
live.
a wall that we can't get through is nothing but a load of atoms moving at a certain pace. If you could get
Vibration.
your body to move at that same pace as the atoms of the wall, you'd be able to walk through it.
Right. Okay.
Well, you would.
I don't know.
Yeah, you would.
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why we can't walk through walls, because our atoms, we're just a load of atoms vibrating at a certain rate. That's all we are.
Is that all we are? Are you that reductionist about things? Are we not more than that? Is that not just part of us? And
no, I think our meat balls...
We're greater than our basic roots, are we not?
No, our meat bags are just a load of atoms behaving in a certain way.
Yes, but are we not more than that, though? Have we not got this consciousness?
Yes, we have our souls, but our souls are caught up in the atoms behaving in a certain way.
And you personally believe that there is something beyond those atoms?
Well, when I had my out-of-body experience, my being and my brain were with me in the experience. Now, I was invisible to the people in the room, obviously, because they didn't see me. I know that for a fact, which means that there could not have been atoms that they recognize as me. I was atomless, but I still had my soul, and I still had my sight.
But your body was still alive on the table, right?
Yes, it was still alive on the table.
So how do you know your body wasn't causing it rather than this
my soul just came out. My soul just came out.
How do you know it wasn't your body doing it? It wasn't the matter of your body doing it rather than this supposed soul that you're talking about? How do you know you weren't being powered by your body is what I'm saying. How do you know it wasn't the energy of your body causing this to happen rather than the supposed soul you're talking about?
I was very, very frightened, terrified, because I'd never been, I was a little girl alone with these strangers in this room, and they were sticking needles in me, and I let out this almighty scream.
What about that? It could have been the energy from your body creating a field of awareness, all right? But the energy for that field of awareness was still derived from the biology. So when that biology ceases to be, that field of awareness won't exist either. That's what I'm trying to say. It may not be that you are to be separated from the biology. It may be that the biology was somehow causing that to happen.
No, I separated from the biology. I remember letting out a massive screams. I was terrified, absolutely petrified, and I literally came out. And I tell you something, my soul came out with me, and my brain came out with me, because I recognized...
And how come you've never... What have you done since this happened, Chickpea, besides come on here? I mean, it hasn't really turned you to spirituality. And why is that?
Because
if it's something you're...
There was nowhere to go. Where does one go?
Well, you could have... these types of things do inspire people to become this way or that in terms of religiosity, spirituality. But for you, it didn't inspire anything.
Well, I never spoke about it, because I know for a fact if I said to my parents after the event, blah, blah, happened to me, it would have been, don't be so stupid, you stupid kid. So I knew to keep my mouth shut. And over the years, I just kept my mouth shut. The way you do, if you...
Yeah, but that's all well and good, but you could still have been compelled to do something in terms of
I was a little Bible freak. Yes, I was a Bible freak.
Oh, you were? How long for?
I was a Bible freak. Well, I got A-level religion when I was 15 years old. That's how far ahead I was with everybody else. And I suspect if I'd stayed on at school, I would have studied it further or gone to... I don't know. I was a religious little freak when I was a teenager. I was weird. Even though I was a little wild child, I still sat there rummaging through my Bible. And I was reading the Bible. Yeah, how I believe it. I still look for an answer in there. To something.
Okay.
It's only since I started coming here, I actually talk about it because I hear other people saying weird things. So I think, I'm not the only one then, because I've never heard the sort of stuff.
Would you call yourself? You go to the Bible. Would you call yourself a Christian then?
I suppose I don't know. But anyway, we're talking about the fact that I have never heard anyone say the sort of things that I hear on here, which is why I now talk about it, because I heard it here.
Okay, but
I was a Christian.
I'm just surprised that it took you coming here.
Yeah, well, you know, that's fate.
I mean, not even to talk about it. I forget about the talking about it bit.
Right.
I'm wondering why it didn't. If it seems to have immensely impacted you, and I'm wondering why it didn't cause you to do things in your life. Like you didn't have to talk about it. You could have gone and done things by yourself. You know what I mean? You didn't have to necessarily talk about it. It could have caused you to start praying at night, or I don't know, meditating.
I used to pray
but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about after this, because this seems to have been an immensely impactful experience in your life.
Why
but it doesn't seem to have done anything in you. You keep saying this, but it hasn't. You actually haven't done anything with it.
Well, what can I do with it?
This is what I'm shocked at. You're the one who's had the experience, Chickpea. You're the one who's had the experience. I didn't have that. I didn't have your experience.
But I can't do it. Will, these things happen. I don't make them happen.
Are you saying your whole life you were looking for someone else to tell you what was going on? All right. So that's why you turned to people like David Icke, etc., etc.
No. When I started, I came to you initially.
It seems like, with respect, it seems like Chickpea. With respect, it seems like you've been sitting on your hands your entire life.
Yes.
Not doing anything.
No, I used to work, if you don't mind.
No, I'm not talking about work in this. I'm talking about in relation to this experience that you had. It seems to me that there has been this simmering impact underneath inside you, where this has been immensely important to you, but bizarrely, and I don't know why, you've been sitting on your hands your entire life in relation to it, not doing anything about it, not even talking about it, not even researching it. And I find that most strange.
Oh no, I used to read David Icke's books. That's one of the reasons why I used to read David Icke.
Oh, okay.
In the hope that I would find something in his books. That's why I read David Icke, because he does come out some pretty wacky stuff. But the reason why I came to you was initially because I liked your miserable, grumpy prose, because, you know, I hate life and you're writing this miserable stuff. So I thought, oh, I like this. And that's why I started coming here. And I've never talked about, I never ever talked, when I was seeing that hypnotist, I don't think I even told the shrink about it. I can't remember, but
it's just really bizarre. It's just really bizarre, Chippy. With respect, I don't think you're alone.
You know, there is no one to talk to. I mean, you know yourself, the shit that people talk about.
Well, you know what struck me was there's you and your experience that you haven't done anything with, okay? Yes. But then there's that other man, what is his name? Chris James, that came on here, and I found his story equally bizarre, okay?
Yes.
Because he had an experience when he was 5 years old, where he reckons he saw an alien or an interdimensional being or a ghost in his room at night when he was 5. He stood beside him at his bed and looked at him. Yes. And he then said he saw it disappear, I believe, into the skirting board.
Yes.
It stepped back and disappeared into the skirting board. So, but he said it was about, I believe he said it was about 3 foot high, something like that. But it looks like an adult kind of in that it had muscular nature, and it looked well defined in that regard. It looked like it had fully developed in its physicality. But it looked something, from what I gathered, it looked like something of your stereotypical grey man or grey alien with the those big buggy black eyes and the kind of grey skin and not much in terms of features. But it disappeared into the skirting board. Now, this is when he was 5 years old, Chickpea.
Yes.
The man is now 55. He can't shut up about it.
Yes, I know.
And he's been going on and on about this, and it had a huge impact on his life. And I find that equally bizarre.
Yes, well, you should be flattered. You should be flattered.
No. What do you mean flattered? No, I welcome it, but I find it interesting that I've had things happen to me in my life, all right? Now, they are there on the back burner, but they're not impacting me to the degree that they disable me, or they make me think about them 24/7.
I don't think about 24/7.
No, you don't. Okay.
No, but that other man did. I'm here. I don't talk about it otherwise.
But you
That's what you
seem
do on
to.
here.
Yeah. Okay.
But
But
yes,
I would urge you to research it yourself and look into it yourself and come back with something. Don't just come here
mm-hmm.
because it's your journey.
Tell me. But that's why I read David Icke's
Because
books
it's
in
your.
hope of
I
finding
can't
all
tell
the
you what
answers.
happened, Chickpea. Only you know what happened. You have to look. You
I
have to
know.
look for little bits. You have to look for little bits of the evidence, little
Yes,
pieces of the
I
puzzle that relate to
know.
what you see.
I know. Well, you
Only
see,
you know what that is. Only you know what you saw. So you
Yes.
have to go out and research and find the little pieces of the puzzle that
Yes.
can relay to what you saw. I don't know what you saw.
Yes, I know
what
you
you
don't.
experienced.
But okay, by talking about it, I get it out my system. And eventually, if you talk about something often enough, eventually it starts to seep through and you start to find other things stuck in your brain somewhere. Just like
Is there not a danger that you could also be creating false memories by talking about it?
I'm not creating. No, DNW. This happened when I was 7 years old.
No, Chicky, what I'm saying is, right, I believe there is a danger if you are talking to other people about it rather than doing your own research at first instance.
I have.
Right? There is a danger of your memories being supplanted with false memories. Okay, what the power of suggestion, other people's ideas, etc., going into your brain and maybe becoming enmeshed with your memory of your experience, and you're going to lose that vitality of your own experience. And I believe you should be researching this in isolation somewhat, if you and reading material rather than being possibly infected by other people's impressions.
But DNW, there's not that much stuff out there about all this sort of thing. There isn't. That's why I used to read David Icke, which is why I've got all his books. I've got all of his books.
But having said that, in researching, you could also be infected with other people's impressions. But I think that there's something less impactful in terms of the power of suggestion, etc. If you're reading it on a page in your own time, rather than having a conversation about it.
There's very little about. But other people come in here talking about their weird things. You don't tell them off.
I'm not telling you off, Chicky. I'm trying to work you out.
Telling me off.
I'm not. I'm trying to work you out, darling. I'm trying to work out what's going on in the chickpea and what can chickpea do next.
Because I don't full well. I believe in what the Gnostics believe, in that when you leave this mortal coil, when you die, you go for a little checkpoint, and hey presto, you're recycled.
Well,
and
why do you believe that? There's no. Why do you believe that?
Because
you want to, chickpea. Because you want to. That's the truth of it.
Because that's what the Gnostics say. Well, because I don't believe.
Yeah, I know. You believe it because you want to. You don't have any evidence for it. You believe it because you're choosing to believe it.
Well,
you want to believe it.
Yeah, but you could say the same about heaven. You could say the same about heaven in the Bible.
I will.
I used to believe in heaven in what is in the Bible. I don't anymore. Okay? I don't believe.
And this soul trap stuff seems like a load of crap, chickpea, with respect.
Stop
because
you're the one. Right, you're called finding Gnosis. Now you're saying that Gnostics talk crap.
No, I'm saying, yeah, well, I'm trying to find Gnosis. Doesn't mean I have to agree with everything I've heard so far.
But this is what the Gnostics said.
Gnosis to me just means knowledge. I use it in a secular way. I use it in a way that just says I want to find some inspiration in relation to what is going on here and what we should do. I don't mean
Well, this is a soul trap, and your meat bag is a...
No, but see, chickpea, let's be honest about it, chickpea. How can you fucking know that? How can anybody know that? And I'm not having a go at you, chickpea, right? But hey, listen, chickpea, listen for a second, right? They say turn away from the light, because if you go towards the light, you'll be reincarnated, right? So what that means is there were people that supposedly turned away from the light. But we've never heard from any of those people, so how can we know what happens to those people?
David Icke has written about them. David Icke has written about them.
Well, he wrote about the people that turned away from the light.
Yes, there's a few. That's how I know about, because David Icke...
if we would never have heard from them, because they would have got reincarnated. If the only way you can hear about them is if they got reincarnated. So how can you know?
They died under surgery. They died under surgery or in
coma.
Chickpea,
you're not getting it. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
You're being very naughty here. David Icke wrote, has written about all this. That's how I know about it, because he's written about it. That's why I read his books, even though I don't like him.
David Icke makes up a load of shit and fucking says it's the truth. He has no evidence for any of his stuff.
Well, I've chosen to believe him. I've
And
chosen
that's
to
exactly
believe.
what I'm getting to, Chickpea. You've chosen something, and I would
Yeah,
say
all right.
be
Well,
careful what you choose.
yeah, well,
Be careful.
billions of people believe the shit that's written in the Quran and written in the Bible. Okay, I used to believe it too. I used to believe that if you're a good,
Would you not be better off not choosing it and keep going, trying to find out what is going on, rather than choosing something in
well,
error?
I'd love to, but no one else has got any other suggestions.
There's billions of suggestions. You just named Islam, Christianity, etc. You're just
Well,
putting
Islam
yourself.
thinks
You're
right.
plonking yourself down on soul trap theory, just because somehow it massages your own view of the world.
No. The Muslims believe the same as we do. When you die, you've been a good little Muslim, you go to heaven and live in a big house that God gives you. We believe when you die, you go to paradise and live forever. Okay, that's what we believe. Personally, I can't bear anything worse than living forever. I don't want to live forever. I'm not interested. I want nothing. Nothing.
Well, have you researched evidence for the end of one's life and the fact that scientifically there's no proof that we continue? Have you done any of that research?
Well,
There's lots out there.
Really?
Have you thought about the continuity of the soul and how it does seem quite implausible?
David Icke talks about it. He says we reincarnate. We're just reincarnated, just like the Gnostics say.
Well, the Buddhists say it as well. The Hindus say it.
Yes,
Even the Jews say it.
No, the Jews don't believe in reincarnation. Oh, yes.
They do believe in reincarnation. They believe that you are going to be reincarnated here again and again until the Messiah comes.
Oh, right.
I was shocked when I heard that as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. No, I thought they believed.
I was shocked as well.
We believed. Well, the thought of going to heaven and like eternal hell, I think that's pretty heavy duty, actually. But I don't want, even if I did go to heaven, I don't want to go to heaven forever because I don't want to.
But Chickpea, can you see? Let's go back to the soul trap. Can you see how it doesn't make sense?
You're the one that you're looking for Gnosis. You're the one that says.
No, I'm asking you. Look, Chickpea. You say you know that David Icke, others say that they know for sure the soul trap theory is true, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying to you, the only evidence they have is people who say they went towards the light and came back here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now,
yes,
that's
right.
Well and good because those people are here. Now, there are other people who supposedly didn't choose the light and went into the next realm.
No, they've never come back.
Yes, but how do we know that, Chickpea, when we have no evidence? We don't have any third-party testimonial from people.
Yes, I know exactly. There's no.
So how do you know that? How do you know it's true? That's what I'm saying to you.
Well, David Icke said so. Okay, all right.
Oh,
David
fucking Icke.
No, we're in a bad mood. David Icke has said that no one's ever come back from the dark and said, when you go in the dark, blah, blah happens. No one's come back from there. They've only come back from when you go down the light. I'm only saying what he said. I don't know.
But how do you know where they go is what I'm saying to you, Chickpea. They could be going to a worse realm. You don't know.
I've got no idea. How would I know?
If there is another realm, how do you know they're transcending this one? They could be going somewhere else.
Well, I only know what I've read. Obviously, like everybody else.
You read the Bible. You read the Quran. Yes. You read the fucking whatever. The book of Scientology. What the fuck? It doesn't mean that you
I don't believe in Scientology.
I know. You only believe what David Icke wrote.
Well, so what? I have to believe somebody. I don't like him. I don't actually like him.
We got Brother Marcus on the show. Hello to Brother Marcus.
Brother Marcus, he's picking on me.
I'm not picking on you.
Yes, you are.
Can you hear me?
I've been a loyal little listener.
I'm not picking on you. We have Roman says he's also a Gnostic that does not believe in soul trap nonsense. It may be a choice to return, not a soul trap. It's a cycle to find someone you lost last time, a chance to be reunited. That's what he believes.
It's quite feasible. Maybe that's why I'm here. Fuck, only knows.
Which you see, I'm very saddened, Chickpea, because you seem to live your life angrily.
I don't live my life angrily. I'm not angry at all.
You said you hate this world. You feel angry that you were brought here.
You are being very naughty here because now I remember your prose. You got me here via the prose you wrote about what a shithouse this world is and what a shithouse existence is. Now that's how you ensnared me into your channel. And
right. That may be well and true.
Yes, that may be true. Yes,
that may be true.
Yes,
but
thank you.
You don't have to say that gives you a lack of meaning.
Well, I've got meaning. Look after cats. Why do you think I stay alive? I look after them.
Well, I'm glad about that. I'm glad about that.
So my life's not totally to look after my plants. I'm not.
Well, yeah, it is a look. Can I say, Chickpea? It is a little bit of a insult to your cats when you do say things like you entirely hate this world.
Why?
Because your cats, you love your cats.
I love all cats. I love all animals.
Yeah. So do you get my point? You're saying you hate the world, but are they not a part of the world?
Yes, but what I hate about this world, it's all to do with the 92 billion that we bloody massacre every year. You know why I hate this world. If that wasn't so, I wouldn't feel so badly about being here. And plus, of course, I hate the hierarchy. I'm a little communist.
Okay. Anybody else want to come on? The link is in the chat. Do come on and say hello if you want to say something. It'd be nice if you had something to say. Come on here. Roman, if you want to come on here. Retro, as you used to go by. You're showing up on my screen as Roman. Or Life Abolitionism, if you want to come on here. But yeah, Brother Marcus, what's going on, brother?
Just working, transferring some files. And I heard you two, I don't know, that was a lot of energy. I'll put it that way.
Well, it was just questioning because, I'm shocked sometimes by Chickpea because
really, did I shock you?
I like Chickpea. I like Chickpea a lot. Yeah, you do sometimes, Chickpea.
Really? Why?
Yeah, because we got to remember sometimes, although we don't like the world to a greater degree, there are some parts of it that are not so bad, and sometimes I feel like we do paint. We paint over the entire canvas.
But I don't wish to be funny, but what you write grumpier stuff than I could never dream up.
Yeah, same. I couldn't write like you.
Yeah, I haven't got what it takes to write such grumpy stuff, so you're grumpier than me.
Well,
I think it's lovely what you write. It's how you got me here. I wouldn't have got here otherwise.
I think that is interesting because your writing is probably darker than what a lot of us could come up with, but at the same time, what you talk about verbally is more hopeful and optimistic. So I find that dichotomy interesting.
It is.
Yes.
It is interesting. I agree.
Isn't it, Marcus? That's what I've always thought. I love the grumpy prose.
Yes. No, I've always said I do think this reality is very, very, very bad. Okay, but I think it's so bad that it doesn't really give you much choice in anything other than trying to have hope and trying to make it better. But I suppose I always wrote in the past in a way to personally to show how bad it was, just as a kind of poetic way. But also I thought maybe I was mistaken in this, but I thought it was a good idea to show how bad it is because it might inspire people to rebel against it.
But people can't rebel because they've got us. We are enslaved.
Yeah.
We are totally. I sent you a little thing.
When you say we're enslaved, what do you mean we're enslaved? Are you talking about the DNA molecule, as some people put it, or are you talking about determinism? Are you talking about human society?
I'm talking about enslaved by our masters.
Human society,
by the hierarchy. Yeah.
Well, haven't there always been rebellions that have?
Well, no. I sent you a video about this yesterday. There was a video talking about the Middle Ages to now, how they managed to enslave us British proles to where we are now.
But is that not a bit Anglo-centric? Have there not been other countries in the world that have?
Well, I'm only worried about what happens in this country. What happens abroad.
Why not look around you for inspiration, Chickpea?
Because I've got enough to deal with, DW, with the British economy.
It would be a silly, with respect, it's silly just to look at Britain. If you're thinking about problems in Britain, you should be looking around the world for inspiration, or also for things not to do. You should be comparing and contrasting.
It's just as sick there in its own way. It's all sick in its own way. But didn't you watch it then? Should you watch it? It was a good video.
No, I didn't get time. Life Abolitionism is on the show. Life Abolitionism, hello, welcome.
Hi, I literally agree with everything Chickpea is saying. Because the reason why is because you're too focused on your own enslavement to focus on what's going on in other people's countries. Your primary goal and your moral imperative is to end your own enslavement. I mean, it's almost like putting on a mask. Like if you're deprived of oxygen, you need to put your own mask on first before you try to save other people. And so I don't think that is helpful. I think that by focusing on your own enslavement, that you help to free others from their enslavement. So that it's not to just ignore your own predicament and then focus on other people. Like it's the same issue. Like we're all one. And so everything is local. You don't focus on what's happening in other countries before you focus on your own local community or what's happening to you directly. Like that's not how it works.
Well, no, I'm not saying to focus on them completely. I'm saying to have at least a glance around and see what is going on, what has gone on in the world. And you can't say to me, life abolitionism, that in the past, people, movements, countries were not inspired by reaches for freedom in other lands outside of their jurisdiction. You can't say to me that hasn't been the case. And I think that is something humans time and time again have done. They've looked around. People were inspired by the French Revolution throughout Europe. They thought, oh, the French have done it, why can't we do it?
But they didn't.
Also with the fall of the British Empire, certain countries like got inspiration from the likes of Ireland, Jamaica, etc., and then India and all these different countries. They looked around them, saw what was happening, and said, "Hey, I want a bit of that too." So clearly, people are inspired. Yes, you look at both. Surely, you look inwards and outwards.
But your loyalty. I mean, what did Aristotle say? He says that
I wasn't actually talking about your loyalty. I did not mention you should have loyalty for the outside. I was saying, in dealing with your own predicament, it is wise to look around you to see what others are doing about similar occurrences. I wasn't saying go and help them, although sometimes that may be beneficial to you as well. For example, in Europe, we had the Spanish Civil War where anti-fascists tried to go and fight in Spain, even though they weren't Spanish, okay? Because they knew that if it spread from Spain, it could go elsewhere. So they were terribly worried about that, So, yeah, clearly you do sometimes have to step outside of your own comfort zone and help outsiders. But go ahead.
I just think there's a tendency to be sacrificial, to focus on everyone else and never focus on yourself. Everything is set up that way. It's whether it's not focusing. I mean, I'm not saying you can't focus on others, but at some point you have to circle back to yourself. And I think, Ayn Rand talked about this ethical egoism, that you're not supposed to be sacrificial. That is actually unethical. I don't think that you should go around harming people, but you also need to consider your own predicament primarily. Because I
don't know where I said about being the sacrificial lamb. I was merely saying, look around you for educational purposes, for inspirational purposes, to try and gain some knowledge as to what to do with your own predicament. Sometimes it can be useful to look around you. I was not saying to sacrifice yourself for other people's problems.
Well, but when it comes to the whole enslavement thing that she was talking about, it's almost like, don't focus on your own enslavement. Just go focus on helping others. Like, just get over it. Like,
no, I never said that. That's a complete misrepresentation.
No, I'm not saying that you said that. I'm saying this is the way it's framed in society, that, oh, stop whining, get over it. Like, go help somebody, go help the homeless. And it's just like, what about what's going on with me? Like, it's like, what people have limited resources, and so they want to spend their time doing on what's going to free them. It's not, oh, this just help everybody. Like, this is something that exists.
What about the fact that your life might be impacted by other people's suffering, whether you like it or not, whether you look at it or not? In society, poverty may be a cause of a lot of crime, a lot of mental illness, okay, a lot of the kind of struggles online where people are angry and upset and mentally ill because they just haven't got a good quality of life.
Yeah, and if
they were getting their needs met, if they weren't in the dire straits of absolute poverty, perhaps they would be feeling about themselves. Perhaps they wouldn't be committing crime, etc., etc. So what about the fact that you should help others, lift them out of their situation, and it might actually help you in the long run?
Perhaps if people stop bloody well kowtowing to their betters and made their betters overthrew their betters, we'd all be a lot better off. Like
But
it
isn't that the reason? I mean, I'm not to be, be accusatory, but isn't that the reason that you're no longer an anti-natalist? Because if we procreate, we could benefit others. Like, isn't that one of your justifications for no longer being an anti-natalist?
Oh, I see. You're bringing it back to that. Okay, yeah. I see what you've done there. That's very clever. Fucking hell.
But can
Okay.
I just say something,
I like it. Go
Can
with
I
it.
just say something?
Yes,
The
go ahead,
top,
Chickpea.
the top 1% in our world are worth more than the bottom 83% or something ridiculous like that. And all the while, the masses keep kissing up to their betters and to the
I
corporate
don't think,
leaders and the
Chickpea.
royalty.
I think with respect, Chickpea.
What?
With respect, I think sometimes you do it, I do it, we all do it. We sensationalize, we
I'm not
generalize, and I
sensationalising.
don't think most people are kissing Jeff Bezos's ass. No, nobody likes the fact that these fuckers have so much money.
I don't want to be funny when I say this to you. In this country, you know yourself, every day the papers are full of shit about the royals, wonderful William and cutie Kate. They are worth billions. They own 92% of the wealthy earn 92% of the land in this country. We have to make do with 8% us little trolls. And the whole lot should be overthrown.
I heard it was 80%. I heard 180 families own 80% of the land.
Yeah, well,
I heard that.
No, it's all together.
Anyway, it's a huge amount, and it does seem that the title deeds, the ownership of the land goes right back to William the Conqueror. So if you were one of William the Conqueror's friends, or close ones, your descendants today, or your direct descendants who benefited from inheritance,
it's 92%.
Are in a good place.
It's 92%. We have to make.
And there is something inherently wrong with that. There is something inherently wrong with.
And it's 92%. I'm sure I got a book on the subject called "And What Do You Do?" It's all about our lovely, lovely royals. Yes, I don't like them. I don't agree with royalty. And all the while, people in this country stand there kissing and fucking bowing down to them. We're not going to get anything sorted. And the problem is getting far worse because the rich are getting richer and richer by the day, and the poor are getting poorer. We've just been through 70 good years, and they're coming to an end. Our good years are coming to an end.
Yes,
okay, can we circle back to why you're no longer an anti-natalist?
Oh, God. Here we go. I wasn't ready for this ambush, life abolitionism, but I suppose it's okay.
Finally, the anti-natalists are the majority on the panel. Nice.
The ambush, the fucking ambush. Well, you said I was telling you to sacrifice yourself for others. I'm not saying bring in a force breeding fucking program. I'm not telling people they should have kids, as in like I'm not saying everybody should have kids, but I'm not telling people I'm basically telling people not to tell others not to have kids, because it's problematic, is it, in my view. But if you don't want to have kids personally, I think that then don't have them. In fact, it'd probably be a bad thing if you had them, because you might feel resentment, etc., later on when you're having to deal with the rearing of a child. So yeah, if you feel personal resignation in that regard, if you don't want to have children, if it's something you don't agree with, don't have them. But I think there is a problem with moralizing over it and telling others not to do it.
But you're not as, I mean, you're less emphatic about procreation than you are about, I would say, veganism, because you would say that veganism isn't a personal choice, that you have an ethical duty to go vegan. Is that correct?
I would say in terms of veganism, I'm similar, unfortunately. I think that humans aren't likely to choose to be vegan. All right. Now, I think as a pragmatist, I believe in any sense when you force people to do something, there will be resistance. Okay. And in fact, it may cause unintended consequences, especially when you don't have as much power as them. So trying to force people to be vegan, in my view, at the moment, is a silly thing to do. I would say you should be trying to look at other alternatives in changing people's minds, such as health, showing them that you can be vegan and be healthier. Okay. And also working in food science to try and work with in the food industry to try and create nutritious, healthy meals that are cheaper than the animal alternatives. So I think just a level of pragmatism, life abolitionism. I don't like this whole forcing people to do things. That's not my cup of tea.
But anti-natalists were never trying to force anyone to do anything. This was about voluntary human extinction. So there's no I mean, maybe that's alphaism, but we're not trying to force anybody to do anything.
Do you really think that people are going to become extinct because they?
No, that's the goal. We don't believe that it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to have anything to do with antinatalism, brother. Okay.
No, but we don't believe that. That's not what any anti-natalist believes. We believe that we have our own individual responsibility to not contribute to procreation, and the goal is human extinction. But if we don't accomplish that, we still have accomplished something by not procreating ourselves.
Well, can I ask you a question? Why do you want humans to go extinct?
Because that's the only thing that's going to eliminate suffering.
Sum up as one sentence. Please do that.
Because it's going to eliminate suffering.
This is the problem. Life abolitionism. This is the problem. You, with good intentions, you might be doing a terrible injustice to that goal that you're trying to set out to attain. Now, you want to end suffering. Okay. Now, do you not agree? There could be other suffering. There is other suffering in the world beyond humans, and there could potentially be other suffering out there in the cosmos. Why don't you care about that? Why?
Because I don't have the moral right to enslave someone else to this existence so that they can serve the purposes of freeing others. Like, it's a whole trap that you basically enslave others, and you think you're liberating others.
Look, life abolitionism. We're starting out with a different belief system here. You believe that ending one life is more important than dealing with, well, not ending one life, preventing one life, right? You believe that preventing one life is, in your eyes, more important than targeting that problem that you addressed to me a moment ago, that you want to end suffering. Because I don't think you're ending suffering. I don't think you're ending suffering, life abolitionism, by just preventing one person from coming here. As I said, you may be elongating the suffering or making it much, much worse. And you don't
liberate others by enslaving another group. You don't do that. That is unethical. They didn't agree to liberate or make other people's lives.
It is terrible. It is terribly unfortunate that you're relying on, these principles that have no basis because there's nobody there. And that is true, life abolitionism. Unfortunately, you're comparing unlike with like. You're saying in life you shouldn't do things to people. You shouldn't do things to people when they can't consent to it. Well, it is an unfortunate situation when there isn't anybody there to consent or not. When you create them, there is nothing. People come into being and then they are given rights.
I just really want to understand your position. Are you now saying that it could potentially be ethical to procreate?
I think so. I think given my view, okay, that I personally think suffering is a huge problem, right? It may come. I was thinking about this the other day. I'm not someone like these assholes who call themselves soft antinatalists. Like David, what's his name? I forget his name now.
Pierce.
Pierce, and
wow,
there's someone else.
Fired, man.
There's someone else. There's this. I don't know. There's a few blokes on Lawrence's channel.
So what's your take on Danny?
We're soft. We're soft antinatals. There's no such thing as a soft antinatal. You're either an antinatalist. What's your take on that Danny bloke? Can you be quiet for 1 second, Chickpea? I'm just talking. So basically, you're either an antinatalist or you're not, in my eyes. You can't be a soft antinatalist. Why can't they just say what they are? They're eugenicists, okay? That's what they actually fucking are. I'm not.
No, okay? I think Lawrence Anton is a soft antinatalist.
No. Lawrence Anton is not a soft antinatalist. He's an antinatalist.
If he's saying that you should procreate to save wildlife, then that is a soft antinatalist.
I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear him say that. But anyway,
he did say that.
So I didn't hear him say that. Okay, I can only go by what I've heard. Okay. Anyway, now the point is, okay, I'm going to admit that it may well, at the moment, I don't think antinatalism makes sense, given my view that I don't think it's dealing with what I feel is important, which is ending suffering. Now, it may come to the stage where we get to a level of AI or a level of, basically a level of eye, a level of cyborgial fucking implants, a level of whatever may happen technologically in the future, where it may become, in my view, unethical in all instances to create life.
I just want to ask you a question though. If there were no humans on the planet, would that solve the problem of suffering? I mean, for at least for humans.
Well, yes, for humans, but I don't just think about humans. You do. You just think about humans. I think I like to, I by the way, I would welcome further input by like astrophysicists and cosmologists and stuff out there in the world, because I don't personally know the ins and outs of, this phenomenon of life, how likely it is, etc., etc. Also, there are questions about the universe. Like some people say it's going to end. Some people say this week they said we're in a vacuum, okay, and basically there's no getting out of the vacuum. Our universe is in a vacuum. I don't know if you heard about that. So there's all manner. I believe everything is still on the table in terms of like what the fuck is going on here. I worry about people like you, life abolitionism.
This is the reason why I can't. This is the reason why I can't reject.
I worry about people like you and people like me in the past. By the way, I hold my hands up, who thought they had a good answer to the problem they were setting out to address. And I don't think it is a good answer, unfortunately, and it's very unfortunate. By the way, I completely understand the fact that you care about this. I'm not saying you're disingenuous. I'm saying you may be mistaken.
Well, this is the reason why I can't reject atheism outright, because I don't think that you can reason people and make a moral case and that they're just going to rationally accept antinatalism. I'm not going to support atheism, but I think that it does have a role to play because people are going to continue procreating. And even if you present a logical moral case.
I'm going to stop you right there, life abolitionism, okay? First of all, what you're saying is batshit crazy. You got to think about how small you are and how big the power in the world are, okay? If you are enjoying life in this world, okay, and you have power, you're not going to want a little ant like you to threaten your the way things are, or to threaten the future. So hold on. Please, Chickpea, don't interrupt when someone's talking, because it just derails them and they lose their track of thought. So please, in future, wait for someone to finish their point. So basically, life abolitionism. I think that you don't have any power; they have power, and you wanna blow the world up, okay? Because you think they're not listening to you. It's not going to happen, because you know might makes right, in my view. So in my view, you're just whining on the sidelines, and you're doing something that is not only nonsense, but I would say a complete waste of time for you as a person, in that it's futile, pointless, and doesn't make any sense.
Right,
but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense in relation to what you thought you were addressing by being an antinatalist and an ethicist, as you just admitted. You want to end suffering. I don't think you're addressing that. I don't think you've thought about. I think what happened is that you're hyper focused on this supposed ethical framework, but you're not looking at the actual bigger system of what is actually going on. Not that anybody really knows, but you're not even contemplating it. You're not wondering about the bigger picture. You're hyper focused, laser focused on one little area, and you're not thinking about, well, how would this happen in the real world? Oh, wait a minute, it wouldn't happen.
Right, but that's what atheists say about antinatalists, that we're just whining and that we're not actually doing anything.
I think you're whiny, and I think they're whiny, and I think they're deluded fucking optimists, in my view. They call themselves pessimists. I think they're the fucking most deluded fucking optimists there are. They think that they can fucking get this plan off the ground. Really? Come on. They can't even get a channel with more than fucking 50,000 subscribers, you know? But anyway, go ahead.
But DW, I'm at a loss to understand. I look at the world and it's going down a very, very unpleasant route. Insofar as England's concerned, it's becoming an overpopulated, polluted shithole. And it is. And the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. can barely walk on the pavement in peace anymore, and you want to bring another human being into that? Yeah, I've got friends of mine. D&W, let me finish. D&W.
Yeah, that's true.
I've got friends of mine who have daughters, and they are worried sick about their daughters. Girls are 15, 16. These girls get pestered every day on the streets. Their sons get beaten up. And that's what's happening. Plus, of course, there's the whole thing with AI. That's down thing. I'm sorry, but we're building a real shit house. And I'm glad I never had to build.
Well, you know, Chickpea, with respect, right? We've existed for perhaps 300,000 years, and our nearest ancestor, the Homo erectus, apparently that lived for 3 million years or something. But the point is, I don't think it was great in Victorian times. I think we might have had a good couple of decades where, you know, it seemed that we ended the war. You know, the Cold War seemed to be going to some point of a stalemate, or it seemed like it wouldn't. You know, this position where there was mutually assured destruction seemed to be a resolution, in that we thought we weren't going to have a horrible World War III, because, you know, it was such a terrible situation that no one would be mad enough to start it. But, you know, to say we're getting worse, we've got a lot better, have we not, as a society, since...
No, it's going downhill again.
No, I'm just saying we got a lot better, and now you're saying, because how many years has it been getting worse for Chickpea, would you say?
I think the 80 good years are coming to an end. There's been 80 very good years, and I have very grateful to have lived in those, to have been in this easy time.
But so you're saying you're saying life is getting worse now?
Yes, it's getting worse. There's the good days are over; they're coming to an end.
So how many good? We had about 80 years.
You know what? There's going to be water shortages next year. They're already saying it now.
Chickpea, I'm just trying to address what you said. We had about 80 years of the good life.
Yes, well, if you can call it that.
Chickpea, I think you're again being hyper-focused. I think you're thinking only about your experience. I don't think there was 80 years of good life around the world. I think that there was huge problems for the vast majorities of humans during those 80 years. So I mean, just because you had 80 years of good life, I know you're not 80, but just because people around you had 80 years of good life doesn't mean that the world was anyway that good. But also, is it not marvelous that you even had the ability to feel the good life, given how long life has existed? 3.5 billion years of horrible feeding frenzies and life eating life and injustice and rape and murder and all these things that went on in Mother Nature and in the human society up until that point that you believe was the good life. Is it not amazing that we actually achieved that? And is that not a sign that we can continue bettering existence? And is it not the case that perhaps if you look out into the world, although there are huge problems in the world, I'm not going to say there's not, but some of these countries that during the period where you said you were experiencing the good life, some of these places that were third world countries that were having absolutely atrocious experiences, people were still dying of cholera, polio, all manner of tuberculosis, whatever. Some of these countries are actually getting better, Chickpea, and it's not all just about where you live. It's about the whole world as a whole. And I would say that even though we are in many ways getting worse in some ways, we are getting better in others. And I still think that on the whole, yes, I believe humanity is getting a bit better. Yeah, a lot better. And I just think we're going through a teething period. Do you not think we are possibly going through a teething period where it, by the way, it could go either way. I'm not naive enough to say, but I think we definitely need to keep our eye on the ball. Okay. But do you not agree that there could be potential wonderful things with AI and with technology?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Have you not seen these videos of deaf people who've never been able to hear before suddenly being able to hear? Yeah.
If I may, even if we grant that improvements will happen, does that not make you question the moral principle of using a person as a means to an end? Because You said at
Well,
first
you
you weren't
see,
arguing for
see,
using people as a
yeah,
sacrificial lamb, but this is
you see. I think that with respect, I think that you might be, as I said, leave it up to the individual, but you encouraging others not to have children,
yeah,
you
but
might
there's a
be,
difference between the moral. Go ahead.
you might be causing other people to suffer in the world, and we
So
don't quite know the ins and outs of the unintended consequences. As I said, there may be other people who will take their place and have more kids, etc., etc. These things could happen. I don't know anybody who's looked into that enough to say
so
that.
there's a difference between advocating a proposition and believing in the proposition. I'm just asking you about believing in the proposition of the ethicality of procreation.
Well, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. That's a fair enough question. I personally would say it's. I would say it's as I say. I would say it's unfortunate. Look. It's bad. It's bad. It is bad to bring someone into the world because the world is bad. Okay, but what I mean by that is it's not morally bad. It's just it's a bad situation we're in. We're in a bad situation, and let me have a think about how to phrase this. 1 second, guys. So it's like it's a pity we're here. It's a pity we were brought into this world. Okay, but it's the fact that it started. Okay, is the problem. It's not the fact that people are still bringing people here. The problem is that all this shit started in the first place. Life started as a phenomenon. That is the actual problem. Okay, now the actual people coming into it since then are actually trying to resolve the problem of life, which sounds funny because it sounds nonsensical, but the problem is the phenomenon of life rather than the problems of life in it. You know what I mean? The problem, the phenomenon of life is what is causing the problems of life, and we as individual like nodes of existence aren't really addressing the bigger problem, which is the causation. In my view, the causation isn't any one of us. Okay, the causation is the phenomenon, and that's what I think is the problem. We're not addressing that, and in actual fact, we may be allowing that phenomenon to cause more suffering.
I just think that it's moral nihilism because each individual suffering matters. It's not just the totality of it; it's the individual person's suffering. So if you don't enslave a person to save everybody else, like that doesn't. That's not ethical.
What about CRISPR gene editing and things like this? Are these not solutions, would you say, that we should be campaigning for?
And I don't. No, they're not. For those who are still here, but it still doesn't justify procreating in order to save people down the road. That doesn't make any sense.
What about the bigger conundrum here, guys, which is that not everybody sees life the way you do. They have a subjective experience, a subjective psychology. They have a hedonic settings in their brain. Their biochemistry is such that they are feeling okay with existence, and these thoughts do not come into their mind. Okay, what about those people? Life abolitionism. Are you going to see? I know what your answer is. You're saying,
I'm not even going.
Never going to. You're saying those people are never going to agree with me, and I'm
No,
saying,
I'm not even going to say that.
You're saying you think we should kill them, basically.
No, I'm not even going to say that because this is your channel and I want to respect your channel.
No. I know. I'm saying that is what you're saying. I'm saying you have no right to do that.
No. That's not what I would say, though.
And I am saying. So what are you saying then? What are you saying? I'm saying be a pragmatist. Realize not everybody sees the world like you do.
I can answer your question though.
And then try and be an adult and fucking look at the actual commonality, the problem, and try and deal with it in a pragmatic way rather than talking hot air. That doesn't.
No, it's not. Those people are what Aristotle calls they're natural slaves. So they don't question it because that is just They don't have the virtue. They lack virtue for freedom. They're not built that way. Their psychology is made for enslavement. And because they are natural slaves, they don't have a problem enslaving their children. So this is an entire racket. This entire system is built on enslaving others to exploit. And so they don't have the ethics or the virtue to actually stand back and look at the human predicament and actually do something about it. They're just basically slaves to biology. They're going to do what they're inclined to do according to their biology. And then you're the one who has to pay all the costs for it. So it's not an individual decision that, oh, it's my choice to procreate, because the other person is the one who has to pay all the costs. And it is unethical. And this is the reason why I'm writing my book, because I understand antinatalism as a philosophy, but it needs to be conceptualized that you actually see the real cost of procreation. And I think this really hasn't been explained.
Hold on. I think there needs to be a little step back here, because I think people do see the cost. People do cry. They see the tragedy in life. People see it, and I think just because they don't talk about it, or they haven't codified it, or they haven't made some fucking framework, people do see it. People cry at funerals when children die. People get really upset when they see children with cancer, etc., etc. People see these things and they don't like it. Now, I'd say the vast majority don't like bullying in schools. Okay, people don't like these things that are happening. There are people trying to actively stop these things from happening, and they view it as a tragedy. But at the same time, they see that they have other goals beyond yours, and their goal is to make things better for everyone. Now, whether we can achieve that or not, I admit that's it's a difficult task, and I don't know if it's possible. I admit that, but there are many minds much greater than mine in the world who are working on it, and I personally hope that we do achieve some level of wellness. And by the way, it may be that the wellness is some kind of like palliative care where but we're not at that stage yet. Life abolition. 1 second, please. We may be, as I said, we're in a bad place. We're in an extremely bad place. Existence is bad. It causes suffering. But we're not at a situation at the moment where we can make things okay for people. And it may be that we eventually hand the baton to AI and we say, look, we're mere biological beings. We can't continue anymore, okay, because it's too much. But we're handing the baton to AI, to cyborgs, to whatever, to keep going. And what we're going to do is we're going to sit back, enjoy ourselves until we die, but we're not going to continue. But that is one possibility, okay? But the other possibility, life abolitionism, is that maybe if we do get to some level of technology, none of these thoughts, none of these problems will matter, because the technology will make you feel okay regardless of your situation. Now, do you have a problem with that on the face of it? Because I know some people do. They don't like the idea of feeling okay regardless of one's situation. They feel somehow that that's pointless, idiotic, etc., etc. But I would say that's kind of what we're doing anyway. We're all trying to feel okay regardless of our situation. But what would you say about the possibility that technology might make us feel good despite the hellishness of reality without it?
I just want to make a quick comment. I do think that
by the time you can do that, I'm going to go and get some cordial, and you guys can interject. I'll be right back, but I'm just going to go to the kitchen and get a couple of drinks and bring them with me. I'll be right back.
Well, he's leaving, but I wanted to say it to him specifically. I think that most people do realize that life is full of suffering, but they never trace it back to procreation. So yeah, they can see that life is full of suffering, but they don't think that the parents are the ones who caused it. I'm not sure why he made that leap to say that, oh, most people do understand the full consequences of No, they don't. When they think they're creating a baby, they don't think about what happens 10 or 20 or 50 years down the road.
I think most of them fuck us up in our first 7 years, actually. Most people are lousy parents. They think they can have this baby, give it some water, give it some food, everything be okay. There's a lot more to being a parent than that. I find humans terrible parents.
And the proof is that once you turn 18, they absolve themselves of all responsibility because they don't think that they created a full human being. They think they created a baby.
Yeah, I'm very anti. Well, you know.
Yeah, but come on, guys. Not all parents are like
Oh.
that. Not all parents are like that in
A
life.
lot
You have to
are.
remember that. And one other thing, you're saying parents are bad at bringing up children, etc. Do you not think sometimes there's societal issues that are perhaps impacting how parents, you know, bring up their children, how they're there for them? A lot of parents are tired. Maybe stressed out. Maybe society isn't functioning well. Maybe the problem is the fact that the system we're in isn't working.
Yes. Oh, wow.
The parents aren't the victims, though. The parents are not the victims. Maybe they're victims of their own parents, but they're not the victims in relation to their own children. So they have the moral responsibility to protect and provide for their children, not the other way around.
Now, I heard something earlier. You said most people don't realize that birth is the cause of the suffering. But why don't you go back a step further and go to the phenomenon of life itself, the drives of the biological imperative, the drives in life? And it's not necessarily why is the chain of causation for you starting at parents?
Because you exist because of their decision to procreate. I'm not sure how you would go. I mean, what
you've already said most people don't think about it. So why are you saying it suddenly? You seem to have a turn of phrase that just chops and changes to fit whatever it is your worldview is. Now you're saying on the one hand they don't think about it, and now they do think about it. So they're to blame.
No, they don't. They don't think about it, which is why antinatalism is so important. That they need to be called out for it. They need to be told that this is what you did and this is what you are responsible for. They don't think about it. Society rewards their ignorance that they can just put a baby in the world and then they turn 18 and they can wipe their hands and say, "Oh, I did my job," even though they didn't make their children self-sufficient. They didn't give them any life skills. I don't think that people give much thought about it. They don't think of
again. I think you're hitting the parents hard. I think that society has an obligation to help and protect and rear children, not just the parents.
Society didn't create you, though.
But I think if you're leaving it all up to the parents, then that's the real crime.
No,
hold on. Parents do create children for the benefit of society. Would you not agree?
Which is unethical. This is what I'm writing about in my book, that they do create you for the benefit of society. So they're basically turning you over to society to be a slave. They're creating slaves for society's benefit.
Yeah, you view us all as slaves. I don't think that's the kind of, if there was a legal definition of a slave, I don't think that's it. But
I gave the definition in my book, which is based on Plessy versus only in America. I don't know what the definition of slavery is in the UK, but maybe I should use a universal No, I already wrote.
It's okay. It's okay. Use your whatever definition you want. We can work with that. But I think you go very hard on parents and you don't see the interconnectedness of all things, not just society, but the phenomenon of existence. You're hyper focusing on one element of it that I believe is nonsensical, because we're all in this together and it's much, much, much bigger than mere copulation, my friend. It's much,
I connect it all together. The parents started it, but then society takes it from there and they just enslave you. And so the only way to resist it is to not procreate, because once you're here, they're not going to do anything to actively fight against the system. They're just going to leave you on your own to try to figure it out on your own. And it's every man for himself. It's personal responsibility. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
That may be true, but the hope is that someone like yourself can stand up and say something sensible that helps others. But brother, with respect, so far I don't think you've achieved that.
Oh, D&W, you're being a bit harsh this evening.
I'm not. I'm being honest.
No, I think you're being a bit
we have Sage here. Sage, would
life
you like to say something?
And then you die, and that's the end of it.
Sage, would you like to say something?
Oh, just that I would use terms like cogs, instead of slave, just use this as a theoretical
You're
or
a slave.
thought experiment. Use the term cogs, think of clockwork, when one cog breaks, the whole fucking, clock can break. And, that's where there's this systemic and entropic element at play as well. So,
I
you need to
lost.
focus on the system and the entropy at play as well.
What
As
is your
part of
problem
the,
with the word slave though? Why is there such objection to using the word slave?
I don't have a problem with it. Everyone else does.
No, we are slaves. If you have to sell your labor to a master, you're a slave, whether you like it or not. You may be free to choose your
If you're
slavery,
bound
but
by life
you
and
are a
death and
slave.
existence, you're a slave to existence. Like, why
Yeah,
is that a
I
problematic word? I don't get
And
that.
DW, this
slavery.
poor being you're going to bring into a world has to spend their entire
Like,
life
throw
getting up in the
natalism and
morning to work for their
anti-natalism out the
master.
window, and it's still a freaking, throw natalism and anti-natalism out the window. You're still bound to life and death and existence. You're still, enslaved to that. So
Now,
I think that's sort of interesting that
Ooh,
term
Farhat
is,
Sage,
from Baghdad
getting
says
triggering.
Farhat from Baghdad says the AI is not
Yeah.
going to solve every animal's suffering. I don't know why animals being discussed. Sorry, I don't know why humans are being discussed, because that's the biggest problem here.
Yes,
I
it
would
is the
say,
biggest
how
problem.
do you know that, Farhat? How do you know AI is not going to solve every animal's suffering?
How can AI
Yeah,
solve
I
it?
would think on the opposite end of things. The
It's going
AI
to
is
make it
already,
even
I
worse.
would say that's
digesting
probably.
this kind of
I would say, out
information.
of all our chances of dealing with animal suffering, that seems the best possibility on the table.
Oh
What?
Farhat.
yeah.
And he's saying we should talk about animal suffering. We bloody are. We're talking
Big
about
data
AI
is
solving
fucking
all the problems.
absorbing all that, man.
Sage, are you AN or non-AN?
Sage, brother Marcus is talking to
Oh,
you.
sorry, I didn't hear that was directed at me. What'd you say?
Sage, are you AN or not AN?
I used to be an anti-natalist. This is coming from an autodidact philosophical background, not, raised in classical, philosophical education background. But I used to be an anti-natalist. Now I consider myself a nurturist. The question has shifted from natalism or anti-natalism into how do we, once a child is already here, the focus shifts to the ethics of parenting. Are they doing a good job parenting or not? Because I do agree. I think that most parents of this species are terrible parents, and that is a big problem.
What is your position on the ethicality of creating a being into existence? Is it ethical or unethical to you?
That's where I'm saying I throw that ethical framework out the window. I say that's not the question anymore. The question anymore at this point is, we're
So you
already
think
here.
procreation is like a non-starter?
How do we create, how do we create abundance for all? How do we create abundance for all? We have community.
I think what you
Right.
mean, what Sage, is it that you think it's too narrow a lens to look at the problems of life, because it doesn't deal with what you feel is
So
important?
like if I'm thinking about creating a child, right,
Yeah.
with a partner, you would say that that action is not in the domain of being ethical or unethical, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say that it's more about, your decisions when you're deciding to have that child. Are you focusing on the future? Are you thinking about the child's education, the resources you could provide the child, those kinds of things?
But the
And that's
actual
where
act of procreation, that's
yeah,
just not
yeah. It's not
an
the actual
ethical.
act, it's the act of nurturing the child, whether when they're, when they're still a fetus, when they're, neonatal care, all these different things, then most parents don't think about these things
No,
in
they
such
don't. The
deep
peasantry
systemic
don't.
ways. They think very shallow. I even think about, child naming conventions, everybody, left and right, George and Tom, everybody has the same fucking name, like nobody comes to these names, or not nobody. Most of these parents don't come to these names out of, really deep thinking, oh, this spiritually vibes with me, like most of them are like, oh, well, my uncle or my grandfather was named this, and I'm going to pass down my grandfather's name on my son, and it's really sort of, just lazy in a sense. And it's like, if
Okay,
you're
but
going
if
to
someone
name
decides to be a
a
lazy
being
parent,
into
is that
existence, a
okay?
name is
Or
important.
If someone decides to be a lazy parent, is that okay to still create the child?
If they're a lazy parent, well, that's where you have to put socioeconomics into play. You
No, he
know,
said
like,
if someone decides to be a lazy parent. I mean, I don't
oh,
know if
decides to be a lazy parent. Okay,
I don't
with
know who would
purpose and
decide to
intent.
be a lazy parent. I don't know if they'd set out with that intention, would they?
Uh,
Unless they were insane.
okay, I just got spun around
I
there.
mean,
Sorry.
I don't know, brother Marcus. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I just don't want to go dark because there are people
It's
who
okay.
create children to abuse them, and I don't
Oh,
want
right.
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's
So
definitely
you
a
think?
problem.
Well, I never thought of that even, but yeah, I mean, there probably are. Unfortunately, you're right. Again, that would be completely
And now, if you
outside of.
answer that it is outside of the realm of ethics, then that's a big
No, I
bullet to
didn't
me.
say
No,
that.
it's
It was
still
outside
part
of
of the
my.
realm of
No,
ethics
no.
because
I was talking to Sage about
no,
his
it's
view.
still
Yeah.
part of the
Oh,
realm
sorry.
of ethics because that's the systemic impact. It's that, you know, the Western culture has this highly individualized parenting mindset, you know, that don't you talk to my child, you know, I'm the parent, I'm the one that raises them, you know, stay away from him. If you talk to my child, you're a pedophile. Don't try to none of this community raising, none of this communalism, just all this, you know,
There,
toxic individualism. And
I don't
it's
know.
like,
Yeah, I don't know enough about things in terms of how we. You know, surely there is this thing in society where if someone is like that, someone is having these thoughts, we have some system in place where we view their thoughts as unreasonable and we shouldn't actually pay attention to them. And
DWD.
what we should be doing is either A, stopping them from doing that, or B, if they've already done that, we should be trying to look after the child and get them out of there. You know what I mean?
And I think
But
that's Sage's point of view.
Sage,
yeah,
I have
yeah.
a comment to you though, because I agree with everything you said, but you still have to start out with the premise that procreation was wrong, because most people think that they did their children a favor by giving them life, and so if
But
you start out,
what about the possibility? What about the possibility that there might be another
let-
possibility
let- well,
that
why does all
it's
that blame get put on the
hold
parents,
on.
though?
What about the possibility that there's this unspoken, perhaps uncomfortable possibility life where parents are perhaps deep down not thinking they're doing their children a favor. They're thinking, for example, maybe they're Christian, maybe they're Jews, maybe they're Muslims, maybe they believe we're in the principality of Satan. Some of these religious folk do. They believe we're in a fallen world, we're in a hellscape reality in many ways, and they know they're doing that. So they know they're not literally doing their children a favor because
Yep.
you know they admit deep down that it's a hellscape reality. But what they do think is that they're bringing hope into fruition to try and fight the evil. By the way, evil can be used here as you know the literal definition that religious folk use, or just as a synonym for bad and harm, etc. So there may be people
but
out there who admit that they're bringing their children into a bad situation, but the hope is that those children will do something about it. You don't really think about that life. Some people
no,
don't think they're doing. Some people that don't think they're doing their children a favor. You seem to think that all parents think they're doing their children a favor. I don't know if that's necessarily true.
but what would be the basis for their duties? Because we were just talking about how they have the duty
Because
to raise their.
they see the interconnectedness of things. They're not.
Yep.
They're seeing that something is bigger than them. Something is greater than them, and they know that they know that they have a part to play in the system.
No, no, no.
Okay,
I want you to.
even though it is bigger than them, it's
Can,
mighty. They have a
can,
part to play in it, and the only part they should have to play in it is one with good intention. Sorry, Chickpea, go ahead.
We're genetically designed by the arsehole god of ours to breed. You do know that. It's
Well,
in
if
our
there is
DNA.
Wait a minute, but I want to ask you a question though. If procreation isn't unethical, why would parents have any duties to their children? What is the basis of their duties?
I mean, that question seems so infantile that it's ridiculous. I mean,
No, no,
what
because
the basis of parents' duties?
if you've harmed your
I
child and
mean,
you impose life on them, then you have all these duties to try to correct that wrong by giving your child the best life possible. But if you did them a favor, then I
it's
don't owe
not
you
about
anything.
it's not necessarily about correcting a wrong. It's about bettering the world,
Yes.
and also giving them the best opportunity to better the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I add something
DW.
really quick here? Just that you see, the way I view it is that, you know, antinatalism is typically viewed through the lens of pathology, you know, negative first thinking, you know, but then and natalism is thought of, you know, the positive first thinking, and that's where I do the nurturism, and that's positive first. But instead of saying let's bring children into this world without any thinking or without any consent or any of this deep thoughts of ethics, it's more about, you know, once they're already here, let's, you know, not focus on the problems, the child's problems. Let's focus on the child's strengths. Let's
Actually,
But
raise them
say,
with all the abilities that they can. What was that,
Sage,
Chick?
but
Sage,
can
can I
you
just
answer
say
my
something
question
to you?
though? Like, what is the basis of parents' duties to their children?
Sage, can I just say something to you? Because you do know you have got a genetic illness.
Hold on. Just because it's because of they are still responsible. Life, they did bring them into the world. They made the decision to bring them into the world, and part of making that decision is holding your hands up and saying, "I'm creating a vulnerable being. I am responsible for that vulnerable
Yeah,
being
look
coming
at
here,
me.
and part of that responsibility, for fuck's sake, Chickpea, let me talk. Part of that responsibility is to nurture them, educate them, you know, look after them, help them grow so that they attain this social necessity of bettering themselves so that they can better the world." Sorry, Chickpea.
That's okay. Sage, can I just say to you, please don't be offended by what I'm going to say to you, okay? But you do know you have a genetic disease. So
Are you
you're
talking about how life is an STD?
no, I'm talking about you've got the
I
Oh,
thought
I
Sjogren's.
that I
like
thought you were
that.
going to
I
give me
love that.
that
I'm gonna
one.
use that.
Sage,
You've never heard that
Sage,
one before?
now let me just Sage, let me just say something tonight to you. You know you've got your health problem. You know your health problem is genetic and you'll pass it on. You do know that because my father had
That's a
what we've
good
got.
thing, though.
What? A good thing. Oh, all right, then fine. Pass it on.
No, I swear to God, I have this belief that some certain aspects of autoimmune problems with certain people, it's like an evolutionary thing where, you know, we have the problems so the next generation doesn't, that they
Oh,
actually
you
end up,
really
you know,
believe that?
getting it
No,
better.
that's
Like
not
they
true, I'm
fucking, it
afraid.
fixes shit.
That's not true because I've got a friend of mine and she's got lupus and her children are now in their early 20s. They're developing
That's
lupus.
Occam's razor, though. I'm a fucking zebra, man. Like if I fucking breed, I'm gonna make a goddamn unicorn. Like something weird's gonna happen.
I don't think it's funny, actually. Because I tell you
uh,
something, I look at the world and there's barely any clean air to breathe.
Well,
And
everybody looks at the world and realizes we're in not everybody, but a lot of people look at the world and realize it's in shit. Okay,
it's
the
shit.
difference
hey, it may
is,
not be
Chickpea,
clean, but it's
you don't think there's
breathable.
anything we can do about it. Okay, whereas I think there is a necessity for us to try and do something about it. Okay,
Totally.
I disagree.
absolute necessity. It's I would say it's if there is such a thing as morality, okay, an objective morality, if there is such a thing, it probably is in the realm of us. The onus is on us as as yet we know, most intelligent beings to do something about the suffering and about the state of life.
But
Right?
DW, according to the Gnostics, I would be taught, well, I think personally that the reason why we keep reincarnating is because we keep creating new fetuses for them to reincarnate us back into.
But we have no evidence. Look,
There's no evidence, but I reckon that's what's going on.
That sort of like takes away all sense of willpower from the human spirit, though the human soul. That
We're
suggests
not
that
free, we're slaves.
you know, because some, a third world country, they have, this family has 5 kids, and now you're instantly going to be reincarnated in one of them. You're not going to be able to avoid any reincarnation trap. Like that,
Well, I believe
that seems really deterministic.
Well, I believe reincarnation. Lots of Indian children talk about it. And I have a feeling it's something that I believe in, unfortunately, because I'll tell you something, it terrifies me what I believe in. But I don't care.
Well, that's probably too,
India,
because your sense of reincarnation is bound to this physical world, is it not?
By the way, guys, Life Abolitionism has dropped off. If he wants to
Sage,
come on, he's most welcome. Thanks for joining us, Life Abolitionism. So go ahead.
Sage, I'm just saying, okay, in India, children talk about it a lot because it's not pushed out of them when they're very young. Okay, it's documented fact in India that we reincarnate, literally. And I don't want to come back here for another stint.
That's what I was saying, though, is that it seems to me that a big part of, your problem with reincarnation is that your sense of reincarnation is bound to the physical world.
Well, of course, it's about the physical world. It's the only world I know as far as things go at the moment.
See, and that's what I'm saying. Like I believe that reincarnation, isn't just bound to this world. That we could reincarnate in different dimensions.
Yeah, well, maybe we do. I don't know about that, but I don't want to come back to this bloody bloodbath for another stint.
Well, then don't. There's tons of other dimensions. Go check them out, girl. Go explore.
I wouldn't know about that, Sage. I've never taken drugs, so I don't know there are other dimensions. I've got no idea.
Do some breath work, girl. Do some yoga and meditation,
No, I don't do meditation. I've done yoga. I don't meditate. But I don't know what there is out there. All I'm saying is what I feel within myself.
All right.
At the end of the day, Indian children talk about it. And I don't think they're lying.
Why just Indian children?
I think the reason Indian children talk about that is because they're, there's a lot of indoctrination to keep the caste system going.
I remember Raymond when he was a little boy being rather peculiar. And I remember one time he would have been about 3 years old, running out the middle of the road like an idiot. I must lay down in the road. I must lay down in the middle of the road, like he was going out some sort of demo. He was about 3 years old. There was other weird things he used to say sometimes, like when I did this before. I don't know. Unfortunately, I never used to believe in it, but I do now. Because this world is so sick, it wouldn't surprise me if we come back time. But in India, they talk about it because they're not discouraged from talking about it, like we are over here. You can't say fuck all over here and you're told to shut it.
Maybe the world is that sick, and maybe if you have the power to do something about it, Chickpea,
yeah,
in some way or other, maybe that's your life's mission. If you believe in reincarnation, maybe part of your karma could be to try and do something about this world, so that you don't come back here again, rather than being so terrified and rejecting it, etc.
Right?
You are attracting such strong emotions to it, whilst also doing nothing about it. And I would say that is, in my view, the definition of coming back here. From my view of having read the Tibetan Book of the Dead, etc., that is an example of someone who is so scared of this reality that their ego is completely enthralled with rejecting it.
Yeah, I hate it.
And I would say it's overpowering you to the degree that it's destabilizing you.
Yes, I have to be drugged.
And I would say, if you believe in reincarnation, then you have to center yourself and be more pragmatic.
Hello. Well, why do you think I can't?
You have to reject these strong feelings so that you can orient yourself in this life to the degree that you're helping others and yourself get through the fucking hell of it, rather than moaning and fucking crowing about how shit it is here, but not doing anything about it.
Well, I do. I used to. No, I used to be on the
almost the opposite direction. You need to dive into the fear and let it overwhelm you.
Sorry, Chickpea. No. Let Chickpea talk.
I used to be an animal rights activist. So I used to go demonstrating a lot and everything. I don't do it anymore because the RA. I can't do it anymore.
I love you to bits, Chickpea. I'm sorry if you look. I love you to bits. I'm sorry if you feel I'm coming on a bit strong.
Okay, and this is why I'm here. I'm trying to work something out.
But look, we do know. Look, first of all, Chickpea has done the animal rights activism over the years. She is a vegan. She does care. I'm not saying she doesn't care. We know you care, Chickpea. I know your heart is in the right place. But I'm just trying to point out, perhaps. By the way, I'm open to. I know I'll be attacked. I'm open to being wrong. I'm pointing out what I feel are inconsistencies. But also, if you believe in reincarnation, the general belief in reincarnation is that you're here to do something, right?
Yes,
good.
I know.
And at the same time, not to have such strong emotions, because those are the types of emotions that bring you back here. Because it means that you haven't risen above. You haven't risen above what it is you're meant to transcend.
It's my star sign. I can't help it.
And you guys are
were the most emotional.
Am I right,
stuff
Sage?
I've
Am I
ever-
right about that much?
Yeah, no, you seem really right. I'm getting hardcore salvia flashbacks from this conversation. Like, holy moly.
Like
I'm like,
if you believe in reincarnation, Chickpea, the whole point is not to cloud. I haven't blocked anyone's comments actually, Divine. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but I didn't. So someone else. I haven't blocked Farhat. It must be one of the other moderators. I didn't block him. I like Farhat's comments.
Thing is,
So
DNW,
don't say it was me.
now,
Let me just check if I can look at. Hold on a second.
can I
So go ahead.
Yeah, so like I said to you before, this is the first time in my life that I've ever talked about this. This past 6-7 months I've been coming here. You should be flattered because I've never talked about it before. And I've said on your channel, I do believe I'm here to see something or do something. I know that for a fact, and I'm very unhappy about it. Very unhappy indeed.
Right.
Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm just a working class female, and I shouldn't have to lead anyone anywhere. I shouldn't have to. They can lead themselves.
Well, there's what we want, and then there's fucking real fucking life. And unfortunately, they don't actually. They're not conjoined twins, They are often fighting each other. They are often.
oh yeah, ego
totally
can
different places.
override reality.
But I can say this to DNW: if this world didn't brutalize 92 billion land animals a year, I'd be quite happy here and quite accepting of it all. But it makes me fucking sick.
So really, you're saying if there were no animals on this planet, you'd be
No.
really happy?
No. I said if the human race did not bring into existence, brutalize and slaughter 92 billion animals a year. Yes, it makes me fucking sick.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's something that.
And if that didn't go on, I'd be quite happy here.
Yeah, it was someone else.
I'm very anti.
There's lots of moderators on the channel. I don't know who did it, but I've just shown some of his comments because I went in there and clicked show, but it wasn't me. So go ahead, Chickpea.
I'm designed to live in the Garden of Eden to eat fruit from the trees, and that arsehole should have let me go there instead of coming here. Arsehole.
You just got to make your way back.
Yes,
possible.
Yes, exactly. Yes, I've got to find my way back.
Yeah, you can do it.
And I go pick the cherries with my cats.
Well, I tell you what we'll do. I think Sage has some strange new kind of religious ways. I don't know what you call yourself these days, Sage. Some kind of Christian New Age. I don't know what would you term yourself?
What the fuck? No.
What would you term yourself?
I'm a trans-dualistic trans-theist.
But you believe in Jesus, right? You've said before, right?
I'm really agnostic about Jesus. I can picture him. I could enter the analytical space with him in any direction. I can enter the belief space with him in any direction. So I'm really all over the board with Jesus.
Okay, I tell you what then, Chickpea, I'm going to ask Sage, the self-appointed holy man, to say a prayer for us both, if that's okay. Is that all right, Sage?
What do you mean? Like a verbal prayer? I don't really got any verbal prayers. I'm not really a verbal prayer kind of person, in all honesty.
What type of prayer? Hold on, I want to hear this. What type of prayers do you do then?
Oh, I do internal prayers. I do them all throughout the day. It's crazy. I just realized that recently. I found out that there are many more ways of prayer than I once thought.
say one for me and Chickpea. If you could, Sage. Chickpea, what did you just say?
I was saying, praying. So ways that God, the arsehole God of ours, doesn't listen to prayers. I know so because I'm often praying to have Chickpea resurrected. The arsehole just ignores me.
Well, I mean,
I hate
why
him.
would you want to bring back Chickpea to a world you view as hell? It doesn't seem very nice.
Oh, don't be dull. She was living in paradise, living with me. She was protected from it all.
God's like a genie, Chickpea. Like he's answering your
DW,
question. You just have to look in the completely opposite fucking direction,
no,
and then turn up
DW.
some fucking covers and
Yeah, but she
go
could get
underneath the
hit
crawl
by.
space.
I mean,
No, she
Chickpea, with respect, she could get hit by a van. She
No,
could,
she couldn't.
whatever.
No,
No,
'cause she's got a big garden to play in outside. She had a big garden here.
I mean, you are
I'm surrounded
AN on
by
one
land.
hand, but then it doesn't matter about your cat coming here, which I find funny.
Yeah, but she was very, very happy cat. That's why she lived for 20 years. She had a lovely life with me. She spoilt to bits. She had all my cats have a lovely
Well,
life.
this
That's why they live so long.
same argumentation could be used by someone who doesn't agree with your stance on AN. They could say, well, they have a lovely life with me as a parent. How dare you say that?
Oh, sorry. No, but
So
cats need a
but
different.
Mark sees Mark's. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I do see an inconsistency there. And Brother Marcus sees it too. Brother Marcus says it as well. He says an antinatalist who would bring someone back into this existence, and then he does this kind of like
different.
Chickpea's different. She can rise above the hellishness of reality, can't she?
Chickpea led a beautiful
Christ Almighty.
DW, stop it. Chickpea led a beautiful sheltered life with me. Lovely little life. She had a garden outside. She got a tree to run. Everything. She had everything, which is why she lived for so long. She had a lovely life. Best medical treatment in the world. Everything. And I miss her deeply. I loved her. She's in my soul.
You guys are fucking hilarious today, man. You guys are in some cheeky moods. You sound like you're down at the pub just chatting shit at each other.
Well, we're okay. We don't fall out on this channel. And by the way, I do apologize if I came across a bit strong at any point. I am sorry. And life abolitionism, I think you should come back on. Yeah. So yeah, Brother Marcus says, should humans who have a lovely life also come back into existence?
Well, you know what? I've said this to Brother Marcus on the subject of antinatalism. I can understand the top 2% of society breed because they could send their children to the best schools. Children have music lessons, dancing lessons, acting lessons. But us kids that have to make do with the stupid shit the state provides, it's a different story.
Oh, well, people do seem to be waking up to that.
What word? What word did you just say? What was it?
What?
You can understand what?
I can understand that the top 2% send have children because they could send their children to the best.
You said a word beginning with A. What was it?
Sorry.
What word was it? It began with A. And what was it?
I can understand that the top. No, I can understand the top 2% have. Oh, I don't know what I must have said.
I don't either. I didn't hear an A. That's weird.
Anti what?
I can understand that the top 2% aren't antinatalists.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That fucking word. Stop saying that fucking word. It doesn't make any fucking sense, okay?
Oh, yeah, man. That's a lot of language and philosophy, though. Holy shit, man.
May I continue? You see, they can send their children to the best schools. Their children can have DNW.
I totally get where you're coming from with the 2% and that they have all these access and means to provide their kid,
their children get the best of everything.
We've established it. We've established it. She is an elitist eugenicist.
I'm not. But at the end of the day,
I'm not surprised. Most ANs reveal themselves eventually. They are just eugenicists.
I expect they do come back. I expect they do. Why wouldn't they?
Not all the time. Not all the time.
I don't care. Anyone
look, I'm being jestful. I'm only joking.
I don't care. Anyone says money buys happiness. I don't care what.
There is a hell of a lot of that.
What? There's
a hell of a lot of eugenics in the AN community. Secret eugenicists, secret Nazis.
But no, but there's I don't care. Anyone says I don't. Children are born at the top end of society have a very nice childhood. Okay, anyone says.
I don't know about that,
Yes.
Chippy.
Oh,
I
dear
don't
W,
know about
stop
that.
it. They could have acting lessons, dancing lessons, skating
Yeah, I mean,
lessons.
they have a
Hey,
different
the
strain.
social element still
They
sucks
have,
balls.
yeah, exactly. I think the backbiting and narcissistic personality
Of course,
disorder
that
at
all
the
goes
top.
on. But
Yeah,
you
exactly. And I
put
don't
up
think
with that
that's
in a
so nice to
state
be on.
school. But
Yeah,
I don't know if
DW,
they
that's.
still have their problems for
DW,
sure.
You get that in state schools as well. Don't kids on council estates beat the shit out of each other? I know so because I live on one.
Oh yeah.
DW.
That's me.
Yes. As I was saying, you get that shit bitching in between kids across society.
Oh, of course.
But
Anyway, I want to invite anybody else who wants to come on here to shake things up a bit. Okay. And if there's anybody out there who feels compelled to get anything off their chest about anything, they can come on here and say it. Do feel extremely welcome. We will eagerly listen to your words and let you have your say. And we may or may not reply to them. Sorry, Chickpea.
Wouldn't you rather have a couple of nice little beagles?
Not particularly, no. I do worry about having pets for pet's sake, like for pets for human sakes, because I do look at my dog and I don't like animal breeding in general, like by humans, because I think in many ways we are. I don't like to use this. Well, I won't use that word, but we're making animals less fit for life by creating pets because they're becoming nervous wrecks with anxiety, etc.
Really?
Completely. Yeah.
Oh no, we're mentally traumatizing animals with how
we're creating neurological wrecks. That need us, and we can't even look after ourselves half the time. So these poor fuckers that are dependent on us for their every whim. I mean, they can't talk to us for a start, so it is very problematic.
So why do they
it's happening to the breeding and genetics too, man.
Why do they live for so long?
I don't think there should be cats bred into existence by other humans. I don't think you should be going to any cattery to buy cats.
I don't breed them.
I don't think you should be going to. When I say that, I mean I don't think you should be buying cats that are bred into existence. I think we should probably we should let pets go. We should just let pets go. We shouldn't have any more pets.
Deep ecology.
We should have one final generation of pets, and that's it.
Yeah, you're coming from the mindset of a deep ecologist.
Why do we need pets?
Because there's nowhere to read. The world we have in place without them.
DNW, so Brother Marcus says DNW, I think it's true. Anecdotally, at least, a good portion of ANs do justify coming into existence the more you inquire into things. Yeah.
Lost me there.
And he says he thinks orthodox antinatalists are rarer than we think.
Getting too clever for me.
Well,
you know what?
Orthodox antinatalist. Oh boy.
In my view, you're either an antinatalist or you're not. It's all or nothing, baby. And
I'm a human antinatalist.
There's no wiggle room. There's no wiggle room.
I think humans.
Everything has wiggle room, man.
I think we should.
We have MD American Zombie who has joined the show. MD Medical Zombie. Does that stand for medical doctor by any chance?
Oh no, it stands for maximum doubt.
Maximum doubt. Oh, I know who you are.
Oh wow, thanks.
Hold on a second. Now I doubt you haven't been on the show before. Then have you not?
No. I don't think I might have commented in the chat before.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry. Your intonation at the beginning threw me. I thought I knew who you were. There's someone that has been on here a few times, sounds like you, but obviously not. But anyway, American Zombie, you are on the show. What is it you feel compelled to say?
I heard what you said about the pets, and in a way, you're right. It's like it's an industry that it's kind of like turning adults like where I mean, you look at the behavior of people that have pets, and it borderlines like a mental disease. Yeah. I mean, plus pets, they let them run outside and inside. They do carry a lot of parasites. So like when I see people letting their dogs lick their face, giardia and all this stuff, and cats, and I look at it and I say, man, that's very unclean. Now, yeah,
Oh no.
people might say, oh, this thing provides, this, and I'm nothing against cats or dogs or birds, but in a way, it's like, I don't think the bird wants to be in a cage, or the fish wants to be in a.
Yeah,
in a
I mean,
tank.
I wasn't talking about it from that perspective. I think that pets can bring a lot of joy to humans. I was more us breeding them into existence when, these beings can't talk to us. They can't tell us what is going on. And I believe that I think a lot of pets are traumatized because they are, a lot of them, very social, and they live in packs, etc., especially dogs. And if you're not able to beat that, they're used to walking around in packs. You know what I mean? And if you're not there all the time, it's not fair. It's just not fair. And also, they're not able to communicate to you that something's wrong. You don't speak dog language. So, we don't know what's going on with them, really. And I was walking past a big, well-known pet store the other day, and I saw a picture of this big, massive, handsome black dude with a golden retriever looking, and he was like looking the golden retriever in the eyes in front of him, and I was thinking, yeah, but what is really going on there? I mean, the dude thinks he's getting something, but he's not getting anything. I mean, the dog is just the dog is just looking at him as the provider, and I really don't know, Chickpea. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's true reciprocation. I don't know if it's fair. We had Life After Abolitionism talking about slavery. I think pets are, or whatever. I don't agree with animal agriculture, obviously, as a vegan, but I think that us breeding animals into existence to be our entertainment, to be pets, is unnecessary and harmful, problematic. But that's not like, I mean, having said that, I mean, I understand animal sanctuaries and looking after pets and looking after animals in that sense. So
Right.
you could say, if I found a fox that had been injured and I brought it in and looked after it in my garden, and then somehow it wouldn't go away from me, I'd form a bond with it, etc., etc. But I wouldn't encourage that fox to breed and then,
Well,
you know,
obviously.
and then I wouldn't look at the pups of that dog and say, "Oh, that one's not good enough. Kill that one.
Yeah, no,
That
obviously.
one's friendly. We'll keep that one. We'll breed the friendly one and
Yeah,
and like
obviously.
neuter all the unfriendly ones."
Yeah.
I just think there's something very wrong with it all. But yeah,
Well, I
sorry,
don't
MD.
breed
That's
them.
what I was getting at, Zombie.
Yeah. Well, I do
don't
think
breed
that
cats. My cats are
like
all
service pet.
unwanted.
like blind eye seeing dogs, that has a purpose. There has been instances of pets saving their owners' lives, like actually, contacting, pressing the button for the police to come or the ambulance. There is a psychic thing that they've done on experiments about like how a pet will run to the window when its owner is about to leave work.
Yeah.
They've done this over and over. So something like that. But I think also what you're saying.
What does that mean? I mean, I like, humans help people on death row who've done terrible things. It doesn't mean we love them.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. But I also think that pets, in a way of like the slavery thing, it's like pets kind of remind me of how much something, I think, unseen keeps us like pets. If you look at how, like in America, there is problems with pets. About 4 million people a year get killed by domesticated dogs, but it's never the dog a problem. It's not talked about. Like when the dogs do these things, they kind of blame the owners. In a way, like I look at it as pets have been protectors, of people's children. I do see that. It's like a double-edged sword, but there's something very odd about like having like the birds and the fish and all of that. I do think that's like a type of slavery. It's like when you look at what they do in zoos, I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, the way that they do
yeah.
conservationship in zoos, man. Poor Marius.
Yeah.
That's all I gotta say. Poor Marius.
Well, in the Bronx Zoo, they used to put a man in there many decades ago, and they had an exhibit with it said the most dangerous animal, and when you looked, it was a mirror. And
Right.
in Belgium, they actually
Yeah, I
you can
saw that.
find-
That was a good one, actually. That was
yeah,
a good.
the young black girl was in a cage. I mean, they've done horrible things to
What?
show us.
Where was that? Sorry.
This was in Belgium. You can find the pictures still. They've always been
Oh, hold on.
Are
trying.
you
Yeah,
talking
I've
about
heard of
human
this.
zoos, or is this like
I've heard of this in like in like ancient times and in like Victorian times, perhaps. Or
Well, this
times
is modern.
preceding
This
that.
is like in the 50s. They had this in the New York. They had
Oh
the
my
World's
God.
Fair where
the human
The
zoos?
freak show.
yeah, the
They used to
human.
have a freak show, didn't they, in America as well? They used to be quite popular, right? People.
Not just the freak show, but they were showing lesser, what they would consider lesser due to the so-called theory, which is
Yep.
not scientific of evolution.
racism.
No.
You know,
No,
they would say, oh, well, these are primitive peoples. And really, when you look at it, they're not really primitive. They're not polluting their environment. They're living with nature. But then they put this theory of evolution in there to say, oh, well, these people aren't as advanced.
Yes.
It's really horrible.
We used to have a racist on this show who used to come on now and again. He used to talk about all that type of shit. And
it's sad.
there was no talking him out of it. He was completely he was completely wedded to it, and I don't know why. I mean, he seemed to think whites were superior.
Well, it's been taught to us. Like when you look at, I've studied science. I've loved science since I was a kid, and I realized that it's not really science. Like when they say, "Oh, we just the term missing link implies that something exists, and it's just missing." The correct word would be a non-existent transitional species. Now, when you say it that way, you say, well, "Wait a minute. So this thing doesn't exist. So why are you saying that we come from this?" The studies about
the transition exists.
No, it doesn't. When they say, we come from apes and then we're 2% similar to a chimp, that was a lie. When you investigate that study, you see it's more like a 15% difference, 10 to 15%. You see somebody is always trying to push that the apes, it leads into the advancement of what would be considered a white person. And when I tell people, not all white people are the same. If you look at a German compared to an Italian or an Irishman, these are very different people. When you look at Russians, Europe itself, just the concept to me is an IQ test. If somebody says, I would ask people, what is a continent? The continuity, it comes from the Latin word continere, to connect. So when they say Europe is a continent, that's to see whether a person is an imbecile or not. To say yes, it's like, no, Europe is Western Asia. Then you have Middle Asia.
Is it not also to do with the way the land masses are formed, and we have the plate tectonics, and there just seems to be certain land masses?
No, Europe and Asia are on the same plate, so that even more so shows how it's a lie. To say it's
is there not? Yeah, you're right. You're right there. The Eurasian kind of
well, again, they try to say Eurasian to put Europe ahead of Asia. So the more
that's a good point. That's a good point.
And this is what breeds the white supremacy.
Well, is it not a case of who says it first, though? I suppose that there's something there. Who
well,
comes
also,
up with
why
it?
can't it
They
just
put their stamp on it?
Yeah. Why can't it be?
What I mean is, it's not like what I'm saying is maybe it's not necessarily malicious.
It is because this is where the maliciousness comes in. Say the Netherlands, England, or the UK, Spain and Portugal, they come over and they did what they did to this land. When somebody says Europeans, it puts people in that had nothing to do with that. Slovenians never came over here and did what Columbus did. People from other Czechoslovakia, which is Czech Republic now, and Slovakia.
I understand.
Croatia. You see, so it lumps people in. The same thing with the black ideology. Oh, it's blacks. Well, Ugandans and
they say African. I know what you're saying. That generalization.
Yes, generalization.
This is the whole binary way of looking at things that is pointless. And in fact, it's so funny because generally in psychiatry, in psychology, they say binary thinking is a sign of mental illness because
psychological splitting.
Yeah, exactly. It's
white supremacy.
But it's funny how we actually do that as in society in certain parts of the way we see the world. And again, I agree. It's harmful, but I suppose in many ways it's reflective of what I view as the psychoarchy, the kind of darker psychologies that are running the shop and how they see things. Maybe we are being imbued with their malformed outlook. You know,
Yeah.
they are viewing it like this, and therefore it trickles down to the rest of us
I don't necessarily think they are viewing it this way. I think they're using it to control us, because if they can keep us at each other's throats, we don't think of what is controlling us, and we see
the
that
whole divide and conquer.
Oh yeah, divide. America. People in America will not say, "Wait a second." Our so-called president, the presiding officer, he sends billions of dollars to Argentina, but yet people need food over here. They'll send hundreds of billions to Ukraine, but yet things need to be addressed in this country. That's why I named my channel American Zombie, because the world does follow mostly what America does, and these people are akin to the zombies in a zombie movie. That's what made, I looked at it and I said, man, you try to have an intelligent conversation with somebody and they're basically zombified, and you have to be careful that they don't infect you. If your mind isn't strong, they'll have you thinking voting actually lets you put the person in power. A person in a political position is just a slave representative. That's all it is. It's like, I don't even think when they say, oh, we won the Revolutionary War. What are you talking about? We speak English. Canada, Australia. I remember when I went to Europe, they said the old joke, you don't become white until you come to America. And if you look up the word white, it's not WHITE, it's WITE, a person censured by the Anglo-Saxon king. And this is why in Europe, now they're saying it, right? But before, people wouldn't say they're white. They would say, I'm Italian, I'm German, I'm Danish,
Yeah, no, you're right. It did only come into the conversation I suppose, when you dealt with America. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I think maybe in Africa as well, they might talk about the white man. I don't know.
Well, they can distinguish, right? They would say Africans are killing other Africans. That somebody that doesn't know the distinction would say look similar to one another, and they would wonder why. And this comes from a type of mental disease, to think that this person is so different that you must attack them. Why? And there's always somebody behind the scene. If I've noticed that, like, look at just what's going on in the difference between England, Scotland, and Ireland. People that are so close together, but yet for some reason, one has to try to subjugate the others and then subjugate the rest of the world, which there's no way that one small country could do that. There's something behind the scenes. If we look at what ran Rome and Egypt and Greece, this seems to be the same thing that has run the world today. Like, I think Alan Watts said, Britain is the nucleus that is used to run the rest of the world.
David Icke talks about this sort of thing. That there's something behind this. There's something behind the scenes.
Yes.
Guys, anybody want to come on, please do. The link is in the chat. I am going to make myself a cup of red bush tea, but guys, keep talking. It's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad you're having this conversation. That's what made me partake in it. And, I was born in America, in New York particular, and I do have relatives from England and also from other parts of the country in America. So what I did notice is that it's becoming very hard to have a conversation that's open-minded with people. There was a brain surgeon, a retired one in the south part of America, where he said there are more people with lower IQ and lesser people with higher IQ. And then there's a group in the middle.
Is happening. That's happening.
Yes. And it's been happening for over the last 2 decades, because I have the video when he did the interview.
About it, yeah,
17 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's very it's very in a way frightening. Like in a zombie movie, you wouldn't look to save a zombie, you would look to find other survivors. And even within those survivors, somebody's going to turn on you. So this is serious, because now we're in a point where teenagers don't even know how to write cursive now in
I
America.
know, yeah. In America, they're bad, aren't they? Really bad.
Oh, we are
Well,
the
it makes
American
sense. The
zombie.
teachers don't know cursive, and they don't know how to teach the kids cursive. So how does the kid know cursive when the teacher doesn't?
Yeah. And then looking at the
Fuck.
whole model of schooling based on the Prussian model school system, the only two countries that really base it like that is America and Japan. And if you look at Japan, they have the highest rate of high school teenagers ending themselves.
Right?
It's Robot City, basically, with the
Oh, the
people.
mental illness over there is insane. The levels of hikikomoris rising over there. It's absolutely absurd.
Yes. So it's like something is running everything. And these little things called countries are like an illusion, because I saw that when this rollout happened 5 years ago, where they said, oh, everybody must take this magic potion for this thing that doesn't give any symptoms. I'll keep it in a way where it's safe for the censors. And all the countries were on board. There wasn't no different countries at that point. The only three countries, the main countries in Africa that said no, those leaders don't exist anymore. Right? Isn't that a coincidence? So there's something so malicious behind the scene. It reminds me as if we're being bred like if we're farm animals.
Yeah, you see, this is I keep saying to D&W, there's something very weird going on this planet. Really strange.
Oh, well, COVID was full of necropolitics, like
Right.
fucking in America, you could only get, vaccines that were FDA approved. You can't get any of these European vaccines, can't get any vaccine from any other country in the world. It doesn't matter if your doctor is saying that this is what you need, you have these problems and you can only use these ones, nope. You're going to get fired because you can't get the vaccine because, you're allergic to this shit and your doctor says you need this stuff and you're not allowed to take it because the FDA and all this fucked up bureaucracy and capitalism. The FDA is fucking horrendously corrupt and greedy. It's insane.
I'll tell you another story, American Zombie. Do you know during the Second World War, Britain was at war with Germany, but Britain had a German admiral of the fleet and a German field marshal. And in Holland they had this great famine. This great famine wasn't caused by the Germans, it was caused by the English. I tell you, the Second World War, the corruption is just incredible.
Yes, it's
very really weird story.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look at the amount of people Churchill starved in India.
Yeah.
Nobody talks about the Victorian Holocaust and the decadence, right?
Yeah, it's a real horror story.
Yeah, tens of millions of people were dying over there. And it's horrible to see schools basically in America were meant to create the person into a factory worker.
Yeah, well, that's what schooling's for. Yeah, they do the same over here.
Yeah, it's horrible. If I didn't educate myself,
I thought everybody knew that. That's why I was sent to state.
That is the Prussian model you were talking about, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah,
the thing that gets me about World War II is how, all these first world countries, used legal semantics to violate international law and the Geneva Convention. Let's just label these people disarmed enemy forces, and so we can, violate international law and the Geneva Convention. And then, here we're living in 2025, we got Guantanamo Bay, and now we got unlawful combatants. It's the exact same fucking repetition of, unethical legal semantic bullshit to keep these fucking, hierarchies and powers at play. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, if you look like what you were saying about the COVID, isn't it odd to say, okay, there's a sickness and the symptoms are no symptoms? I mean, that's an IQ test right there. To see
for real.
Is stupid enough.
You got sniffles. It's a symptom.
Yeah,
allergies
now you
don't
have to
exist in this planet anymore. It must be COVID.
and then you must take this experimental thing that we made that hasn't been tested. That seems to be who knows? Some people say a tracking device. Some people say to alter the DNA.
Tracking device.
Yes, so many theories that just the censorship alone.
I do think COVID exists. Are you saying COVID doesn't?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but when somebody tells me that that this thing exists, but it shows no symptoms. It's saying, well, wait a second now. You would have some symptoms, and
no. That is no. Look, with respect, there are people can be asymptomatic with various diseases. Their immune system doesn't respond to them. They it doesn't make them ill. Okay. But other people might get ill from them. That happens
I don't think
quite
that's
a
what he
lot.
was getting at.
There's people carrying herpes who don't get cold sores, and then there's people that do get it.
Oh,
You know
but
what I
they
mean?
die out after a while, D&W.
Well,
When
I'm
you
just
feed your
saying it
body
is
for a
true
certain
that.
amount of
Sorry,
time, it
did I
dies
get it
off.
wrong? I'm just saying there are sometimes people have no symptoms.
would that be as bad? Would that be a worldwide epidemic? Like, oh my goodness, this thing is so dangerous that we have to shut down businesses but funny enough, the McDonald's and the liquor stores were open in America.
Oh yeah,
Doctors,
essential
dentists,
businesses.
yeah, so you have to, yeah, I think, and I think again, it was testing the intelligence to say, okay, let's see how far we can go.
Totally. Oh yeah,
And
it was to test the permeability of how much give and take do we have toward the boot. How
yeah,
much pressure can the boot press on us before we snap? And they
yeah,
found out that quite a lot of pressure.
oh yeah, oh yeah. It's horrible what happened. Doctors and nurses were leaving hospitals, I remember, and now magically enough, you don't need to have the jab to work at these places. It was horrible. And then they say they're trying to help you. Well, then why don't you give out insulin for free? Why don't you give
No shit.
medical
For
in
reals.
America in the 1900s? The reason that they didn't want to give free health care is because they were afraid too many black people would use it. It's horrific when you think of the way they turn one human against the other. And only a few of us, the survivors in what I would call the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead, can see through this illusion. And it seems almost futile when I look at it.
It's Plato's cave, You're trying to bring people out of the cave and teach them the fucking truth, and they're gonna fucking just slap you and fucking scream at you and fucking scream bloody murder.
Yeah. And they'll tell you, hey, don't worry, just vote harder the next time. That person, the slave representative, will fix it. And I've told people I have not seen taxes or pollution gone down since I was born. So it really, it's a sad state of affair. It really is when I think about it.
Marcus, 100% lizards.
Yeah, I mean, it just, and anything,
Oh
I've heard
gosh.
theories of World War II being fought or created to destroy artifacts of the old world, of say older stuff that might tell us, wait a minute, this forward progress that they called the best thing in history didn't come in the way that they're saying. In America, they found many things in the Grand Canyon. There's places you can't go to.
Right?
Because,
No, they have black helicopters flying over the Grand Canyon if you try to enter some areas.
yes. So that should raise an eye. The
Oh, yeah.
censorship during the COVID thing, just the censorship alone would make a thinking person say, wait a second, why are you not letting these doctors and nurses speak out against the problems of what you're trying to implement here? No, they were censored. 200,000 or more profiles on Facebook were deleted, and now they're saying they did it wrongly and trying to apologize. But the agenda, it served the agenda that they wanted, was to silence people who went against the agenda of injecting people. If you look at the history of vaccinations in America, it's very fraudulent in many ways. If you look at it, I'm not going to say it is, because according to the guidelines, I want to keep it safe. Because the censorship is still there. It's still lurking. That in America, I think it was during World War II, they imprisoned people for saying that we shouldn't be at war. In Montana, right. People did years of incarceration during that, just to say we shouldn't have war, we should have peace. And anybody could look this up. The experiments that they did on pilots during Tuskegee, injecting these men with syphilis and watching the reactions. When they say, oh, they did that experiment. I ask people, do you think they ever stopped?
Oh
Where
no, they
the
did so much more than most people are aware of. You know how many radioactive compounds they've injected in mentally ill children? Kids with Down syndrome, severe autism. Like they have irradiated so many American children. It's not even funny.
Yeah, even the I think it was called thallium. It's a
Warning.
others, and the children were being born with deformed
Warning.
limbs. And it's horrible. It was horrible when you think about that. And all is forgiven. Hey, it was a company. You look at the Teflon problem with the PFAS chemical, the forever chemicals, but magically it's not a problem. And something else seems to have created humanity and administered civilization. I mean, I don't even think there is a civilization. To treat people with civility is with compassion, right? And caring. We don't see that in any of these countries that call themselves civil. All we see is a barbaric, just it's tyranny with technology. Technology does not indicate somebody is civilized. It just indicates that they have something that's advanced as far as some type of weapon or a way of doing something. But the Romans had sewage. The Indians had sewage, the ancient Indus Valley. This is why they ban a lot of underwater exploration. In Brazil, they said they found a few Roman ships, and magically, you can't dive in that area anymore. The same thing with India. They found what appeared to be a sunken city off the coast of Mohenjo-daro. But again, you can't dive there now. But radar and other things show this. So to know our history is the first thing. They want to disconnect that, to say there was I remember seeing a lady scientist that talked about Britain was connected to the mainland of Europe there. I forgot. I think it was called Doggerland or something like that. And this is when the water levels were much
Denmark and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at that, so that was connected. So everything was connected there when the water levels were lower. So again, there must be an immense amount of underwater artifacts and possibly even settlements, but they don't.
But nothing to the degree of anything spectacular in terms of civilization.
That's where I think we're wrong. Because
that's sort of interesting you mentioned that, the underwater things in particular, because that's sort of like, I know that they're building more and more underground underwater complexes for scientific experiments and all this and that. But you can't fucking find a list of all of them, but they're making them more and more and more. But there's only like a list online of like 3 of them. You could barely find any of them.
Yeah. Look at the Antikythera device that was found.
Oh yeah, the ancient computer.
It's an ancient computer. So it's showing us that you can't develop that level of ancient computer without predecessors, which seems to have come from some type of hidden knowledge that could have been a civilization.
Are you a fan of Graham Hancock?
I've read his books. I've read Fingerprints of the Gods, the Mars. Funny enough, the Mars mystery, he doesn't talk about that, but when I think he might be on the evolution wagon. I'm not sure. He's done okay work on saying, okay, there is definitely evidence for a high-tech ancient civilization. But what he doesn't address is the lies throughout evolution. And he doesn't address the fact that, again, why is it that somebody's telling me to look into outer space and that they've documented to the beginning of time, but yet we've only explored 5% of the Earth's oceans? What is hiding under the oceans that they don't want us to know? And they say, look in the sky. Don't look over here. So this is just common sense that is not common anymore. The average person does not have the mind power or the inquisitiveness to even ask these questions. If you can dumb people down to where they won't even think to formulate the question, they've basically won.
But that's what I was talking about earlier, because Aristotle calls these people natural slaves. They're dispositioned to be slaves. And so because they are slaves and we live in a democratic society, it forces all of us to be enslaved.
Well, democracy itself, from Democritus, right? The guy who said, look, you see all these slaves out here that are picking up these rocks? I'm going to make them work twice as hard. And the rulers said, okay, show me. He said, okay, hey, everybody is free right now. And for every rock you bring up, you'll get a coin. So now they work twice as hard. But they walk around and they say, okay, the tent you're in, you have to pay for that now. The food we bring you, you have to pay for that. The doctor that comes to see you for the injuries you obtained during the mining process, you have to pay for that. And guess what? You get to choose who is in charge because you're free now. Meanwhile, it's still a form of slavery. Democracy is an ingenious way to enslave people. It is basically dictatorship in disguise.
Yeah, I keep telling them that.
I want to get your opinion on this earlier because we were talking about slavery and I was getting pushback for using the word slavery. I mean, do you think that is accurate to call this predicament slavery?
Well, I think that is accurate, but what's inaccurate is saying that Plato is saying that there's natural slaves. Because if you look at people, it's just a matter of saying, look, this person doesn't know. It's like, okay, look at the slavery in America.
Right? It's
When you
more the
make it
nurture than the
illegal,
nature.
yeah, when you make it illegal for a person to read, right? Well, what do you expect? You know, now it's easy to call them a slave, but to
Right.
see the drive of certain Americans who were considered African Americans, we're still not even sure if that term is correct. Create inventions. I tell people, I say, okay, look at Australia, the person that helped reinvent basically the helicopter. He was an Aborigine. So how can they tell me that this person from a primitive tribe helped the Westerners there create the helicopter? Why wouldn't it just be somebody from the Westerners, a poor person from a poor area? No, you have somebody from such a situation. It's as if they were living off the land for 10,000 years after some sort of cataclysm, similar to what Graham Hancock was saying. But I think it goes way further than that. I think he might even be a pawn in the game, because they have to be careful. If they say the wrong thing, they get canceled. They look at Plato and Aristotle and Hippocrates if they were the smartest men in the world, when of course they weren't. And nobody talks about Galen, the other physician that was second, or so-called second, to Hippocrates, to other ones that we don't know about. Imhotep from Egypt, and Egypt wasn't even called Egypt; it was Kemet. And then you say, wow, that's funny, because the word chemistry and other words, chemical and stuff like that, would make sense.
Alchemical. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So why do they change the names of everything? Why is there places in America called Babylon and Cyprus and, renamed stuff from over here? It's very odd when I look at this, and there's not many people to talk about it because we've been so brainwashed and conditioned through schooling to think that. I'm not saying Plato wasn't a smart guy, but they don't talk about Plato when he talks about Atlantis or his uncle Solon. Right?
For reals.
You've come
that was
on
a good
here
point
and exploded with lots of opinions here, MD. Thank you for that. But what is going on? I will ask you that question. That question often gets asked here. What is going on?
There's something behind the scenes that seems to have created us, or that has surfaced to where it's in control of the human colony. If you look at humans, we're very close to an ant colony or a termite colony, right? And this thing, right? I don't know if it's something that looks like humans that allows itself to control us easier. Because if we look at ant colonies, there are spiders that mimic the ants and they pick off the ants at will. There are crickets that mimic ants that hide within the ant colony from the ants. There are praying mantises at the young stages, looks like an ant to protect itself from being attacked. And then when it reaches adulthood, it's strong enough to defend itself, and it goes and lives its life and repeats the cycle. There are mushroom funguses that infect the minds of animals.
The cordyceps, man. Those fucking zombie funguses, man.
So
they'll fucking get those ants crawling up to the top of the fucking plants so they can fall off and spread the spores everywhere. It's crazy.
And even deeper, there's some plants that the ant crawls up on where it tells it to latch on to the point in the plant that has the right temperature for this cycle to repeat. So this fungus is extremely smart and it controls the body. Why couldn't there be something like that controlling humans? And the other humans are saying, well, okay, I'll just follow this person, not even knowing that this is a human that's been infected to control the human colony. And any human that tries to go and live in the woods or, be self-autonomous, they hunt them down like Frankenstein with torches across the town. I mean, look at the witches.
Man, this is like a Gnostic mystic version of The Last of Us.
Yeah,
But that's what I was talking about earlier, though. I'm not okay. By the way, I'm black myself. My ancestors were slaves, so I'm not sure if you caught that. But what I said was not about black people. I'm talking about people in general that they're not exposed to.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. I'm of mixed origin, and when I look at that, I'm just saying it diminishes anybody. Is to say, wait a second, this person is a slow starter, and immediately that thinking would deem them to be a slave. Meanwhile, if somebody would just nurture them and say, look, this is what the world is about. That person could probably be, and we've seen it happen in American slavery, an inventor that invents something beyond anybody who was a fast starter in life. So the thing of saying somebody is born a slave is kind of keeping that down. It's to say, no, don't give anyone a chance. If they can't show us this, we're not going to, we're just going to deem them a slave. We're going to say slaves were born. Slaves are made.
That's not meant, though. What I meant is that they want to be because it makes them feel safe. Like they're not. Most people are not rebels. Most people are not going to stand up to authority. They don't question it. They're not even being forced to do what they do. They actively support this system. So that's what they're inclined to do. I mean,
yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Somebody says that I keep mentioning evolution and that even though I'm not on board with it, what's my stance? It's not that I'm not on board. When people would tell me, oh, well, what do you think? I said, well, I think from studying science, when you look at evolution, it was created for one, it creates race. There was no creation of the racial category. That chart that they show us going from a chimpanzee to a fully walking human. The human at the front is always a white human. So that instills a sort of white supremacy. It says that people that are shorter and darker are not human. And in the early 1800s, 1900s, if they asked for the missing link, they would point to other people with darker colors, people with different features. They called, I think it was an Anglican priest from England, Charles Kingsley. He called the Irish white chimpanzees. And he said that it wouldn't hurt him as much if their skin was dark like the Africans. He said, but no, their skins are white just like theirs. And this prejudice has been pushed unscientifically. So when I look at just the simple cell, if anybody knows math, it debunks evolution. If you say, okay, nothing is impossible, but things are improbable. So if you took a pair of dice and you said, okay, I have to roll a 7, but I have to roll a 7 10,000 times in a row. It's not impossible, but it's very improbable. Now, if I tighten the parameters and say you can't get a 6 and a 1 or a 5 and a 2, you must throw a 4 and a 3. Now the chances become very, very slim. These chances are just as slim for a cell to form by chance. You'd need lipids, you'd need carbohydrates, you would need a nucleus. How is this formed? But magically it's science? That's not science.
You see, MD, just because it's unlikely doesn't mean it couldn't happen. But one thing I will say is I think you are allowing the kind of racist propaganda to, if you like, infect your view of evolution, because just because you've seen a few pictures with, say, a white man at the front of evolution doesn't really mean anything when you analyze it. Because firstly, evolution isn't actually saying that evolution is good. Okay. Just because someone survives doesn't mean they're morally good, doesn't mean they're intellectually good, doesn't mean they're physically good, as in like strong, stronger than others. Doesn't mean they haven't got a disease, etc. So,
No, you're right about
yeah.
that.
So what I'm saying is, I think you're mixing up
No,
propagandizing
I'm not.
of evolution with the actual concept of evolution, or
Okay,
theory of evolution.
I'll explain. When I mentioned the missing link, that's like me saying you're a criminal, you committed a crime, but you haven't committed a crime. And I say, no, the evidence is just missing. Don't worry, we'll find it, imprison him now. Right. So, and I'm not a creationist as well as far as religion, but if you look at the structure scientifically, right, you will find that there are lies. Scientists have been suppressed to push the theory of evolution. Remember, it's called a theory, which is really more like a hypothesis, because as we start to find out the frauds, like Ernst Haeckel, he was expelled from his own university for making forgeries of what microorganisms.
They've kind of, with respect, MD, I'm going to stop you for one moment just to tell you something. You probably know this already, but in laboratory settings, they've kind of shown evolution happens. They've basically used bacteria. Okay,
E. coli, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'll explain the experiment.
But basically, they've worked with microbial life.
I'll show you how they lie.
They've edited it, etc., and they've watched what flourishes, etc., etc.
Okay, I'll show you how they lie.
They're able to see natural selection at work.
No, this is not natural selection. This is called adaptation. And when people change the meaning of words, that's how you can control people. Like Confucius said, if you take over a country, what's the first thing you would do?
Well, it wouldn't be natural selection in a microbial, because there's no.
No, it's not. That's why I said it's not.
What I mean
natural selection is a lie.
What I mean is they're able to see the traits.
Yeah, that's that Darwinian.
The traits that allow for survivability.
Well, it's called adaptation. This is the thing,
and they're able to see after a few generations those traits being in the being the most popular ones.
I think,
and they're actually able to see, because this is able to happen very fast. So they're actually literally able to see break-offs where the one generation of bacteria is unlike anything that they started with. So
no,
new speciation. They're able to see that in laboratory settings.
If you look at the laboratory experiments that they performed on the E. coli, which they try to say is the longest running experiment on evolution, right? It is E. coli that has adapted into different parameters, right? But it's still E. coli. It did not even change into another type of bacteria. So the whole thing of one life form changing into a totally different life form, that has never been proven. And there has been a lie and many lies that try to push it, to say, look, this thing has changed so many times. And I think it's about 80,000 generations, because bacteria produce very rapidly. So when you look at the E. coli experiment and you see, again, this is the messiah of the evolutionist religion, because evolution is a religion. Charles Darwin is the Pope. Yep. The Museum of Natural History is the cathedral. The high priest is Richard Dawkins and Neil deGrasse Tyson and Michio Kaku.
Big time.
Right? So, and then the Messiah that's always coming is the missing link. Evolution, when I look at it, I want to see a sign.
Again, MD, I think, with respect, I think you're getting swept up with the rhetoric of people who are propagandizing evolution.
I'm doing science.
Hold on a second. I would say eminent kind of people in terms of human evolution, scientists, they're not looking for a specific missing link. They know it's a gradual process. There isn't one entity that suddenly changed everything. It's a very gradual, piece by piece slippage from one species to another.
I never see evolutionists have that level of nuance. That may be the case, but I've never seen it.
They talk about it all the time. Like, for example, there are
I always see that psychological splitting. Each one is a distinct species.
Well, this is how they keep the lie going. They say, don't worry, take the crap today, so tomorrow we'll find the truth. And when you look at in between waiting for that truth, they keep putting out frauds that keep getting exposed as fraud. So that should make us have an alarm raised and say, wait a second, if you're trying to prove something scientifically, why are all these frauds pushing toward, look, you see, this bird turned into a reptile, and funny enough, or this reptile turned into a bird, they find out the fossil was fraudulently produced. And if they say the slow form, why is it that the bacteria change so quickly in adaptation, which again, they try to say, oh no, that's...
Hold on, I want to go back to basics here.
Mhm.
Do you believe in natural selection?
No, natural selection is called adaptation. Again, they're using a word to explain something and say, well, let's call it natural selection so we can push our religion further. If you look at evolution and atheism...
So what? Hold on a second. You literally... Have you looked at life on this planet? Have you ever studied how, you know, these cells popped up in these mid-oceanic volcanic rifts in the sea, and there was
You
just
mean
the
creatures on the deep sea vents? Are you talking about
talking
that?
about our
Talk
kind
about
of
like anaerobic bacteria,
the universal common ancestor, the first universal common
Well, that's
ancestor.
the thing. What is the name of that common ancestor? You see?
It's some kind of cell. I don't know.
No. There is no name. It's again a lie. It's somebody telling me, don't worry, I'm gonna predict that there's a common ancestor. It's never been found.
Have you seen how flowering plants came relatively late in terms of the evolution of life on the planet, and prior to that, there wasn't flowering.
No.
It was
the whole fossil record and the dating system. When I studied that, right? When you see the way they date something, it is so incorrectly done that you can't believe most of the
dates. You think carbon dating is something that can't be trusted?
Exactly. And then also, if you look at experiments in stratification, when floods go through certain areas, the sand will settle in certain layers that look just like what they tell us takes millions of years. Proof of this was when Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980. Within days, a canyon was carved out with layers. Now, if an evolutionist would have saw that, they would have said, you see this layer? It's millions of years older than the layer above it. Now we see that that's a lie.
I think they would have seen the... I think they would have, depending on the scientist, obviously, I think they might have analyzed the sediment and been able to carbon date it, but also they would have been able to see that, wow, there's this similar sediment that appears in a layer that is very deep. They probably would have surmised there might have been some kind of flash flood.
Scientists have done that, and those scientists aren't employed in the university anymore.
Well, they may have made mistakes. They may have made mistakes. They may have
No, it's not making a mistake. It's somebody saying, look, biologists are finding things like just...
Do you believe in animal husbandry?
Okay, let me explain. How do you believe that?
Hold on a second. It is kind of related because farmers for centuries, they talked about the agricultural revolution in the, was it early 19th century, late 18th century, or whatever. But they knew this for years. They were able to see that if we breed certain traits, they'll come out in the next generation, or more likely to come out in the next generation. And those traits were favorable to the farmer because it gave them more ounce for the feed.
But it has a limit. It has a limit. No matter how much you breed,
it has a limit. It only has a limit because there's no adaptations, there's no mutations happening that are showing.
Even if there are, a sheep will never turn into a goat.
Yeah, there's still a ceiling height
to a cow. You see, the people in the chat that are evolution religion.
Do you believe that whales were once kind of cow-like creatures?
That is ridiculous because the pelvic bone that they try to say is floating is required for the birthing process of whales. Again, another lie that they try to tell me. Oh, well, this bone is
just happened yesterday. I agree. Evolution works on scales we can't comprehend. It's like,
and that's the lie.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. We don't understand time.
That's the lie. You think that's the lie? I mean, how long do you think we've been here?
All right,
this is a good question. How long have we been here?
Okay, DNW. If I keep telling you, if I keep saying you're a criminal and you're 18 and you commit a crime, and we're keeping you incarcerated, and you're 40 years old now, and we're saying, no, don't worry, we're going to find the missing evidence. That's evolution, keeping people's minds in a prison to say, don't worry, millions of years, we're never going to find it when you're alive because we're using it to keep you enslaved. This is what pushed the
So
world.
what's the alternative, MD? I mean, there's no evidence of a creator or anything else. So what's the alternative hypothesis that you're putting forward? Because I haven't heard anything with an evidential basis.
I'll show you evidence right now. Something as simple as a spoon, not even a mechanical item, cannot form by natural forces. But you expect me to believe an organism that has intrinsic, like unbelievable mechanisms in it, forms by chance? So a bicycle, a mechanical thing, can't even form by chance. But they want me to believe something.
Is there not? All right, can I stop you for a second? I'll stop you for a second. Right, I see what you're doing here. But is there not a great difference between an inanimate object, okay, that's mechanical or that's a tool, and biological life?
Oh, very, very different, but similar in the same way. When you look at
and do you not recognize? Hold on a second. Do you not recognize that they are different? So you've admitted that.
To an
do you not recognize? Right? Do you not hold on a second, brother? Do you not recognize that many animals, including humans, obviously, use and create tools?
Yes, there are many animals that create tools. Many.
Exactly. So why is it so strange to think that life itself could create things?
Because that.
But also, life. That doesn't say that life needs to have been created by something.
Well, if you
it could have been a phenomenon a phenomenon that came into existence somehow or other. Okay. Now it just so happened that evolved to be able to create things. Now it wasn't always able to do that, was it, MD?
Well, let me put it this way. To think that something like a mechanical apparatus, which is more simple than a living organism, right? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. So to think that something simpler than a living organism cannot form by chance, and to tell me that something that is much more complex than that requires many other things, can form by chance, is kind of like backwards thinking. And this is why, see, we're related to the banana because we can eat the banana. Because if we didn't have certain genes that the banana has, we wouldn't be able to digest it. That's
maybe it's got organic matter. It's made of organic matter. We need organic matter.
Tell me that it evolved.
Meanwhile, I'm thinking somewhere there's some self-replicating machines out there going, isn't it an absurd
we're
thing
related
to
to all life on the planet. We're related to all life on the planet. Doesn't mean we can breed with it. It means that we had a common ancestor. That's all it means.
So you're telling me the banana and us have a common ancestor?
Yeah, we dive.
Okay, please tell me the name.
Plants went one way, fauna went another way.
Okay, please tell me the name of that ancestor.
Oh, that tree of life shit.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what his name was. I don't give a shit.
No. If you can't tell me the name, then it is not a scientific fact. And
well, I'll look it up if you want to. I can. I'm sure I can look up like what.
Go ahead, look it up. I'll give you as much time as you want. You're not going to find it.
Well, I know that they call it the universal common ancestor or something like that.
There is no universal common ancestor because it's a lie. It's them saying, "Look, you asked earlier why
does it need a name? Why do we need to give it a name? Why can't we accept that there was this thing
that it exists?" That's
have you studied botany? Have you looked at plants and the way? Well, have you looked at the way plants can form hybrids and they can that they breed with each other and people are making new versions of plants?
But
and
people do you understand what you're saying? There's a hand.
Yeah, but can you not understand that? Hold on a second. Can you not understand that humans are part of nature? Yeah, but nature is doing that in other ways too.
How do we know that?
Not just human caused nature.
How do we know?
It's physical nature. It's other animals. But by the way, other animals do it to other animals. There's bloody animals that have. If we want to use life abolitionism's phraseology, there's other animals that have enslaved other animals. Like there's ants, I believe, that have enslaved aphids to make some kind of fucking.
No, that's not enslavement. That's called a symbiotic relationship because the aphids provide a dew for the ant, and in turn, the ant basically farms.
There you go. Yeah, it's a symbiotic relationship.
You see what I'm saying? Slavery is incorrect to label that. And this is where science.
Tell that to the slaves. Tell the slaves they were having a symbiotic relationship.
Telling me,
I'm joking.
Okay. But this is where I'm saying, if we really use science, right? Matter of fact, it was an Englishman, I think, that wrote the book Shattering the Myths of Darwinism. And Lucy is a lie too, because Lucy was not found with hands or feet, yet they put that in the model. The eyes, the sclera of the eye, they put that in there when there were no eyes found. If you look at chimps and gorillas, they don't have whites of the eyes like humans. So the lies, and then they have
you see, even that they say blue eyes only came into existence. I don't know about. I've heard different. It's between 10 and 6,000 years ago.
All right, please tell me, how do we know this? What fossil?
Well,
so now they can tell eye color from a fossil, from a rock. You see what I'm saying?
I believe it's got something to, like, I can't remember what exactly it is, but it's got
I'm
something
just asking
to do.
you to think and question what the same people that are controlling us. I'm asking you to question.
Got something to do with the gene for
Why
the blue eye. Okay, the gene they might have. Listen for a second. Now, you will have DNA, obviously, and your genes will be apparent in that DNA. Now, people with blue eyes, they get their DNA tested and they're able to see the genes that cause blue eyes. Now, it may be that they found human remains that have the DNA that shows they could have had blue eyes or would have had blue eyes. They were carrying the genes for blue eyes. It doesn't literally show
can I
blue eyes. It just shows the DNA.
Three things you said.
Remnant DNA that allowed it.
Three things you said: maybe, could have, and should have. Those are.
But I think that's how they did it.
No, that's not science.
They have
when
found.
You say maybe they could have, should have.
They can get DNA from bone. They can get DNA from fucking hair.
They can't tell you DNA that you had blue eyes from DNA from a bone.
Sorry,
they can't tell you that. If you
well,
look at
they know better than me. I don't know, but they have found people.
I'll give you another
people buried in permafrost. They found people in
boglands.
I'll
give you a more modern instance of the German scientists in Germany, from the one who said Neanderthals, right? From Neander Valley in Germany. He was caught, and it was the English that tested the bones. And this guy made up a whole thing about Neanderthals, put it in the museums and everything. When they tested the bones, they found out it was regular humans, not more than 3,000 to 7,000 years old. So now the damage that was done from what he did, saying, hey, look, these are Neanderthals. These are.
How did they test the bones, and what did they use to test it? Was it carbon dating?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You've
already said you don't accept carbon dating. So why are you using it as the basis for supporting your argument?
All right, I'll explain this to you. If you know about carbon dating, when you do it, right, it can give you an in the ballpark figure, but you also have to account for the strata it was in. You have to you do deny that evolution is a fraud because you sit here and say the frauds don't matter and that evolution still exists. You never question the theory.
No, I think what people are saying is, we know, humans being humans, there's going to be people who lie for narcissistic reasons to get some kind of academic prestige. And they're going to come up with something to either get money or prestige. We know that. And there's also going to be people who lie because they have some kind of racist or ideology or other malevolent intent.
So they couldn't have done
there are going to be people who lie about the issue. Doesn't mean the issue isn't true.
So they couldn't have done that to create the theory. The liars couldn't have created the theory, right?
Look, I'm going to be honest. A liar could create a theory.
Yes or no answer.
Well, they could have, but it doesn't mean it's necessarily wrong.
Okay, so
it could be that people. I don't know enough about Charles Darwin, but he could have been a rampant racist for all I know. He could have stumbled across something that was true, but not. If you analyze it enough, it's not necessarily a racist ideology.
All right, if he was right, then that would show a motive for creating the lie of evolution, and then
it doesn't actually. But it doesn't prove. Hold on a second. It might show. It might show the motive. Okay,
and then
but you can disentangle yourself from the motive and ask yourself: is what was discovered true? And also, you can disentangle yourself from the racism and say, actually, it's not racist.
Okay, let's say it's not racism. Let's say it's just for prestige, right? Why couldn't the people that created that say, hey, you know what? We're going to do it for that. Like you said, prestige and to have acknowledgments. And now, funny enough, anybody who disagrees, like a religion, if they disagree with it, they're bad, they're wrong, they don't believe. Evolution is based on a belief, just like any other religion. It is the religion of the atheist who says nothing created something. Now we know you cannot get something from nothing.
Can I just stop you for a second? Can I just stop you? I am agnostic, all right. I'm not an atheist, but you could also you could be a creationist who believes in evolution. You could say evolution happened because God willed it to be. You know, I'm just saying it's not necessary. I want to say it's not necessarily
No,
atheist.
that's an oxymoron. I've met Christians who believe in evolution. Then it's so idiotic when I try to tell them, okay, so you're telling me now that your magical theory now is that your specific religion, right? Everything is right with that, but just to appease the evolutionists, that whatever they worship as a deity created a planet, and then the planet evolved into what we see. It's beyond ridiculous.
There could be. Look, MD. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just speculating. I'm giving you a reason people might have. Now, they might say that God, in its divine plan, created the life on planet Earth, knowing that evolution would happen for some divine purpose that we can't understand. But it could be to put us through the mill, to make us suffer, to make life go on this journey, this driven journey that's innately driven. Okay, the DNA molecule gaming us and making us drive into the future with all our different imperatives. Now, it could be that God knew that was going to happen.
So you believe in a God?
It could be that. No, I'm saying I'm providing an argument that people could have, and while still supporting evolution and a creator. I'm not saying otherwise, but you seem to
think it's more of a paradox than oxymoron.
You seem to think that believing in evolution inherently disconnects someone from being a believer in God, and I don't know.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying. What I'm saying is believing is not science. That's what I'm saying. Believing in evolution is not science. Believing in a religion is not science. Now, with a religion, at least they're saying it's a belief. Evolution is such a lie that they'll say, no, it's not a belief, it's science. But yet you believe it.
Science is a belief.
Exactly. And it's so... The American zombie, the reason my channel is named that is because people are so zombified. I have not seen people more zombified than an evolutionist. At least a religious person might be open to say, you know what, they might be wrong on some things. Right. Not evolutionists. It will be lie
it's got a basis
after lie
in argumentation, and it's got a basis and attempt in argumentation and evidence, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, and by any stretch of the imagination.
Can you say that it's a lie?
But you know, you have the basis of trying to show something by demonstrate something. With,
okay, look at.
I think it's more of a delusion
with your debate and argumentation.
Okay, how about COVID?
That's
right?
Fair enough.
Didn't they say trust the science?
I'm not overly enamored with what you're saying.
No, but didn't they say trust the science, which was a lie, right? It wasn't science. They were saying,
of course. Look, this is it. Right? With respect, you seem to have this view that you have to accept people who read science, like study science, have to accept everything in science. Of course, you can't accept everything in science all of the time. It's created by humans. Because humans lie sometimes. They use it because it's a tool that humans use to mold the world. Right? And they may. Do you know that a lot of academic papers are funded by corporations, etc.? So clearly, you can't always study. You can't always trust science. You have to do your own reasoning.
If you use the scientific method, you can detect the lie. There were biologists that found things like, all right, the blood clotting pattern. How is something, if you don't have the 12 major factors for blood clotting, you'll bleed to death. That cannot evolve by chance. You see, and this person doesn't understand what science is, because if you understand science, right, that disproves evolution. To say blood clotting cannot evolve. I'm saying that I employ the scientific method to find the truth. Now, in that pursuit, you might not find the truth, but
Do you accept though that there's a hell of a lot of chance?
Let me finish the thought. Let me finish.
Okay.
What becomes more important than finding the truth is dispelling the lie. Losing an illusion will make you smarter than just gaining a simple truth, because you're saying, hey, you know what? I believe this my whole life, and it's not true. And when I try to publish something on it, matter of fact, they censor it. This is why Richard Milton, a member of Mensa, the Genius Institute, had to publish Shattering the Myths of Darwinism. And when he published that, he said he did it because the biologists that work in these fields couldn't publish it because they wouldn't let them work at their places of university and laboratories. You see, so when you see this type of censorship of anybody that questions evolution, you see the problem. And you're
part of Mensa.
You're not being
censorship.
You're not being censored. You're free to speak. And by the way, I live in the UK where people are free to speak about whatever they want in this regard. Now, and so do you. You have the right. You have the freedom of expression.
Well, I heard the UK, you can't criticize certain things, right?
Well, it depends on what they are. I mean,
can you criticize Islam?
Yeah, you can. You can if you do it in
the correct way. Can you criticize Zionism over there without having mass arrests of hundreds of people?
If you do it in the correct way, if you do it in the correct way, you just basically, of course, but you basically, the rule is don't be a moron. Be careful how you say things.
No, that's censorship. So that's saying you can't say it. You can't say it the way you want to say it. That's censorship.
Right. Okay. Yes, we do have. We have. I would agree. We have a degree of censorship.
Okay. So what you said before about the UK is a place where you can say what you want is not correct, right?
Well, I think the problem is people don't realize they're free to say it. It's just how they say
but it's a yes or
it.
no
You can
answer.
say a lot. You can say a lot if you say it.
No, but you can't say it has a level of censorship. You can't say what you want. It's like in America, freedom of speech. Just watch what you say. Is that really freedom of speech?
Well, is it more a case, an argument
for yes
civility,
or no? You see, if we don't stick to yes or no, we're not going to go forward.
Is it not a case?
Why does everybody have to take free speech to absolutionist levels? Why can't we just get philosophical?
Do we not need a? Is it not nice to try and live in a good society? Is it not nice to try? Oh, here we go. Bullshit! You can't criticize Islam here in the UK. There you go. Savina's here. Savina, do you want to come on and talk about that? Guys, in the chat, please.
What are you talking about? You can criticize Islam in the UK. You can't criticize Zionism in the UK.
I think the Quran is not true. There you go. I've said
How about
it.
the Bible or the Torah? Do you think those are not true too?
I think the Torah is not true.
Okay.
I think what Jesus said, although I question its basis in historical fact, as I don't know whether he existed. I think the things he said are the basis for a better society.
How do you know he said that?
The things he's purported to have said. I don't know. As I said, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know?
By the way, guys, if you want to come on here, the link is in the chat. I'm going to make a drink for myself because
I have to commend you, DMW, and I thank you for these conversations.
No, MD, I want to thank you for coming on here, bro. I really do. I love this because
you're really engaging. You're an interesting person.
You have really strong opinions, and you are very well.
And I must admit, I didn't want to say it before, but I am an agnostic like you. I don't like to say it because people will label me because I don't know. And in the pursuit of not knowing, I'm searching for truth and I'm seeing what isn't truth, which is very important. And when I saw Gnosis, I didn't know.
How infuriating. I'm a question. No, this is your answer. This is what you are. God.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that when I saw Gnosis, I didn't know because I know some people that are Gnostic Christians, and they have a very fascinating look at, Eve being the hero, the serpent being the hero. And, it's fascinating to learn. I really like that.
It is interesting. I mean, when I found out about that side of things, I was interested in it. But I suppose I was inspired by that, as in to go against what I've been told. That is one of the reasons I chose the channel name, but also to find out the Gnosis, to find out the knowledge, to seek knowledge, to seek some higher knowledge that will help us. That's kind of why I called it that. But yeah, guys, Anybody else want to come on here? Please do. I'm going to go and make myself a drink, but please, the link is in the chat. We haven't heard from Savina for a while. By the way, I'm on StreamYard, so there's no reason for you not coming on here. There's no reason for you not to come on here. What does being a Gnostic mean? I don't even know, Brother Marcus, the answer to that, because the truth is,
Which definition?
It was an ancient sect or various cults, if you like, and there isn't a great consensus on what it actually even means. There hasn't been a great, there's no real great consensus on what being a Gnostic means in actual fact. So it's a bit of a free-for-all.
I hope KVN the Hermit comes on. He's got some pretty good, or she has some pretty good.
Well, I hope they all come on.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, this is how we search for truth, is to say, okay, we're not going to deal with belief. We're going to stay on yes or no answers. And that's a
Kermit the Hermit, or whatever his name is, says, why didn't they find dinosaurs before the 1800s? I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe that's why humans believe in dragons.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The dragons,
because we found these like lizard fucking bones when we
had different frameworks back then.
Maybe we did. And
well,
maybe we used those bones for tools. Maybe they carved it into jewelry or something.
I used to.
How do you know they didn't? He says no, they didn't. How do you know they didn't?
Well, when I started researching archaeology in the 90s, after reading, the Graham Hancock in the mid 90s, now there are dinosaur motifs on many ancient artifacts. Now, I'm not saying that dinosaurs don't exist or anything like that. What I'm saying is that when we see things like this, the whole timeline changes. When somebody tells me, like the coelacanth, right? They said that this fish was 400 million years old. It was extinct. And yet they caught them off the coast of Africa. Now they change the evidence to fit the theory. Science does not work that way. That's backwards. You have to change the theory to fit the evidence, unless it's evolution. So when they found what was appeared to be the fossilized fish that has been extinct for hundreds of millions of years, right? Now all of a sudden they're saying, well, a small pocket survived. You have to be able to detect the lie for the lie and the liar who purports it. So this is very important. This is why people can't make any forward progress, because we have all these zombies that keep telling us, well, this is science. No, it's not science. The scientific method is simple. It is simple, like, okay, you can't breathe underwater. Anybody can test.
I'll be back in a minute, guys.
Okay. Anybody can test that anywhere in the world. And this is how you do the method. If you cannot test it, right, then it is not a fact. If you put these components together, you can create an airplane. And anybody that builds it in that fashion, the unit should fly. We can see that this can be done. It can be observed, and it can be created in that way, but you can't do that with evolution. Something as important as human origins should at least have a very strong criteria to speak upon that.
So I sort of developed my own opinion or belief on my own theory of evolution, because evolution's always coming from this background of monogenesis, of the universal common ancestor, or the polygenesis and the scientific racism. And to me that was just a lot of psychological splitting. And I started looking into the biology and looking into transgenesis of how genes can go up and down the ladder. And I was realizing, well, maybe that what it is that it's not these clear divisions, these missing links. It's that we're all hybrid species in a transspatial modality. Like it's just a completely different framework. Where we're always in the movement, not in the static.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different theories we can explore. I just think the words are very important to say, okay, this word here cannot mean another word. So if a large soda, right, means a large soda, if you say no, it means a medium and a small soda. That's a large soda too. Well, then how do we know what a small soda is? if you're going to call that a large soda. And that's evolution. Oh, well, it means this. It means, no, that's adaptation. Oh, that's evolution. No, it's not. That's adaptation.
So do you think that maybe our linguistic capacity has limited our conceptual frameworks for a theory beyond evolution?
No, I think that they use the language to control us. And if we're not smart enough to see this, like I wrote a book called Secret Words about anagrams. And I showed how if you take certain words, you can rearrange them and form other words and phrases and stuff like that. It was as if there was a hidden language within English itself, right? Now, when we look at these things and we say, okay, why did Confucius say the first thing he would do if he took over a country is to change the language, to get hold of the language, right? If you look at that, language is what tyranny spawns from. It doesn't spawn from the rifle. It spawns from language. It spawns from
power comes from language, and then we, humans and our egos and
you said it best.
Yep.
From language, right?
Yep.
So it stems from language. So language is extremely important because if it's used, it can give the wrong person power, or the wrong person can use it to gain power.
Totally.
And if we try to say, wait a minute, that what he's saying is not correct, and then the whole evolutionist crew come like hordes of zombies and say, no, it is. All we can do is run for the hills because we're saying, wow, this thing called language, it takes over the average mundane human. And the few of us left that can actually think are the zombies in the zombie apocalypse of the mentally dead, Right. And I know Marcus is, when I look at the sarcasm, it really shows ignorance and stupidity with many people. And I just look at it as, hey, you know what? If you want to try to make fun of stuff, great. That's the same thing, when they try to do that to other people that had revolutionary ideas.
Right. I see what you're saying. It's just sort of like the how society's used its language for control in the modernist times versus the postmodernist times. Now we're in this postmodernist times, and people will use sarcasm or irony to, change the direction of the flow of energy or power or words or just how, people communicate with each other.
Yeah, and think about it. English is not even 500 years old. English is like a modern construct used to really control the mind of people. People that know Spanish and other languages will say that there's really no way to explain what they're trying to say in English. They'll try to give a rough translation or something, showing us that English, it shrinks the language. It shrinks.
But that's actually also not true in another sense of the word. Culturally speaking, you're very correct, but mathematically speaking, you're sort of incorrect because English actually has a lot more words than some other languages do. And when you have more words, you have more conceptual space for imagination, for thought processes, for all these different things that you would never have the ability to conceptualize.
Mm-hmm. And let me explain. Yeah. I know Yerf Dogs is a troll.
Yerf Dogs is saying he's confused.
And I'll explain why he's wrong. It's not called natural selection. It's called environmental selection. So if he knew about science, he would understand the difference in those two terms. But like I said, when it's easy to control an imbecile.
You're saying it's called environmental selection.
Now it's not natural selection, you see. But
what's the difference between the nature and environment?
We don't even know. Somebody had said earlier.
As far as I was aware, adaptation is the trait.
I think it was Kermit that said we really don't know nothing. And that's so true. But you'll never hear an evolutionist say that because they don't want their religion to be exposed as a lie.
Well, again, natural selection is a pathogenic outlook.
No, it's an
more of a eugenic
factor.
outlook. But the adaptation is more of the salutogenic outlook. It's more of the
This is a talk show.
Outlook.
If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube. This is a...
There you go. Sorry about that.
It's a great conversation. I'm just going to grab a cup of tea. Give me about 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll stay on.
And whilst you're gone, American Zombie, I'll invite the other zombies to come on here because there are some zombies in the chat, and they will come on, I'm sure, and benefit us all in terms of a robust conversation where we can all learn what the fuck is going on.
Yeah. I'll just mute. Yeah, and I'll be back in a few. I'll mute my.
We have one. here. Yerf Dogs, brother. Welcome to the show.
Yerf
Giddy
is in
up,
the
giddy up.
house.
Hello. And Giddy Up. And Kermit the Hermit, brother Marcus. Who else is there? Agnostic, if you want to come on. Catherine. Yeah, there's a few of you in the chat there on YouTube. By the way, if you're watching on Twitter or anything else, you can come over to YouTube. That's where all the cool people hang out and they chat in the live chat. So I know there seems to be about 14 people watching on Twitter, but I can never know if there actually are because they don't interact. But there you go. I don't even know if they're real people or
Yeah,
what
there's a
the
lot
fuck
of
is
bots
going on.
on Twitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
know.
Anyway,
Huh?
hello to all the bots on Twitter. So yeah, we'll keep the conversation going. Kermit the Hermit, you should come on here, and brother Marcus. But yeah, keep going, guys.
Is MD? Oh, he's gone. Okay, I've got some questions for
No,
him.
I
so-
think he's gone to get a cup of tea or something, or a cup of coffee.
All right.
So
Yeah, no worries.
I mean, it
No
might be better
worries.
to hold off on
Yeah.
whatever until Kermit comes back. Until MD comes back. But life abolitionism, Chickpea, you've both been very quiet. What's been going on in your noggins?
Nothing. What has been saying completely. I'm just listening, but it's over my head. I'm afraid.
Okay, life
It's stupid to
abolitionism.
understand. What?
What about life abolitionism? Are you there, life abolitionism? He's not there. Okay, he's probably doing something. Fair enough. Sage or Yerf Dogs, anything to say in particular about anything else?
I don't know. This is some really interesting conversations with the semantics with language and with the evolution. It seems there's a lot to dive into with that. Still some things to be discovered.
It's very reminiscent. It brings me back to the creationist debates. It seems to me that it's all creationism repackaged. I don't really think it's that. It's not revolutionary or anything particularly grand.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just referring to that creative mindset is the foundation to arrive at those frameworks.
It's not creative. It's just nonsense. There's a difference between being creative and just regurgitating stuff from the past. It's just nothing. It's not creative.
Okay,
to
that
me.
brings
That's what
in
I'm
a
saying.
whole new interesting thing. What is creativity? That's a fascinating one right there. Because a lot of people think, oh, you're doing art, that's a creative thing, but I say you're doing art, you got your idea off of, your lived experience. You're just regurgitating that, it's just a fusion of bullshit. So that's an interesting one to talk about.
Right.
DW
House
Sorry, so was someone talking about my channel and my life's work?
Just said your house, Max.
He's very well.
Good.
Yeah, he's very well.
Nothing burger.
Nothing burger. What the flip?
Okay. Well, we have reached a crescendo. And
because we timed it wrong. I timed it wrong because MD's gone.
He's revitalizing himself. He's going to come back fired up by caffeine.
He's going back to get his energy pack from the cosmos.
Yeah, he's
gotta
come back.
trickle those adenosine receptors.
I don't know what's happened to life abolitionism, but anyway. Yes, time is a circle, Brother Marcus. He says exactly. It's the same old talking points from years ago. Nothing ever changes.
It always
there's nothing
is.
new. There's nothing new under the sun.
Eternal reoccurrence, brother.
By the way, Yerf Dogs, I was thinking of you the other day. Apparently, I watched. There's some dude that goes around predicting earthquakes, and he reckons Japan is in for a big one in the next few days. So be careful. Bro.
Yeah, I've been hearing that.
Oh yeah, there's who is it? Who is he?
I don't know. He's some guy. I don't know. He studies fucking plate tectonics and fucking cosmology and he has everything, and he reckons he's put together this kind of pattern recognition thing, or he can do it, and he's able to predict where it's going to happen. Apparently, he has been right. He reckons a massive one is coming in Japan in the next few days.
Yeah, I know that that's not news. I mean, we're all people here generally accept that eventually there's going to be something underneath Mount Fuji which is just going to eliminate all of us. So
Holy shit!
yeah.
Fucking insane. I
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
imagine
Clever
living
there,
in that
aren't they?
mindset.
But I mean, Japan was built on it's built on a fault line. I mean, predicting earthquakes in Japan is like predicting that water is going to be wet. It's
Oh, I see. So it's like what is
What are you
it? The
talking
North
about? Water's
American
not
plate
wet.
and is it the North American plate and the Eurasian plate smashing together? There is it? Is that
yeah, I think that's what it is. It's the same one as New Zealand as well. It's yeah. Wherever I go, I can't escape.
That's literally why Japan exists, because it's on that fault line. It popped
Yeah,
up out of
yeah. Same as New Zealand. If you look at New Zealand, especially the South Island, and same as Japan, you can just see a row of mountains, and that's the fault line.
It's funny because it's funny how you move from New Zealand to Japan, because they are quite similar in that sense, and also they kind of, I don't know, they're thin, long islands, and it's just interesting in that.
Yeah,
But
lots
people
of
in-
geothermal activity as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Both countries have that. Japan has more, I think, though. But yeah,
Does
I mean, yeah, I think so.
I thought
Yeah,
New
and-
Zealand had more geothermal. That's interesting.
New Zealand, it's localized. There's a specific place in the North Island where most of it happens. But
Yeah,
Japan,
like
it's all
I know
over
you're
the place.
talking about, like that Blue Lagoon. Yeah.
Lake Taupo, mate. Yeah, it's down near Rotorua.
It always cracks me up that people don't recognize that the Blue Lagoon is man-made and it's fucking, the wastewater from the fucking power plant.
Lake, you're
Like,
not
it's not
talking about
dirty
Lake
or
Taupo.
nothing, but it just makes me laugh that people don't recognize that. They think it's some natural phenomenon.
I don't know what you're
But
talking about.
going back to the Mount Fuji, you always hear about these around the world, like Yellowstone as well. Yellowstone
Right,
super volcano could erupt, and I believe I don't know which one it is. One of the Canary Islands. One of them could just apparently fall into the sea, and cause a massive mega tsunami that could just fucking basically destroy Europe, Eastern Africa, and the west coast of America.
Oh yeah.
Apparently,
Sounds like you're sort of talking about like the Ring of Fire.
Well,
There's like-
I don't know. The Ring of Fire is the Pacific, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's that. There's
No,
a whole bunch
I'm
of,
talking in the in the Atlantic,
Oh,
Canary
okay,
Islands.
for sure.
Apparently, one of them could collapse into the sea and cause a tsunami, a massive tsunami, and they're saying it will be like probably one of the biggest tsunamis you could ever imagine.
Yeah, eventually, one or more of these things is going to happen. Eventually,
Yeah. Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You never know. But if Fuji goes, then sayonara to all of you. See ya. There's no way to run from that.
Brother Marcus has pasted the relevant information. Thank you, brother.
Yeah,
He says
I
Japan-
there's so many times, it's at least in a month, I would say 2 or 3 times I'll be woken in the middle of the night by shaking, or or during the day, you feel a bit seasick and there's another quake coming. When I first came here, the day after, what was it, the day after I arrived, I woke up and my room was shaking and I was like, holy shit. Now it's just okay, whatever.
Wow. So Brother Marcus says Japan experiences around 1,500 earthquakes per year, though the vast majority are minor and go unnoticed. The country has a very high frequency of seismic activity because it is located on the Pacific Ring of Fire, where several tectonic plates meet. There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Grok.
He
I
says
knew that
Lord
Ring of
Google.
Fire was relevant somehow.
Lord Google.
Just got the wrong ocean.
The Ring of Fire happens when you have a good curry.
Right?
Or
the
when you
silly
sing
heads after
when
eating
you
a
sing
whole bunch of
Johnny
pods.
Cash. You sing Johnny Cash on a karaoke night.
The Ring of my voice doesn't go that deep.
I reckon yours is a deep. You're not like a tenor, are you not? If you tried, no.
No, I mean with the bands, I always used to sing the highest vocals. I was always the high guy.
Really? It's
Yeah.
weird because you got a deep voice. That's weird. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
It's not really.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I was listening to Noodles sing last week, and I was quite amazed that he went from high to low very, very quickly, and it was pretty amazing because he went so high that you could mistake him for a girl, and then he went so low that he was almost tenor, and it was in the space of a a few seconds, and I found that quite impressive. You know.
I just grabbed 2 balloons, one full of helium and the other full of sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Chickpea,
those heavy gases.
Chickpea, are you feeling good?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. I'm just listening to you lot.
Good. We started off UF Dogs, me and Chickpea. We were right at each other, weren't we, Chickpea?
Yes. No, UF Dogs D&W was right at me. I was being my usual sweet little self.
Yeah.
I was.
But we love each other, really. It was
Yes,
just
we do.
it's just we just take our frustrations out on each other, you know.
I think I came at the tail end of that. When I came in, I was like, "Holy shit! What just happened?"
we were only. It wasn't serious. It wasn't serious. If anybody's listening who thinks that was serious, no, it wasn't. It wasn't. There wasn't any vitriol there.
Yeah. No, I love him too. Good boy.
Yeah, she likes me being cranky with her.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, I like cranky men. I do. I can't bear happy clappy men. They drive me mad.
I said that to a fundamentalist Christian at the weekend. He was trying to convert me. And he's one of these people. This is maybe too much information, but I had a birthday a few years ago, and I know him. Basically, he's a local person, right? But he's always going around. And I had my birthday in a pub, and this guy wasn't invited, but he heard about it because one of my friends told him. And he turned up in a Jesus Saves t-shirt.
What the fuck?
At my birthday. Probably trying to convert me at my birthday, yeah.
Jesus.
What, a couple of days ago?
That's crazy.
No, this is about 3 years ago. So about 2
The
years
best
ago.
response to that is to get one of those Frankie Say Relax t-shirts.
Yeah, well, it was just I was shocked to see him there, to be honest with you, because first of all, who does that? Who goes to someone else's birthday when they weren't invited? And who goes there in a Jesus Saves t-shirt? Like, it's just like, time and place, bro,
Right.
Anyway, I didn't kick him out or anything. I let him stay, but it was just a bit. I just thought it was a bit fucking weird,
Bit on the nose.
But then again, he stands on the street telling people to convert, and
But
to
be honest,
is he one of those end is nigh kind of people?
That's the kind of thing I might have done back in the day. I mean, I wouldn't have gone uninvited, but had I gone, I probably would have worn a shirt like that.
But that was when you were a teenager, right? This guy's in his 40s. Like he's
teenager, early 20s. Right, okay. Yeah, all of my shirts now are just black. That's it.
Those sophomoric middle-aged men.
I don't dislike the guy at all, actually, by the way. So that's probably one of the reasons. He is a nice person. It's just like he's so like I was talking to him at the weekend because I went shopping and he just happened to be on the high street, and basically he said, "Oh, how are you? And I said, "I'm fine." "Are you really though?" He goes like this because that's the whole point. Like they want you to be not well so that you go to church with them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, no, I'm fine actually, thanks. And then he started saying he'd woken up and he's trying to fight the devil because he was going on about porn. He said, "I was getting these intrusive thoughts to look at porn and I haven't done it in so long and I don't want to do it." And I was like, "Well, fair enough. Why are you fucking telling me for?" But and then he says, "But I'm getting these urges." And I said, "Well, maybe, I said, it's funny. Maybe you're working out or something. Are you, your testosterone's coming back?" Because I know that happened to me. And he says, no, it's just the devil. I was like, okay. And then what else did he say to me? Oh, yeah, I brought in the whole, I said, Jesus isn't bad, but the Old Testament God is a bit of a psycho. He said, no, but Jesus followed the Old Testament God and all this, And anyway, he's a nice guy. I have nothing bad to say about him other than he's very, very, very intense. Extremely intense.
Actually, DW,
and maniacal as well, like maniacally intense, and comes in your face, like just really trying to convert you, like really, 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 and doesn't like it says so in the Bible. That's biblical, but nothing else. Doesn't talk about anything else, which I worry about because there are other books, there are other texts,
The Bible says to me.
Then again, I'd rather that than the Quran.
Thing as far
I'd rather that than someone quoting the Quran to me. Sorry.
Actually, DW, what do you think about all this? The UK is bringing in this whole digital ID thing, and by 2028,
Yeah.
You won't be able to apply for a job or do this or do that or do it, loads and loads of things unless you've got it all on your phone. Do you know that? It's only 2 years
Yeah,
away.
I've heard about it. Yeah, I mean,
Terrifying,
they've already
isn't it?
brought in a trial. They're doing a trial run, aren't they, with war veterans? I mean, as
It's
if war
frightening.
veterans haven't been through enough. Yeah, they've got the
I'm
system in place.
I'm very worried about it because I think this is a precursor to something much more sinister. This is what I believe.
Oh, the mark of the beast. Yeah.
Yes, I do believe it. Yeah. No, I do. I really believe it. And I was watching something on YouTube.
What I don't understand is why do people care? I mean, if you believe in God and you believe in Christ, why are you so worried about the mark of the beast? Would you not be just like, bring it on, because you're not going to you're not going to hurt me.
Well,
I
yeah, if you
believe
don't
in
mind
Jesus.
starving to death on the streets, I suppose, because you won't be able to buy food or buy anything. You won't be able to. It's quite nasty what they're planning.
Right.
And for now, it's just on our mobile phones, but.
Yeah, that's only the one side of things, you know. There's also like the other side of things, like apparently by 2050, 60% of the world is supposed to be living in informal housing. So informal housing is actually set to outpace city development and all this technology and shit. So, you know, I get where you're coming from, but, you know, there's also the other side of things where, you know, there's going to be all these people that, you know, have no access to any of that. And then they're just completely invisible to the systems to begin with. So they have their own systems.
Well, I don't know, but I mean, what scares me is so you go outside with this ready mobile phone with all your bank details on it. So somebody comes up to you and says to you, "Oi, give me your effing phone, you effing bleeping C." What are you going to do? Because I've had that said to me on the streets here in Hackney twice now. Give me your phone, you effing bleeping C. Have you had it said to you yet?
I mean, I presume they're going to. It is worrying. It is worrying because I presume it's probably going to involve some kind of biometric thing as well, where you have to look into the camera and it takes a picture of your eye.
Yes, they're already doing it. They were doing it in Leicester Square.
Well, if you travel, that already happens. Like, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Nobody, you don't have anything to worry about.
I suppose the problem is it's all centralized, all your information in one place, so it is a problem. Whereas
that's
at the moment,
with the Five Eyes stuff, yeah.
Yeah, at the moment, if someone comes at you with a knife and says, "Give me your PIN code," it's only your money, you know. But this is all your bank accounts, all your email, everything.
Because I tell you, I'm already too scared to go out. Literally, I daren't go to a thingy machine.
But it's not the stealing of phones. The stealing of phones isn't the big issue. That's just petty thievery stuff. The big issue is hacking of the main systems.
Yes,
that's
terrifying. All this, I'm really worried about it because for me, it's I remember when they removed the you had to type a number in to get money, everything at the supermarket when you used your debit card. This lady's smart. Oh yeah, I'm a real brainy female. Now you just tap it.
She's smart for a female, isn't she?
I could remember.
That was a joke. Sorry, that was a joke.
Very unhappy about that. The fact you no longer had to tap in that little number, whereas now, of course, I'm totally used to it. But the next phase with the phone that terrifies me. I'm really quite scared.
Yeah. But like I say, all this the governments already have this stuff. I mean, every time I travel, I go through the eye checks and the photos and the biometrics. It's been around for at least a decade or so.
That's just the beginning. That's all the beginning.
I suppose the big worry is people using it. It's like Cambridge Analytica. Them using all your data, all your information to somehow influence you, manipulate you. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm not at all. I'm against it. I'm just saying it's already
happening. It's happening now. Yeah. But at least it's a bit harder now. It's decentralized, and like it's not all in one person's pocket. It's not all in one malicious person's.
Not necessarily. I mean, I don't know. I mean, passports now have their own biometric chips in them. So I mean, it's kind of like a phone.
It's all.
If someone gets your passport,
So yes, well, in 2 years' time in the UK, your passport will be on your phone. 2 years' time.
I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, if that was honestly my case, then is that the government should be paying for everybody's cell phones.
They are. They've already
Yeah,
said that
they're
certain
starting to do
people.
that. They're trying to make it. They're arguing that
They've
human
already
rights
said that, yes, Joe.
that cell phones are human rights now. Like they're
Yeah,
trying
they've
to
already
argue
said
that.
that they will give people who can't afford a smartphone a free smartphone to get them set up.
Yeah,
They've
they say
already
that
Jesus,
said that.
that's
internet
pretty
and having
desperate.
access to a smartphone is a human
Yeah,
right
yeah,
now. A lot of people are trying to push that
coming. They've
angle.
already that's been in the
Yeah,
papers.
they're pushing it for manipulation. They're bad faith actors.
fine.
You know, they
They'll
don't
probably
actually
make
care
them like
about.
they'll probably have like this horrible fluorescent yellow smartphone
Yeah,
for people
yeah,
who
yeah,
can't
yeah.
afford it.
That's right. It'll have government colouring and branding on it.
Yeah, yeah.
But what scares me is,
So nobody will want it, so they won't have to buy them for people. Yeah.
Probably
what
right.
scares
You're
me
probably
is
right.
the next step.
I would say in 20
I mean,
years,
that would be the sensible thing to do if I was in government. That's what I'd do.
people will probably
Yeah.
be born with cell
I
phones.
tell you, there's something very sinister
Oh,
going
looks
on.
like MD is back.
I'm still
Sorry, MD, what'd
steeping
you
my tea, so I'll be here. I'll be back and forth. But I want to say that, when you said about agnostic, everybody is an agnostic. Just some of us don't realize it, But in 20 years, people will be born with a cell phone. The iPhone, Apple was talking about implantable cell phones by 2030. Sweden.
Yeah, scary, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's frightening.
I mean, yeah. In 20 years, people will only probably be born. Like I'd say, 99.999% will be born.
As a
Will be born
transhumanist, fuck
by
that.
remember
embryonic selection. We possibly will even have birth outside of humans. Like we might have like places
That's
where
the goal.
people-
Fuck yeah.
I think we already have it. It's like the movie Gattaca and Brave New World, the birthing tanks, where the teacher was taking the school children, and she said, the boy said, so long time ago, people had mothers and fathers, and she said, there's no need to use dirty language, Johnny. So the word mother and father will become a foreign, again, controlling the language.
Nuclear family will be
Is
an
it
archaic
not the
concept.
case that we are basically moving towards Plato's Republic, kind of like it's like it's inevitable that this is where we're going. We're going to this place where some people think they have the right to lead because of their intelligence or because of the way they see the world, and they think it's like maybe not a divine right, but they think it's a good thing that they lead, and nobody else has a say, and that only the good should be born, and they just I just look. It's getting very weird. It is getting weird. I'm not going to deny it. It's getting weird. As I say, the candle of hope is still alight. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't get as bad as it could get. We'll see. Chickpea, we'll see. You might be here, Chickpea, in another 75 years because they're probably.
I might
it's actually not that bad.
It's like
I might be forced back in.
It's going back to that Nietzschean idea of slave versus master morality. That's just playing out.
I think it's like a combination of George Orwell's 1984, Brave New World, Soylent Green, and many other movies.
Every one of those dystopians. It's a combination. It's a mashup of all of them, for sure.
Yeah.
Sad but true.
Oh yeah.
This little light of mine.
And I think it's been out.
Let it shine. Yeah.
Anything we see is like 70 years behind time. They're not going to release what they have right away. So they probably have so much stuff that's behind the scenes.
Well, they definitely have AI that is able to do things that we don't know about, They don't have the restraints that they put on in the public-facing AI,
MD, while I'm here, because I can't sort of stick around for more than maybe another 30 minutes or so. Can I ask you a couple of questions about your ideas, please?
Yeah, sure. I'm just, I figured let me make a cup of coffee with the tea because I have a meeting tonight at 9. But sure, yeah, please ask me about anything.
So a lot of what you're saying just sounds to me as though it's old school creationism just repackaged without a god, perhaps. Because
of course, people would say that because the creationists hijacked. Like I think I would suppose you're speaking of the Christian creationist.
Well, I'm specifically referring back. Yeah, I'm thinking what you're saying mirrors pretty much what happened in the 2010s. With all the atheism debating stuff that went on.
Okay, now those even back in the 90s and before that, these guys got a lot of this from the Hindus' philosophy, from the Sanskrit of talking about life. Now I've studied ancient civilizations for almost 30 years, and I see that there are extremely questionable artifacts. There are written texts about things that sound like cloning. They are flying vehicles.
No,
You know, actually,
yeah. But I've got two specific questions. One is, you say that evolution is a lie. That's a really high level. That's a big claim. It's a big swing. It's a bold statement. Yeah,
a true statement. Yeah.
Like if you were to say you want to raise doubts against evolution, that's a different issue. But
No,
when
it's
you
not
make a
doubts.
positive
It is
claim,
an outright lie. So it's not. It's a bold statement, but it's a true statement, because if you were in a relationship with somebody and they cheated on you, so in other words, they lied, and then they did it again and they did it again, would you continue to trust them?
that doesn't demonstrate.
No, it's a yes or no question. Would you?
No, I'm not going to do a dialogue.
No, I'm going to answer your questions, yes or no. Answer mine, please. Would you continue?
No,
to
I'm
trust
not going to. But it's irrelevant.
No. It is irrelevant. If you cannot answer one of my questions, why would I entertain this? I'm just asking.
Your question lacks. I reject your question on the basis it lacks foundation. Because you're presuming that which is yet to be established.
You're saying that what if of answering a question?
I'm not afraid of answering anything. I don't want to get sidetracked by a stupid dialogue.
The question.
It doesn't matter what I say to the question.
Yes,
because
it does.
Your question presumes that which is yet to be established. You don't understand. It lacks foundation. I'm not answering a question that lacks foundation.
I'm asking you, answer yes or no. Would you continue to trust that person? You're married. They cheated on you 3 times. Now, that would raise doubt after the first time. Would you continue to trust them when they said, no, I'm just going out with my friends?
All right. So you're not able to substantiate your claim.
This is how an evolution
The second thing I'd like to ask you is that you talked about adaptation versus natural selection. You said there is no natural selection, but there is adaptation. Adaptation is a consequence of natural selection. Adaptation is a consequence of natural selection. How can you have adaptation if you don't believe in natural selection?
Answer the question, Yerf Dogs.
Yeah, okay.
Yes or no. Would you continue to trust them?
Okay.
All right. So you don't want to debate then. That's okay.
No.
I said answer the question. I'll answer your questions without a problem. Answer this one question.
Okay. Prove that evolution is a lie.
I said
that's
answer
what I asked you.
One question.
No, I asked you to prove that evolution is a lie.
I'm telling you, answer the question. Yes or no?
You really don't understand how this works.
Would you continue to trust them?
Okay.
Without question.
You made a big swing that evolution is a lie. That's a claim.
I know why you don't want to answer this.
Why?
You want to keep on lying.
I haven't said a lie. When did I lie? I haven't said a lie.
Answer the question, yes or no.
I'm not doing a dialogue tree. I'm putting you to proof. Do you understand putting you to proof? Do you know what that means?
Look, this shows me how disingenuous you are. I'm asking just to answer.
No, that's actually you who's being disingenuous.
And remember, this is not a debate. This is a conversation.
Well, then have a conversation with me. I asked you, please prove your claim. Okay, so I'm asking you to prove your claim.
I'm asking you,
and your response is to ask me a question to take me down a dialogue tree.
If you want me to respect your questions, answer my first question, and I'll answer your questions.
Your question's irrelevant. Let's say this way.
I'll tell you what, guys. I tell you what, right? What you can ask me the question just for the sake of this.
No. We are not going to cater to this childlike behavior. He will answer.
Excuse me?
Are you a child?
That's not very nice.
No, think about that.
Guys.
Yeah, because
we don't
we're going to be treating him like a child, saying you're going to no. Then that means he's not a man. Answer your question.
That's not very nice.
Highlight Kermit's. Why doesn't he answer? Go ahead. Answer the question, dogs.
So where we're at in the conversation right now, I asked you.
Answer the question, I said that you're. Answer the question. You're not going to get away with this childlike behavior with me. You're going to be put your place right here.
I think you're the one who's acting like a child, pal.
Answer the question.
This is ridiculous.
We can go forward after when you mature up and you start acting like an adult. You go forward. And I'm making sure your daddy
get fucked, you piece of shit.
Thank you for letting me see the true you. Now answer the question, boy. Your daddy DMW is not going to be able to save you from me. You're going to answer the question, or I'm not going to answer yours.
Guys,
The
I
fact
thought
that
you
he
guys could
cursed
be
at me,
brothers.
DNW, have I said any
Oh.
profanity toward him? No. This shows a level of immaturity
Okay.
that is horrendous.
Get over
You
yourself,
haven't
you
been
piece of
disciplined
shit.
throughout
Get
your
over
life
yourself.
because you wouldn't speak to people like that
Get,
if you
I
had.
do speak like this to people in real life.
And then
Get
you
over
would
yourself,
be,
mate.
No, you don't, because I already
You wanna
know
bet?
you lie a lot. Now answer
You want to
the
bet?
question.
Oh, yeah. So
we
now I'm a liar because I won't
answer the question
This
so
is
we can
great.
move forward.
Okay, I'm going to do this. If someone lied to me consistently, no, I wouldn't trust them. Let's go.
Okay, now, so you're admitting that
Right.
if somebody lied to you consistently, you wouldn't trust them. But why do you trust the people that have lied to you consistently about evolution? You consistently trust them.
Right. See, now, again, like we just
Why?
said,
No. Now, this is not a yes or no question. This is a what. You just said you wouldn't trust them.
I'm not the one who's on the I'm not the one who's on the stand
proving
here.
that
You
you're a
made a
liar because you said you wouldn't trust them, but yet you're trusting people that continually have lied to you. And we
If
have
you're
the
going to
frauds
filibuster, then
documented.
how can we have a conversation?
We have the frauds documented.
Okay,
yet
so
you
here we. Yeah, I
consistently-
understand. I told you that in the chat.
continue
There have
to
been
trust
frauds in
them.
evolution.
Okay,
we
so
know that.
all right, I'm setting the premise that you trust. You
Okay,
lied.
are you setting the
just
premise?
Lied. You
Oh,
just
for
lied.
fuck's sake, shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
You lied.
Seriously,
You
shut the
lied.
fuck up and just listen.
If that makes you feel better, hey, it just shows me your parents.
Just listen.
If
Just
you
listen.
even know-
Just
you even
listen. No,
know
you've
who
never
your
been
parents are?
challenged on your ideas,
Have
and
you
you think
ever
you can
met
just
your
talk
Guys,
over
guys,
people.
I tell you what, guys. I think what we'll do now is we will mute the other person while the other person's talking, okay? And then that's the way
That's
we'll
fair.
go forward.
We'll do that.
Yeah. So what I'm going to do, Dog, seeing as you've agreed to that, I'm going to let MD say something first.
Wait,
Okay.
I just want to, DNW, I want to ask you, why do we need to mute the other person if we can act like
because
normal
I'll be
adults?
honest with you, I don't know if anybody else in the chat agrees. It's
But-
difficult
but-
to
so you
ascertain
have-
exactly the a coherent conversation because it's been broken up by people
Oh,
shouting
okay,
at
but
each
why isn't there any type of like
I'm in favor. Let's
even
do it.
talking to him? You see, all right, thank you for not interrupting me, but why isn't there any thought of saying, hey, Yerf Dogs, this man has not made any profanity towards you, yet you've slandered, basically. Why would you speak to me that way? That's horrendous. DNW, this is the type of thing where I wouldn't want to stay on the show.
Look, I think there's been shots fired.
No,
from your
that's
side.
very insulting. I didn't insult him.
MD, you called him a child. You said he was like a child.
So that
It
gives him
was-
reason to curse at me?
Well, I mean, some would view that as a curse.
Does it give him reason to curse at me twice just because he can't answer the question? When people get held, when they're behind, gets held to the grill, this is the type of behavior they come out with. And it's very immature to come at me that way. Why would I want to have a conversation with somebody that just
You don't have
those
to.
names?
You don't have to have the conversation if you don't want to. But if we are going to proceed, it's okay to have your say. I'll mute you, and then he can have his say, and hopefully, no more fighting.
Well, I didn't start fighting with him. That's the thing. Okay.
Well, go ahead, MD. MD, do you want to say something?
Okay, yeah, I'll make my statement because he already proved to us that he lied because he says that he would not trust somebody that consistently lied to him. Evolution, we know, has consistently lied through fraudulent activities. Piltdown Man, Ernst Haeckel, the Professor Prost in Germany, many other examples, consistent lies and frauds, yet he still trusts them. But he just told me that he wouldn't trust them. So it's established before we begin that he is a liar. And now we can continue.
Okay, brother. I'm just going to mute you now and then give him his say. Go ahead then, Yerf.
Okay. The conversation began with the acknowledgement that MD was taking a big swing by saying that evolution is a lie. The claim is not that people have lied about evolution. I concede that right off the bat. There's no problem with that. People have lied about everything. That's fine. No worries. The claim that MD needs to defend and substantiate is that evolution is a lie. And he doesn't get to do that by asking me these dialogue tree questions. If you make a claim, then your next statement is, here is the evidence for my claim. That's it. And if the evidence for the claim is going to be that some people have lied about evolution, well, that doesn't prove the claim that evolution is a lie. So that's it. That's my response.
Okay. MD, I just wanted to jump in for a quick minute.
All right. Who was that wanted to jump in? Am I live? So somebody just wanted to jump in. I don't know who that was.
Sorry, I was talking there. I muted him because he wanted to jump in, but life abolitionism.
Please, I'd like to hear, just because he might have something important to add, just because I don't think he's going to be long.
But it's up to you. But go ahead, life
Yeah,
abolitionism, then quickly.
Go ahead. What did you have to add?
Well, I was just trying to help you out because I hear your frustration. That he's
not frustration. I'm not frustrated. When somebody curses at you, I address the situation. It is not frustration, man.
Okay,
if
but
I was frustrated, I would curse back, right? But I didn't.
Right, but I get what I'm saying is I understand where you're coming from, but he's not addressing the truth or falsity. What he's addressing is the structure of your arguments, and that's why there's a disconnect between what you're saying and what he's saying.
Well, I think the disconnect is misinterpreted because he's saying that people have lied about evolution, right? But it doesn't affect the theory itself. But the theory itself is built on those people lying. And the fact that he will trust the liar while he will also tell me he doesn't trust the liar shows me a lot about his personal character. Because somebody like that will knowingly or unknowingly defend the lie of evolution. So to create that entire theory of lies, people had to lie. And the fact that we don't call that out allows this to continue. And then the liars will say, no, it's not a lie. It was just these few people that lied. Well, everybody that has pushed this, and thank you, Hermit, because this is a thinking person. Now, I will give religious person or any religion a little bit of extension because they admit that it's a belief. Evolution is a belief. It is a theory. It is not a fact. And they will lie, like I said before, they continually lie to keep their lie alive, right? So when we look at it and we say, wait a second, so other religions will admit that, hey, you know what? I believe in this with no proof required. My book is what it is. But evolutionists will not admit that it is their belief and the textbook. Their textbook is their Bible. The incorrect textbook. Up until 2018, we've seen fraudulent stuff in textbooks. Why are children taught something that we don't know about? We don't know how life started. We don't know how the universe was created. There is no explanation for consciousness. There's a lot of theories that make much more sense scientifically than evolution.
Okay, you finished there, MD?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, yeah.
Okay, the claim that he is obligated to demonstrate is that evolution is a lie. He hasn't done that. What he's doing is he's poisoning the well, and he's also using ad hom. That's his approach. Now, it seems to me he's arguing that the people who have lied about it, that evolution is built upon the works of people who have lied about evolution. That's simply not true. And I am interested. I want to ask him a direct question at this stage. You said that up until 2018 there was fraudulent. Now that's, again, you're taking a big swing. There was fraudulent stuff in textbooks. Can you please explain with specifics exactly what the fraudulent stuff was, and please give a citation for your claim?
Okay, no, and this is something that goes beyond a citation. It goes to common sense. The fact that textbooks say that life started as a fact, which is not a fact, right? There is no factual evidence that life started where some chemicals came together and formed a single cell. There is no evidence of that. Actually, there's evidence to the contrary. That is a blatant lie that doesn't need a citing because there is no evidence. And that is continually printed in textbooks, amongst other things, such as Ernst Haeckel's fraudulent embryo drawings, which are known to be fraudulent, which have been in textbooks. So not just one lie, but many lies. And then if you don't answer the lie with another lie saying that it's true, you don't pass the class. So it's built on lies. You see, you were brought up to believe this lie, and I understand why your behavior is like that. A lot of people that debate this, and I don't like to debate. I'd rather have a conversation, because that word comes from debaucher, to beat each other up. No, I'd rather have a conversation. But when somebody is trying to push a lie, they get in their emotions and they start to call names and slurs. So I understand where you're coming from, but that's the answer to your question.
You
Right
mean like
there.
when you
They
called me a
lied by
child?
saying they know.
1 second, yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, they've lied. To say that they know for sure that life started this way is a blatant lie, because it wouldn't be called the theory of evolution. It would be called the fact. And then scientists like Carl Sagan and other guys would say evolution is a fact. Another well-paid liar. These liars make a lot of money every year. They gain a paycheck for polluting the minds of the children, which grow up into people like Yerf Dog that act like guard dogs to say, oh, if I go against it, you're going to curse at me. How scientific is that? No, it just shows me who you really are. Now you can go.
You have dogs.
Yeah, I cursed at you because you're a dick. The way you approach it, that's all. If you think I'm angry or upset, you got the wrong guy, pal. I'm a Kiwi. That's how we work. That's how we play. Now, I asked you for a specific example, and again, you're just repeating creationism talking points that have long been debunked. And you talked about you differentiated between theory and fact. The theory of evolution doesn't mean it's just a hypothesis, which is the colloquial usage of the word theory. The theory of evolution, the word theory, means that at this point in time, all the evidence we have is the best possible explanation. Evolution is the best possible explanation for the theory that we have, for the ideas that we have. The scientific use of the word theory is not the same as the colloquial use of the word, and you're equivocating on those terms. Again, I'm asking you not to raise doubts against evolution, which is what you're actually doing. You make a positive claim that evolution is a lie, and you admitted that's a big swing. I am still waiting on the evidence that evolution is a lie.
MD.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, Kiwis don't argue like that. Immature bastards argue like that. So don't blame Kiwis for your immature behavior. That's the first thing. To call me another slur. No. Shut your mouth while I'm speaking. I let you speak. So this is the thing, because when somebody is exposed as a liar, they will come out with slurs and curses, right? So, and don't blame Kiwi. If you were a man, you would say, look, this is on you. Don't blame a whole bunch of Kiwis that act in mature manner for your immature behavior. That comes from
you were a man. God,
shut your mouth.
This is why I cursed at you.
Shut your mouth while I'm speaking. You see, I didn't interrupt him, but he's interrupting me again. Another sign of a scumbag. Another sign of a scumbag. Now, I answered your question, and just like a liar, you brought it back to something different. You specifically asked me what were the lies in the textbooks, and I answered it. But that wasn't good enough because you're a lying shitbag. Now, you want to get into name calling? No. This bastard has the nerve to continually do that without nobody calling him out except for me. It makes me not want to have this, because this isn't a conversation. This is you trying to slander me, man. And that's really, really messed up. I don't know if you know who your father is or ever met him, but somebody needed to teach you some manners, and they still do. So I answered your question, and then you came back with a lie to say that I didn't answer it, but I did. So now I'm going to ask you, why do you continue to lie and slander towards me?
Can I just ask something, American Zombie?
Please.
So if evolution doesn't exist, how did we get to where we are now?
Adaptation. So what we see right now, right? Every type of change that we see in any animal can adapt to the parameters of its genetics, like the E. coli experiment. It will adapt to the environment, to situations that they put in the petri dish, but it's still E. coli. It's like you have a turtle that has adapted to the sea, and then you have a turtle that has adapted to the land.
Yeah.
And then you have some that have been in between, kind of amphibian.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that.
You don't allow for mutations, MD.
No, mutation is adaptation. Now, mutation can be looked at as random.
Yeah, but okay, that's fair enough. But MD, if an organism has a mutation and it breeds with another organism with that mutation, and they are isolated as a population from the rest of the species, yeah, and then those species those isolated members of the species keep having mutations, they will eventually become distinctly different from their previous relations, to the degree they won't be able to breed because they won't be able to match up the chromosomes won't be able to match up. There's no matches, there's nothing to mirror. So do you see what I'm saying?
I'd like to expand on that. Now, that is called environmental adaptation. Again, if they control a language, they can control us. So it's not evolution. Evolution, the word itself, the Latin word, it means to unfold. But yet,
it's the introduction, MD, with respect, it's the introduction of a new species that wasn't there before. It's doing something different.
All right,
and it can't. It's a distinct on its own species that cannot breed with the other species. So it is different.
No. Now this is what it is. It is the same type of animal. So the turtle will adapt and change into a different type of turtle. The feline will change and adapt. You'll have one.
But again, if they are, that's fair enough. But if they're isolated for long enough from the other turtles, they won't breed with them. And what will happen is they'll keep mutating and they'll change into a different species.
No, that is not proven.
They won't be able to swim back to the other turtles.
No, that is not proven.
This takes a long time. This isn't something.
No. That's the lie. That's the lie. Because if you say it takes a long time, that's telling me, don't worry, I don't need to prove it to you. Just believe me. We have no evidence of that. We have no evidence that the turtle is going to change into something different, that the frog or the salamander would turn into the turtle. There is more so-called missing links, but they're really non-existent transitional species. There are more of those than there are the links. That there is no link. When somebody tells me that magically a one-cell organism,
but it isn't one specific link. It's a gradual process, is what I'm saying.
Well, if I say the gradual process of finding out that you committed a crime when you didn't, and hey, we just got to keep you imprisoned because we're going to find it. That is so horrible because we don't know that you committed the crime. Some authority is telling us, hey, don't worry, just relax. We'll find the evidence. It's just missing.
But how does this relate to trying to control us?
Marcus doesn't have the balls to come on here, so he'll say this. Come on here and show me the evidence. There is no evidence. There's evidence of adaptation, not transmutation. You cannot make one life form into another. It just doesn't happen. Now, it can, like you were saying, it can go into divergence to where isolated populations and this and that, and it gets very different, but it will not turn into something different. A reptile is not going to turn into a bird. It's just not going to happen. We don't have any proof of this. When we look at the difference between a scale versus a feather, it is astronomical type of stuff. When we look at the human itself, how do you get 46 chromosomes, 2 less than the primate, but we're so much different? They can't explain that. It almost looks surgical when you look at the fusion of the 46 chromosome on humans, and this is it. An evolutionist will lie because we prove that dogs lie, and this is his brother liar. So brother liar is trying to push the lie of evolution. And any thinking man, I understand this, they'll treat me like Frankenstein. They'll try to chase me across with torches across the town. And this is why, until I publish my works, I don't really come on and express this, because I see the way people, instead of having a cordial conversation, they attack, they slander, to demand all the proof from the speaker while the skeptic hides behind passive negation.
I want to respond to this because there's a lot of gish galloping going on.
But what's this got to do with controlling humanity? It doesn't make any difference to controlling humanity, does it?
Why not? Well, if you
Well,
look
does
at
it
us,
make
right?
any difference? I mean, no one knows the real truth anyway because you weren't here to see it.
Exactly.
No one knows the
Thank
real
you.
truth.
That's what I'm saying. We're all agnostic, whether we know it or not. And when Yerf Dogs lied and said that this is the best we have, it is not. The people that have better theories of how we became to be are being silenced. Just the way doctors were silenced when they said, look, you shouldn't take this. This is the reason why. The person that did the science on mRNA even came out and said, look, you can say that it's anything except for the jab. So this is the same thing with evolution. In China, they say you can question evolution, but you can't question the government. In America, you can question the government, but you can't question evolution. This is a serious problem, man. Yerf always lies. He lies from the beginning.
Can I respond to this, please?
I just don't understand whether it really matters anyway, because no one knows the real truth, because no one's there to see. So how does it control us?
You're right, Chickpea. Nobody knows the truth. That's why I said we're all agnostic, but not all of us are honest enough to admit that. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a pattern here where he says that, you know, not all of us are honest enough to admit it. That means honesty is somebody who agrees with him. If you're honest, if you agree with him, you're honest. If you disagree, you're dishonest. That's
another
called
lie.
No, that is actually a fact. That's a statement of fact.
No, it's not. It's
my turn. It's my turn, mate. I let you gish gallop. I let you gish gallop. It's now my turn.
MD, let him talk and then come back.
Okay.
Please.
It's now my turn. Now, you started off
and I did that so you would know how it feels when somebody interrupts, because I didn't do it before. So now how you know how it feels, don't do it again.
Okay. Keep going, yeah.
Okay. You started off by saying that that you answered my question about that you proved your claim that evolution is a lie. You didn't. You only proved, or you gave some evidence about stuff in textbooks. When I said that you didn't answer the question, I wasn't referring to the textbook question. I made it explicitly clear that I was referring to your claim that evolution is a lie. So it's actually you who lied. I don't think I communicated that clearly, but you actually lied by saying that you answered one question when in fact it was the other question I wanted you to answer. And so far, again, you have not produced a one iota of evidence that evolution is a lie. That's the claim that we started with, and we're about half an hour into this, and you haven't even started producing any evidence. Secondly, your claim, you have this analogy, you've used it about two or three times.
Keep it to one point at a time, and we can do it that way. You want me to answer the first question?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, now, this is the thing. I answered your question.
Please don't gish gallop, just answer the question.
Wait, no. I'm going to answer it the way I'm going to answer it. So you asked that question, and again, I answered it with the textbook, and then you lied and tried to say, well, you didn't answer the other one. Well, that's not what you asked me. We're asking one question at a time, and then we'll go to the next one. Okay, so you're saying that I didn't provide proof that evolution is a lie, right? Evolution is a theory built on a lie. And the lie is saying that they know how life started. They're not saying it's a theory anymore. They're saying
that's a different subject.
Wait, may I finish, please? They're saying that we know that life started in a puddle by some type of chemical reaction, possibly lightning. Remember, these words like possibly and maybe, these are not scientific fact. These are the ways you push a lie. And then it goes further into creating the lie of the geological column. There is no such thing as the geological column. When you see the strata of Earth with fossils on different levels, this was proven. May I finish? This was proven to happen in Mount St. Helens in 1980. We saw it for our eyes. You had people that believed in evolution, scientists that said, you know what? If this wouldn't have happened, I would have never known. Then they also had experiments in stratification where you can repeat this. Now that is using the scientific method. If you mix up different types of gravel and soil, it will separate into different layers according to the densities. Just the way we see in a lot of these strata that they say are millions of years old. So it is based on a lie. It is built on a lie. They do not know how life started. They don't have the faintest idea of how life started.
Okay, you've answered the question. Now
May I ask mine?
No, you're talking
about
no.
I answered yours. I answered yours.
You're talking about abiogenesis, not evolution.
You've changed the subject. Ask mine.
But you've changed the subject. Okay, answer me a question. Ask me the question. Go. Ask me the question.
This is not a big dick contest, man. You ain't
ask me a question, pal. Ask me a question.
Right now, you're not going to win that one. So just chill out.
I'm not here to win. I'm fine.
I let
I'm
you
chill.
ask your question, and I answered it. Why can't I ask mine? Why won't you?
Because you didn't answer the question. You talked about abiogenesis.
Are you afraid of my question?
No, go for it.
All right. So I'm going to ask you once again, and I kind of already know the answer of this. Why do you continue to lie when you said, hey, you wouldn't trust somebody that continually lies, right? But yet you lied and you said, well, you trust evolution, and they've continually lied. Why are you continuing to lie to me, man?
You haven't proven that they've lied.
No,
it's a Christian Lex Foundation.
On, man.
No.
I just proved it to you.
Okay. No, you didn't. You think that's proof?
All right. You're telling me that evolution knows exactly how life started.
No, that's not evolution. That's you've changed. I'm going to answer your question, right? You're talking about abiogenesis.
They don't know. Wait, you didn't even answer it. They don't know how life started. Is that correct?
They don't claim to. They don't claim to.
Yes, they do. What do you mean? It's in the textbooks, just like I told you. You can open up a textbook and they will say, this is how life started.
Yeah, that's
a lie, right? Is that not a lie?
No, they know perhaps where it originated, but they don't know how it started.
They do not know where it originated. You see what I'm saying? That's a lie. To say that they know. Did they search the entire planet Earth? No. Okay. So they can't know.
Do you understand that abiogenesis is a different subject? It's not the same subject as evolution.
You've already been debunked and dethroned. So let vegan equilibrium speak or something.
No, I'm going to ask you one other question because this is actually important.
No, I want to hear. Let other people talk, man. This isn't about. Control your.
I'll tell you what, MD. One more question from you,
folks. Because I do have to go soon. Okay, you say that there is no such thing as natural selection, but there is adaptation. Your problem is.
All right, let me explain.
Okay, I haven't even asked the question.
All right, go. No, you're saying that I said there's no such thing. I said that natural selection, the language has changed. That's called environmental adaptation.
No, that's not correct.
That's what I said. So don't say that I didn't say it doesn't exist. We see the change in species over time, but more than time, because it can happen quickly, like the bacteria. We see it more with environment. You have fish, right, in certain rivers that when one is eaten, the other fish will literally change size vertically so the predator can't eat them. Within hours, you see this happen. So we see changes that don't take millions of years, because millions of years is needed for the lie. So this is what I'm saying is when we find evidence like this, they don't change the theory to fit the evidence. They change the evidence to fit the theory, which is ass backwards.
Okay, so what I'm getting,
because if you don't believe it, I tell you what, pass the class.
Yo, let Steve talk.
You don't pass the class, man. And vegan, if you're one of his nut huggers, please don't do that, man.
Oh, you look. If you know anything about me, I am certainly not one of his. Dude,
there is no dude. If you think that I'm caressed by a man, all right.
It's just that you do not let anyone speak, man. You're not letting him ask the question.
Interrupted me.
You're not fucking dude. Let him talk.
Interrupted me. So stop.
I've only heard you talking all this time and him trying to say something.
Asking his questions, right? Because you were too busy hugging his nuts.
Didn't you just say that people get frustrated and angry when they're caught out as liars?
No, I said that you will slander somebody and call them curses is what you did. You called me some pretty profane names, man.
I can do more than that.
Well, go ahead then. I dare you. Go ahead and blame it on the Kiwis too, because it's not all of them. You're like the degenerate of the Kiwis. You are not those people, man.
Okay. So if I recall the conversation correctly, you did say there was no such thing as natural selection, but you said adaptation was true. People can go back in the conversation.
They can.
To see whether what I'm saying is correct, what I'm saying is correct or not.
Natural selection is controlling the language. So you say no. Environmental selection, environmental adaptation. No, we'll call it natural selection to push the lie of evolution. You have to be very careful when they change the names of these things, because that happens slowly. And then they'll say, well, you see, it's evolution. No, it's not. It's environmental adaptation with limitations.
Okay. Adaptation is a consequence of natural selection. That's the point I want to make. So you can't have adaptation without natural selection. That's the way it works. That's the only point I want to make.
No, that's the lie.
It's not.
That's the lie.
That's the lie. Okay.
You see how you brought in the word natural selection again? All you had to do was stay on environmental adaptation, environmental selection. That's what it is. Why say that comes from natural selection? That's not scientific.
So are you disputing the process, or are you disputing the label?
The process and the labels are both lies.
Okay. And again, I'll just ask you to prove it.
Well, I'm asking you to show me a 2-cell organism.
Okay.
You know, there's no 2-cell or 3-cell or 4-cell. So magically it jumps from
now you're getting into irreducible
cell,
complexity.
It jumps
I know
to
the
what,
arguments.
100 cells or 1,000 cells?
Yeah, I know the arguments. Irreducible complexity.
No, honestly, that's my question. Explain how
I'm not a scientist. I don't know.
No, explain that. That's I get to ask the question. How does a 1-cell organism go to a 1,000 cell organism with no proof?
Well, see, again, I reject the foundation of your question because you tack on without no proof.
You lie your way out of it. That's what you're saying.
No, I just, there's no lie. I'm rejecting the foundation of you.
Did you have to go or something? Because I don't have much. I can only stay on for another 10 minutes. So go ahead and ask.
Dude, this guy is such a bad faith debater, man.
Holy shit.
And MD, just so you know, me and Vegan Equilibrium aren't exactly mates. So,
well, it seems that you are. You've already lied, so why should I believe
nobody's
you?
lying, dude. Nobody's lying.
Dogs?
Nobody's lying.
Hey, Yerfie, why should I believe a liar? You can't answer that, right? What? So you can continue to lie? Is that the answer?
Okay, good on you, mate.
Oh, you gonna call me another slur? Okay.
I said good on you, mate. Is that a slur?
Hey,
Vegan Equilibrium. We have MD here who says that evolution is a lie, and he has he's claimed to be able to produce some argumentation to support it. I don't know if you've been here that long or listened that long. What's your views on the matter? How would you tell him that it isn't a lie?
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
So we lost you there, Vegan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Evolution,
would you like to come on?
Evolution seems pretty obvious to me if you dig into it, and yeah, it just seems like this dude is using some logical fallacies and changing goalposts. I just don't think he's a good faith. He's having a discussion in good faith, and I think he's a bit arrogant, and I don't see having a conversation with him being valuable at all, because I don't know, doesn't seem like he's open to hearing what people have to say about it.
Because you don't know. So Yerf Dogs wasn't mean or nothing like that, right? He didn't start the slandering, right? He didn't start that. You know why I did that? To show him how it feels, man. But you have nothing to say about what he did, right? Is that true?
All I know is when I came in and what I heard.
All right, so why don't you rewind it and listen to how he started off with me, and listen how I was respectful with him, even though he was extremely disrespectful with me. Because sometimes you have to show somebody what it feels like, and maybe they'll learn. But in some cases, people are very thick-skulled. So if you rewind it, you'll see who started that. And I tried to teach him in this way, but sometimes teaching him that, sometimes you can't teach. No matter how hard you try, you can't polish a turd.
I don't know. If the discussion's just about the actual science or whatever definitions, it just seems like you're it just seems like you're incorrect in my opinion, and that you aren't having a good good faith discussion. And maybe it's because you're saying it's because he was mean to you, but
No, it's not because
I
he was
don't I
mean
know
to
I'm
you. It's
okay.
because
Well,
he's not answering. Okay, can you answer the question? How do you explain in scientific fact how a single cell organism can turn into 100-cell organism or 1,000-cell without, any scientific evidence? Can you explain that to me?
I don't really know why are you like, what's the basis of your question
Because
exactly?
I
Like
want to
what?
know how evolution works. You're telling me that things evolved into other things, right? So how does a single cell organism become a multi-cell organism?
I can
There's
answer
no
that.
proof of that, right? Unless you
Yeah,
have it.
I mean, I don't, to be honest, I'm not very well versed in this
Okay, so
topic.
in other words, you're not mentally equipped for the conversation, and that's okay. You just need to study more. And then maybe you'll see that there's no evidence for that.
Was there an argument from my recollection? Wasn't there an
I
argument
wanted to hear what I wanted to hear
was
what
there
your
an argument that somehow one cell got inside another cell by some mere freakish occurrence? Like as in there were two
Yeah, you're talking transgenesis.
there were two unicellular organisms, and somehow one
I
got inside the other and became the mitochondria and became
whoa.
I think that's
Yeah, the
basically they
genes
became.
transfer.
No, wait a minute. But DNW, Yerf dog never got to answer that question. I think I just want to hear what he has to say.
He didn't
did.
want
We
to
don't.
answer it. That's what he
He
said.
did answer it.
Okay, can you just let it?
Wow, we have another person who thinks evolution is a lie. Would you like to come on here, Nyan, and tell us about that? I'm surprised. There's so many people saying it in the live chat. We have Kermit the Hermit and Nyan saying it. Yeah.
You know what's so funny? Marcus, right, is saying that I started it. And whenever anybody, this is great because it shows how the liars stick together.
Here it
You
is.
can
Here
go
it is.
back and you can see that he was the one that started it. This is how the lie of evolution is pushed. Liars conglomerate. Like the way they say cells conglomerated. No, these liars conglomerate together to form an immense lying faction. So he's the one. You look back at this stream and you'll see that I was very respectful. I'm passionate, but I'm respectful. And he was the one that started that off. So, Brother Marcus,
Sounds schizophrenic.
you're a liar. Oh, you know what? Hey, sometimes people call things of what they are. So maybe you're the schizo. You sound kind of stoned, as if you smoked a couple of joints and you're coming on here blasted out of your face saying, I don't know, dude. You know,
I wish.
Come on, bro. Come on. Be honest. You know you smoked a couple of joints before.
I wish I could smoke pot without getting paranoid, because I would.
I can hear it in your voice, bro.
I think me and Vegan Equilibrium have just found something in common. I can't do pot either because it just fucks me up really badly.
Yeah, didn't you have to go, man? Didn't you say you had to go?
Yeah, I will after this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, goodbye.
All right. So the 0-cell organ, what is it? 1-cell organism to 1,000-cell organism. It's just mutations that occur over time. That's all. That's the answer.
You don't have no proof, in other words. I asked you to prove it scientifically.
But again.
So where did you not comprehend that? Can you prove scientifically? All right, I'll make it easier for you. Can you prove how it gets to a 5-cell organism?
But by mutations, that's the theory.
No, prove it scientifically. What are you not understanding? When I say prove it scientifically, it doesn't say just make something up.
Well, but I'm not going to. I don't know. I don't have access.
You don't know.
Right now.
Thank you. You don't know. Thank you. Like I said, we're all agnostic. Nobody knows.
No. This is the point. This is the main point. This is the driving point. This is the main point. We are not all agnostic. If you're agnostic, you would never say that evolution is a lie. So you're actually contradicting yourself.
I have presented many scientific facts.
You don't know what you don't know what evidence is.
Documentation of the lies.
And this is why I swore at you, because you're such a fucking loser. Just galloping this
guess
crap.
What, man? Hey, guess what? Thanks for swearing. Thanks for letting me. You know what? Don't hold back, man. Tell me how you really feel.
I have a position in my life. What actual words, whatever expletives that people use is not as important as the actual attitude of the person. So I think your attitude is absolutely crap. You're not
are
interested in
hilarious.
good faith discussing at all.
To think that they allow you to drive and do things like that is it's like,
all right, mate. I'll leave you guys to it. Have a good day, everybody. Thanks,
take care.
DNW.
Good day,
Bye
mate.
now.
Go fuck yourself,
Boom.
MD.
Yeah, good day, mate.
Bye.
It's so funny because the last, this is great, but hey, I appreciate you having me on DNW. It's
So you have a lot of love in the chat.
I appreciate
Jackie
that, man.
loves this American zombie dude.
I stand up for what I stand up for what I believe is right. But when I see science behind something, it's not about being right. It's about a factual evidence. And like I said today, we live in a world of zombies. And when you try to present a truth, they'll come at you like a zombie. They'll try to eat the thoughts out of your head.
Brother, I wasn't convinced tonight, but I'm open to reading your book when it comes out. So I look. Yeah, you can come back and let us know what you think about evolution. By the way, is this one of your bugbears? Is this one of your what different kind of topics do you circle around in terms of your the conversation you have online?
Well, the main one, I have human origins, society. Like when I look through society, it made me wonder, why are there not so many people to talk to about what governments are doing? Like I also talk about the notion of government, the word itself, govern, to hold back, to restrict, to limit, and ment from the Latin word mente, mind. So literally it means mind control, mind restriction.
So you've been watching a lot of Mark Passio.
Can I? No, I don't. I don't watch that. So just please let me finish the thought. So the question he asked me. So that's one of them, to show how government creates a fiction called authority, and then authority creates fictional laws where you see, if we have morality, we don't need that. Laws allowed people to, hey, we can't pollute the river. Oh, but this law says we can pollute it this much. So government is a control of the mind. I talk about stuff like that. And
where does morality come from?
I have conversations about things in society that are used to control us, like music, certain types of music, certain tones, certain agendas, the schooling system, of course, that we see, the food that is out. I mean, in America, they ban a lot of our food in the UK. So, but yet they're still available in America. So I talk about a variety of subjects, but mostly dealing with knowledge on that tip. And yeah, that's about it. But I appreciate you having me on, man.
Okay, well,
so where does morality come from?
All right, and we'll talk again. Hey, vegan man, chill out on the joints, and maybe we'll talk the next time.
That goes for you too. Lay off the fucking drugs, bro.
Man. Yeah, sure. Have a good one, man. Take care. All right.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of psychedelics you've been using. Too much ayahuasca.
Guys, we have JE in the chat. Brother Marcus, Kermit the Hermit. I think who else is here? Rai, Nayan Pasu. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Divine. Life Abolitionism is still there. Yeah, do come on, guys. We're back on StreamYard, so you can come on and talk, JE. It'd be good to hear from you. It's been a while. But yeah, that was it's been an eventful stream. It's been one of the most eventful. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think people took it well. Yerf Dogs wasn't upset. He was chilled out, and MD went off. He seemed in good spirits, so it's all
Yerf
okay.
Dog tell him to go fuck himself.
Yeah, but he wasn't. That's just as I said. That's just water for ducks back, isn't it? He doesn't. It's not going to bother him for the rest of the day. America's Zombie says, "Take care, guys. Have a good one." There you go. So have a good one. Who just left? Someone just dropped out. Was it Gaia or who? Someone just dropped out. I don't know who dropped out. Anyway, Jay, are you coming on? He says he's doing the laundry. He doesn't know if he'll be able to come on, but he'll try. Brother Marcus says it's been a very eventful stream. Divine says MD is a know-it-all. Well, perhaps he'll be back to tell us more.
Wow, I actually agree with Divine on that one.
Savina says lack of self-awareness personified. Wow. But he did have his fans. I mean, there was Jackie, right? Jackie, are you there? Do you want to come on?
Well, people who are like overly confident like that, it works on a lot of people, like people that are a little more unsure of themselves or whatever, or especially if they're just in the same like religious camp or whatever it seems like they're in, they're gonna the shit clumps together. But yeah, overly confident people can pick up people that sort of cling on to what they're saying, even if it's total bullshit.
Okay, Life Abolitionist doesn't agree with you. He said, "Life Abolitionist, who is there? By the way, you can talk abolitionism. You are in this conversation, so you feel free to enunciate vocally what you want." He says, "I don't think he was a know-it-all. He was being attacked." So again, a kind of weird civil war going on in the live chat. Lots of people took Yerf's side, and lots of people took MD's American Zombie side. Brother Marcus says, I think the lack of self-awareness could stem from being in an echo chamber, i.e. his fans sound similar. Okay.
Yeah.
So he thinks all you people who are supporting MD come from echo chambers. Kermit the Hermit says, it's reverse. Kermit, do you want to come on here, brother, and talk? I think a lot of people have been shaken into a state of wanting to talk about this matter, and for some reason they felt something that made them feel alive from that conversation. So come on and talk about it. Rai says false dichotomy, that's the ultimate Hegelian framework. And he says Kermit says we were actually way more strong. So he's talking about MD American Zombie side. So he was on that side of the fence. So yeah, anybody want to come on other than that, guys, in the live stream who are here? Chickpea, Vegan Equilibrium, Life Abolitionism. Thanks for being here. What have you got to say, guys?
Well, I don't want to talk about them now that they're no longer here, but I think MD took the bait. I think MD gave Steve exactly what he wanted, which is why I was trying to help him out before, he dug himself in a hole. Like he fell for the trap, and I don't think he realizes that.
Right. Chickpea, how do you feel after all of that?
The conversation was over my head, actually. Completely over my head. I just sat and listened.
And Chickpea, I think it was last week, was it, Vegan Equilibrium, that she missed you? She could have met up with you. Had a vegan burger somewhere.
Yeah.
Would you like that?
Yeah, I would hang out with Chickpea even though we go at it sometimes.
There you go, Chickpea. There you go, darling.
Thank you.
I just was like, I don't know, like he was talking. He has the whole like I don't know, like what's it called, like anarchist or spiritual anarchist talking points. Like he said he doesn't listen to Mark Passio or whatever, but I don't know if I believe him. I like on that. He's talking about the whole like morality over government or over laws or whatever, but yet he obviously didn't want to answer the question, where does morality come from, because he's I'm sure he considers himself a moral realist, and morality is completely subjective. So
Well, as an anarchist, I can answer that. It comes from moral reasoning. It's not based on laws.
right, but that's subjective. It's not there. It doesn't actually like exist anywhere in the universe without a subjective, without a mind to conceive of it.
Right, but that's the reason why only humans can have ethics, not animals, because we are capable of moral reasoning.
Well, yeah, but you have to name the trait. Like, first of all, that's actually not true. There is altruism in the animal kingdom.
Oh, yes, there is. Yeah, I agree with you.
And secondly, it doesn't mean that they shouldn't be brought into the circle of moral consideration. And you'd have to name the trait true of animals, which, if true of humans, would justify the same treatment without creating a logical contradiction.
Actually, life abolitionism must tell you this. I feed a load of birds every day, and there's loads and loads of pigeons come to be fed. And I've never, ever, ever once seen the pigeons bully each other or seen them bully the sparrows and the blackbirds that come down to eat. Now, you wouldn't see humans behaving like that. And they actually live with a much higher moral code than we do. And I've also got 7 cats. And my 7 cats are so well-mannered toward each other. And so, well, when you think how us humans treat each other. I think they live their lives by a higher moral code than we do.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the social contract. Animals can't engage in a contract. They can't negotiate.
Neither can children or retards.
That's not. I'm not. You're talking about moral consideration. That's not the point. It's not about moral consideration. He was talking about in the context of government. I don't think that animals can participate in government.
But animals don't need.
Neither can children or retards.
Animals don't need a government.
Well, I don't understand how that's salient to saying that morality is subjective. Morality is subjective. It comes from someone thinking something is moral or not. It doesn't come it's not existing anywhere outside of that. And once you decide what your moral baseline is, you can act logically within that framework or illogically within that framework.
No, there's some basic. There's a baseline when it comes to morality. You may disagree about finer details, but basically, you treat people the way you want to be treated.
I mean, that could be your moral baseline, but that's your subjective moral baseline. That doesn't make morality a real thing in the universe. It's still a subjective idea.
No, because it's very limited in scope. There are some things that are subjective, but most of it is based on natural law, which is objective.
There's no objective natural law when it comes to morality.
Gosh. I'm not going to give a whole discourse about anarchy, but there is an objective standard.
I used to be an anarchist. I was a big follower of Mark Passio, all that shit. I was into all of it. There's some great stuff there. I agree with a lot of stuff, like of how things should be happening and what it would be like. It would be great if certain things were a certain way. But in terms of moral realism, it's not. And there's no moral realism. It's completely subjective. It would be great if we all shared the same idea about morality. That would be great. And then we'd have a lot of great things. But that doesn't make it any less subjective.
Okay, I'm gonna use your argument right now because you're a vegan, and I think most vegans don't see this as subjective. They see that as an objective moral standard that all people should go vegan and not harm animals. Is that not correct?
I think what they think, animals should be given moral consideration.
That's an objective standard, not subjective.
Well, it's subjective. They think it should be, what's the word? It should be universal.
Right. And even prioritizing animals above humans is an objective standard.
No, first of all, I don't know many vegans that feel that way, and that's very contextual. It depends on what scenario you're talking about. You can think that there should be a universal standard for morality, but that doesn't make morality any less subjective. It's still a subjective thing. So, like, my subjective opinion about morality is that other people should adopt my moral baseline, because I believe it will benefit all the beings that I give value to, like all the sentient beings, right? That doesn't mean that I believe there's an objective morality. I just believe that people should adopt my same subjective morality, my same subjective idea about morality.
But you're no longer an anti-natalist, and you were saying that people should procreate in order to save wildlife. Like,
I
how?
didn't say they should. I didn't say they should. I said that it's a catch-22 because there's no because the only palliative care that can be given to animals right now is through human intervention, and so I don't really know what the answer is. I'm not pro. I'm not against. I think there's certain trolley questions in which I would be a conditional natalist, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't call myself an anti-natalist, but I just don't know what the right thing is in that regard. It still feels weird. Like I would never encourage someone to have children. Let's just put it that way.
But your justifications for procreating are all in favor of animals, not for humans.
Well, it actually does benefit humans too, because human palliative care can only come from humans right now also.
All right, I'm gonna leave.
My interest is in preventing rights violations, right? That's the main thing, is preventing rights violations. And this is all preferential, like that's not it doesn't seem like it's your preference or anyone else or a lot of other people's preference. So, and that just goes to show morality is subjective.
No, some things are subjective, but there's a baseline that is objective. I'm not sure where the disconnect is.
Where does that come from?
It comes from moral reasoning. Like there's a moral.
Your moral reasoning is different than my moral reasoning. We've already discovered that, so we know it's subjective.
There are some things that are universal that everybody disagrees on. I mean, everybody agrees on.
Just because something is universally agreed on does not make it objective. It just means that a lot of people share the same subjective view.
All right, so I'm assuming you're no longer an anarchist. That you're a statist. Like, so now you're a proponent of statism in order to force people to be virtuous. Like it.
Yeah, no, I think I did say that earlier in the conversation. I said I used to be an anarchist. I look at the whole anarchy versus statist thing as also another paradox similar to the natalist versus anti-natalist thing. And I guess you could say I'm kind of a born again statist. I don't like a lot of the implications of what being a statist is, but at the same time, yes, like I absolutely do think we should like force people not to harm each other, not to commit rights violations. Excuse me, not to commit rights violations.
I don't know. I feel like you're just evolving. You went from being an anti-natalist to not being an anti-natalist, anarchist. Now you're a statist. I feel like you're still finding yourself. And what you're saying right now is subject to change by tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know about by tomorrow, but yeah, I have changed a lot in the last few years.
I mean, it just seems so fickle. Like, how do you have? I mean, these are things that you would commit. These are strong ethical convictions that you would have, and to just accept it as your moral framework and then just abandon it overnight.
Overnight? Whoa, that was not overnight, bro.
So
that was a lot of like thinking and a lot of trying to I mean, part of me being out there doing outreach and doing all that anti-natalist activism was searching, dude. Searching for answers. For a while, I didn't hear any good ones, and then I talked to certain people, and I'm like, you know what? It's a fucking paradox. That's the conclusion I came to. It's a paradox, and I'm kind of wasting my time focusing on this subject because
I
it's
think it was
damned if you
me,
do,
actually.
damned if you don't.
Well, with another thing, you made an appeal to futility, and it's like that appeal to futility could also apply to veganism.
You might be right about that. I haven't been able to figure that one out yet.
Right. So next week you won't be vegan anymore.
That's not true.
Maybe not next week, but I do predict that you will no longer be vegan, and that you're going to move
You're
on.
absolutely wrong. You're absolutely wrong about that. Because the whole thing about one of the reasons for me changing my opinion about that other stuff kind of has to do with veganism. So veganism is my basically it's like this: human rights is my moral baseline, and that's why I'm a vegan, because we should extend human rights to all sentient life forms within reason.
I don't know.
And you need and government is, I feel, is an unfortunate. It's the unfortunate fruit of the collective consciousness. It's a catch-22.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because look, tipping point where everybody adopts this anarcho philosophy. Well, then you can have like the moral world and anarchist world that you really want, and that might be true. That proves the whole fruit of the collective consciousness thing. Passio talks about that. Like all these things happen because if the people happen. He even talks about like he uses the example of the cop, right, that brutalizes someone, and you think, okay, if karma's real, why doesn't the anvil fall on the cop immediately, right? Well, it's actually what happens is if the society lets the cop get away with it, then their karma is that they have to then live in a society where people can get bullied by police, right? If they don't do something about it right away. So, I mean, I'm kind of in that camp a bit, but I've also seen in lobbying work like firsthand. I've seen it work. I've seen it actually protect people or protect animals. So, I mean, it's not the best system. I wish it was better. If everybody could change their mind overnight and decide veganism is correct, then the world would be a better place. Everybody would be vegan, right?
No, it
So
would not be your place. I would be miserable as a vegan. And one of the main reasons that I am an anti-natalist is because I see the government as being oppressive. So I would never bring a child into this world to suffer under this oppressive system.
You just said you'd be miserable as a vegan, but the people that benefit from oppressing people would be miserable within like this moral anarchist system. So what makes you any different from them?
The main difference is that I'm not using the state to impose my will onto other people.
No, you are the statist imposing your will onto animals. You're doing it through the somewhat free market.
What are you saying? The free market exists independent of the state. What are you talking about?
So you are a statist is according to the the philosophy or the Passian philosophy is like, a statist is basically anyone that, violates someone else's rights, right? So
that's not what a statist is.
Well, basically, you believe that you should be an archon over someone else. Anarchy means no means no rulers. So by imposing your will onto an animal, you are becoming an archon to that animal.
That's not even true. Like that's not animals are not part of the social contract. There's nothing hierarchical.
So neither are retards or children. So you can't use. And you've already agreed earlier that that doesn't mean we shouldn't bring them into our moral consideration.
I didn't say
Yeah.
that. I did not say that. I was
Oh, so do you believe it's okay to Holocaust retards and children because they can't engage in the social contract?
No, it's not. We need to step back for a second. It's not that they're not worthy of more consideration. It's that they don't have rights because they can't. You can't have rights unless you have duties, and so it's not based on rights. It's based on consequentialism. So I wouldn't harm animal or like I know you say all animals are the same. I'm talking about like pets. Like I wouldn't harm a pet because of the consequences of it. It would negatively impact me to go harm a cat or a dog.
So wait, you're saying that a mentally challenged person or a human child does not have rights?
Well, Noam Chomsky actually explained that they don't. Not really. Children don't actually have rights.
Okay. You don't believe that they should have rights? You don't believe they should have the right to not be abused, not be murdered?
It's not based on rights.
So why is he AN then? Why is he an antinatalist then?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's based on consequentialism. Noam Chomsky did a whole video explaining the difference. It's not based on rights because you can't have rights without duties.
Why not? Of course you can. They're subjective.
No, because if I have a right to something, then it's like a ledger. Like you have the cost and the like. It has to balance out. So if I have
Why does it have to balance out?
Because it's a contract. That's why.
Who said it's a contract?
What rights are based on? It's a social contract. I'm not. It's almost like
that's what you're saying. That doesn't mean that's what they're. Rights are a subjective thing. So if I decide if my preference is that all sentient beings should have the same rights that humans get within reason, like that's subjective to me. That doesn't need to be based on any contract. It's based on my baseline. The symmetry breaker for me is sentience, the ability to have a subjective experience and suffer and feel pain and those things. That's all it is for me. That's my subjective reason for giving them rights.
You can't change the meaning of words. You need to go back to the.
I didn't change the meaning of the word.
Interrupt you. You need to go back and look at what Hobbes and Rousseau and all these philosophers wrote when they conceptualized the term rights. Rights were basically originally that it was relation to the government because the sovereign was considered the hand of God, and so the sovereign had unlimited power. They created rights to say that there was things that were so fundamental that even a sovereign can't violate them. So rights were created to limit the government's power, not as an entitlement. It's
define right. What is a right by your definition? What is a right?
Rights limit the government's power.
That's what a right is.
That's what a natural right is. That is.
No. That's not the definition of the word right when it comes to what we're talking about. Tell me what your definition of the word human right is.
No, I'm talking about the original. I know it has evolved and it's twisted to mean something else.
Well, I'm asking you what your definition of it is, not what it used to be. How are you using it? How do you define a right?
Rights limit the government's power. That's my definition. That is the original definition of it.
Okay, that's not like a definition. That's just explaining an action, what it can do. You have to give your actual definition.
I don't know the legal definition, but it's rights. Okay, let me
You
just
don't
let me,
even know the definition of the word you're trying to use. Why are you trying to argue about what a right is then?
let me tell you what it is. So rights are in relation to duties. So if you like
Who
someone,
says?
what?
Who says?
The people who came up with the term rights. I mean, I'm trying to
Who
explain
came
to
up
you.
with the term right?
I'm telling you how they use the word rights. It's
All
not
right.
what you're.
Well, I don't know who they are, and I don't know like what your definition of right is or how you're using it. I don't think you do either. So I don't think this is. I think this has become a pointless conversation. But I appreciate you taking the time.
It's not you just changing it and making it up. Like you have, even if I'm not given the legal definition of rights, I still can go back to the source and tell you what it is. I mean, if you want me to give you the legal definition, I can do that, but that's not what we're doing right now.
I don't want their definition, legal definition. I want your definition. How are you using the word? What does it mean to you?
Okay. Let me just tell you, because I'm actually writing a book right now. A right is a legal, social, or ethical entitlement to something or a freedom to act. No, and yeah, but again, I was talking about in the context of natural rights. That's what I'm talking about. I don't.
So you said an entitlement, and what makes something a natural right?
Because those are. You said you were an anarchist. I would assume that you would understand that, right? Okay.
I want to hear I want to hear where you get it from and why you think it's a natural right. Because I was into that whole thing, and then I realized, oh, rights are subjective, morality is subjective. You still haven't given me any strong like argument against anti-moral realism.
Okay, let me one thing at a time. I'm going to tell you how they derived that natural rights. It's if you were on a deserted island, it was just you, and there was nobody else on that island with you, and nobody to interfere with your existence. You would have the right to life, liberty, and property. Those are the basic rights. And so, when other people come
Well,
on
where
that
does
island,
that come from? Wait, who decides that?
this, this, I'm this. I believe it was John Locke who explained all of that.
Oh, so John Locke decided that I have that, so it's subjectively that's coming subjectively from John Locke. That's not actually coming from there's no inherent thing in the universe, no physical thing in the universe that is called a right. It's a subjective idea.
No, because what he's saying is verifiable. That if you were on an island, you would have the right to life, liberty, and property. So it's not.
Who decides that? You're just saying that, but you're not saying why or how.
Tell me how my statement is false. Explain to
Well,
me
if
how.
I decide, okay, so if I decide, I'm not saying, okay, what I'm saying is you're making a statement as if it's inherently so. Like there's
No, tell,
it's within the ether of existence, right? But you have to have a mind to decide that is so. So
now you're going into Kant. That's what it sounds to me. It's yeah.
Anyway, hold on. I'm getting a call and I have to take it. But hey, you know what? Despite the fact that we strongly disagree, I actually thought you were having a really nice conversation with me here. So I will want to pick it up again at some point.
All right.
All right. Talk soon.
Okay, guys. Does anybody else want to pop on before we wrap this up? I mean, I don't know if anybody's got anything else left to say. Link is in the chat. Do come on and talk if you want to. Chickpea, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I've just been listening.
Okay. Life abolitionism and Chickpea, do you want to stir the conversation up a bit?
Gosh. Yeah, my brain's. I've been doing a lot of listening this evening. What's happening? Would you like to see a naughty torty before I go?
Your cat, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'll show you my grumpy. You wait till you see this grumpy girl's face.
Got American
okay?
Zombies back.
You
Hey,
wait till you see
I got
this
about
grumpy
10,
girl's
15
face.
minutes.
Hold
So let me
on,
help.
where is she?
I'll be right back,
Oh
guys.
dear,
Gonna get a
what? She
drink.
just hissed at me. Cat just hissed at me. Naughty little girl. Sorry, she doesn't want to come on. I just got hissed at by a cat. Hello.
Yeah, keep talking, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a drink.
Yeah, I didn't. I just noticed. I got about 10, 15 minutes, but the title of the stream, I should have addressed that before. Attempting to find Gnosis, right?
Yeah.
What were you guys, because I didn't hear anybody talk about that. I know we just basically got into the science type stuff. If anybody might have spoke on that before I came on.
Well, I mean, that started like hours ago, but I think the conversation evolved into something completely different.
Yeah, but like, what were the thoughts on that?
What? Gnosis? Well, I'm one of these weirdos that believes that there, I believe what the Gnostics believe, that there's, these little entities that when we die, we don't sort of die and go to heaven or what we're told in the Bible, but basically we're recycled, like it says in the Gnostic books and everything, which is why I come in the feeble hope of finding a way out.
Could it be that we go forward instead of being recycled into something?
I believe we're recycled. I actually discovered back in the 80s, I went to see a hypnotist to stop smoking, and I discovered to my utter horror that I existed in another dimension before entering this one. And this happened back in the 80s. And I still haven't managed to find out what was going on and why it was happening to me. I've had a bit of a weird life in that respect. I should have died in a fire when I was in my early 20s, but didn't. So things don't quite add up in my life. And I'm trying to find the solution before I die, because I don't want to come back for another stint, because I've got a horrible feeling I've been here before.
Do you think that could have been hypnosis that allowed you to tap into genetic memory, possibly?
Yeah, I think, because my mother confirmed it. Because what happened was, at this hypnotism, this whole thing, this is to stop smoking back in the 80s, I went to see this guy, and then I found myself in a blue place, and I witnessed my own conception. And as I watched the cells dividing, it all happened in a weird time frame, but it was weird. It was a totally different time frame to what we know. And then the forehead began to cave in. So I put my right hand out and I put a V on the forehead to make things better. And then I went into this thing. But I was born with a great big red V on my forehead. Yes, I know it sounds crazy. And I haven't really worried about it too much in the past, because I'm getting quite old now. I was 30 when this happened, and I haven't really bothered too much about it until, very recently, past sort of 8-9 months since, and I started coming here and I started talking about it. And I'm still trying to find out what was going on. And I do believe what the Gnostics say, that when you leave here, death is just a checkpoint. And then there's this tunnel of light, and you go into it, and little archons are waiting to do whatever they want to do, they do to us. And then they just recycle you back for another 70 years on this shithouse of a planet, because I hate the place, loathe it. I think it's a right bloodbath.
So you're saying you existed on another planet?
I don't know. I don't know. I've got no idea. But I hate it here. I loathe this planet with an absolute passion. I've always hated it, even when I was a little girl. I've always hated it from my earliest memories. And I've always been a vegan antinatalist since I was 6-7 years old. It was just there inside me. Mm-hmm. And I wouldn't eat meat even when I was little. didn't want to know. And I knew when I was 7 years old already, I decided I was never going to have children because I just saw the brutal truth about it all. And I'm still the same, and I still haven't managed to find out what's going on. And I sort of come here hoping that one day something will thing inside my brain I will remember, or something, I don't know. But it's helping me. It's helped with my moods. I get terribly depressed. Dreadful depressions. Really bad. Yeah. And I love coming here. It really helps me.
Wow.
It's a form of group therapy. And I learn a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
Learned a
some
lot here.
streams. They,
Yeah.
I used to go on Blog Talk Radio and have a show.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty nice. We started back in 2010, and people actually saw a YouTube channel I had and invited me. That's how I found out about it, and it was strictly radio. Yeah, you know, but pretty cool people. I met a lot of diverse amount of people. I mean, growing up in New York City, traveling around the world, being a veteran.
Where did you go?
I went to when I was a child. I have family in London, so I went there. Canada, Mexico, the Caribbean, a few islands in the Caribbean.
All right, yeah, nice.
Yeah, South America, and Amsterdam. I went to.
Oh, I come from around there.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, I come from Zeeland, which is on the Dutch coast.
Wow. I think I flew into Schiphol Airport.
Well, Schiphol is.
Yeah. Beautiful country. I mean, it was great.
Yes.
Yeah, and just a lot of different states in the Americas.
All right.
So, just kind of like Mark Twain said, the more you travel, the less you get to meet people and see the truth. Yeah.
Yes, because you know what I've learned about life, because I've traveled a lot as well, and I've worked abroad. I've worked in Holland, Germany. I worked in Bahrain for a short while, and I've worked around a lot. And everywhere you go, it's the same old thing. You think you're going to a different land, a different this, a different that, different language, but after a couple of months, you're back where you started. You're back to what you. It's the same wherever you go, no matter where you go in the world. I've learned.
Do you think that if you were born into a different family, like say a family that was financially well off,
Yes, of course.
It would have been better?
Of course. Good Lord, yes. Good Lord. I've said that so many times. It's I'm an anti-natalist. I'm quite radical about it. I think it's great for the top 2% having children because yes, they could send, like I went to grammar school and I haven't got academic thought inside my head. I would have been far better off with a family who could have sent me for dancing lessons or carpentry or whatever I wanted to do when I was little, instead of sitting there learning academic rubbish. So yes, because when you're a member of the proletariat, you just get sent to the local school where they just train you up to be a little office slave, in my case.
Tricky. When you say you're an anti-natalist, but the top 2% are okay to procreate, don't you think it's a little confusing?
I'm saying it purely, I don't understand when I look around me why working class people or even middle class people breed. I look around me and I see the big ugly grey buildings, the dirty sky, the pollution everywhere, and I think, why do you want to bring a child into this? I don't understand. Whereas, of course, yes, if you're born a member of the British aristocracy with loads of land and horses and everything else.
How is that anti-natalism?
Well, I said I can see why they do. I can see why it's okay. I can understand why they breed. I can't understand why the mass peasantry do. I don't understand. They don't see it. Why would you bring a child into the world when that child at the age of 17, 18 is going to be working for the rest of the next 50 years in an office or factory, or some bloody shop somewhere? Lovely.
So
they would not have been born.
They wanted to have the highest motivation to procreate because children are the only thing that give their life purpose. They don't have anything else.
Yes, I know. And I think it's a good way for a woman to trap a man as well. I think I know my mother did that little stint. It was a trap. It's a good way to trap a man. And it is, isn't it?
Do you think that people procreate, which I've seen, to give their children a better life than they had? Like, some parents will do that.
Well, I can't see how in my mind, unless you can afford for your child to be educated in the way that the child is, as opposed to what the system wants, you're not doing the best for that child.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. It's like we're breeding to keep the machine going.
Yes, we're breeding. Yes, exactly. It's factory fodder.
Yeah, I totally see that.
Factory fodder, shop fodder.
Yeah.
It's all fodder. Whereas the top 2%, of course, the lucky ones, their children can go to acting school. Their children have got horses. They can learn to water ski and do everything because their parents can afford it. So they have a more rounded childhood that suits who they are, as opposed to what the system wants.
You'd still object to that, though, right?
Sorry?
You'd still object to that, though, right?
Well, I can see why they do it.
Yeah, I know you can see why they would do it, but would you object to it as an antinatalist?
Yes, I think the human race should go extinct. I think what David Benatar thinks. I think we should go extinct because I think we bring incredible suffering to this planet for the animal kingdom. Terrible suffering. It sickens me.
Right. And the wealthy cause more harm than those who are poor.
Yes, I know. But we're all connected. We're all at it. Well, that's relative too, because the wealthy tend to buy better quality, tend to buy grass-fed beef, whereas the proletariat tend to buy stuff from the factory farm.
They consume a disproportionate amount of resources. I mean,
No. I'm just saying I can understand why they breed. I can, I'm not saying I agree. I'm very much, I think, I'm quite a radical vegan, even though I do feed my cats on fish. Yeah.
What made you a vegan? Did you always feel that way?
I've always been this way, even as a little girl. Yeah, it's always been there. When I was a child, for the first 6 years of my life, it was never a problem. Then my mother married my stepfather, this meat eater, and then it became a problem. Force feeding me and shit. But yeah, it's always been there. I was born like it.
well, how were you a vegan back in the day before they had supplements?
What supplement? What do you mean by supplements?
You know what I mean? Because most vegans now, they rely heavily on supplements. So I'm wondering how you were a vegan.
When I was young, I used to live on a diet of wholemeal bread, lots of peanut butter. I used to eat vegetables, potatoes, fruit. Well, I'm 71 years old and I'm still here.
Well, I'm assuming did you take a B12 supplement?
I have done latterly in the past few years. But you know what? I don't want to be funny. B12, this is an interesting thing because B12 is destroyed by heat. So all these meat eaters cooking their meat are destroying the B12 in the meat.
I've heard that when Indian vegans were brought to the UK, a lot of them started getting deficiencies, and they said it was because they were giving them washed fruits and vegetables where
I was going to say, yeah, you can get it from potato skins with the soil on them, a little bit of soil on them, just the tiniest bit.
Exactly. So you really might not need the supplements if you're eating in a very natural way. I guess the downfall would be there might be some pathogens that you might not want, but if it's grown in clean soil, I think I forgot who wrote the book, The Secret Life of Plants. Like they were saying, if you have like the soil and everything working together, that it eliminates a lot of these pests and problems that we see in modern agriculture. You don't need pesticides. You don't need, if you have different plants growing next to each other, it actually benefits one another. Different insects will come and, prevent predators that would kill off single crops.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, in the past, I started to take supplements in the 70s when I was old enough to go out and buy my own stuff, which should have been in my early 20s. and I've been taking them all my life for the past 50 years. But insofar as vitamins are concerned, B vitamins are destroyed by heat. So all these meat eaters talking about vitamin B12, well, they cook their meat. So I just
Yeah.
so I don't know what they're talking about.
I remember meeting David Wolf and like the leading raw foodist back about 20 years ago here.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Really cool guy. Met him a
Yeah.
few times in New York City. And yeah, I guess the raw, you know, eating at least half of your food raw, you know,
Yeah.
that's a benefit. And
Yeah.
cooking itself, you know, because I was a vegan for a few years, then vegetarian. And then
Yeah.
eventually I went back to eating fish and stuff. Not
Yeah.
beef. I haven't eaten beef in a while. But
Mm.
I guess if cooked properly, I mean, it really makes you wonder. I mean, if I had
Yeah,
to
see?
butcher the cow, you know, that'd be a whole different thing, or the chicken, or you
Yeah,
know,
I couldn't do it.
yeah, it's a tough one. It's definitely a tough
I
one.
couldn't do it.
How
But
often does he stream? If he's still there, DNW, is it like every once a week or something like
no,
that?
well,
Or-
a couple of times a week, you have to sort of keep, put the bell on, the little bell thing
Yeah,
on your
yeah.
YouTube thing. Yeah, I think it's to do with the fact you're abroad or something, because it comes to me straight away, almost within a minute. But then I live just down the road from him, so.
Yeah, I've streamed a lot, but I had to, you know, I deleted a lot of my streams, YouTube, certain things, you know, so I might start streaming again soon on.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
but-
come along to you then.
yeah, we'll definitely have some good conversations. But
Yeah,
I just let me jump on a little just because I forgot to address the topic, finding gnosis and what matters. But yeah, it was a good conversation, and I'll try to hop back on, you know, soon.
Yeah, I've learned a lot here. It's certainly helped because I had to tell the depression. It's helped with my depression. It really is helping.
Yeah, speaking with other people. Yeah.
Sorry?
No, speaking with other people helps, you know.
No, it's here. Yeah, because here you actually hear something. You hear people talking about something relevant. The people I know talk such shit. I can't be bothered to even listen to them anymore. I just cannot be bothered. Utter rubbish. And you mustn't say you're feeling a bit down in the dumps. Oh dear, no, you'd be happy and smile. And quite frankly, I don't feel like being smiling all the time. And I wouldn't mind, but they themselves lead such negative lives. I'm the one with the house full of cats and pot plants, and I grow plants outside, and I don't drink, and I don't smoke, and I don't do this and don't do that. And they're telling me I should cheer up a bit. When I look at them, I think, you could do with losing some weight.
Wow.
Well, it's true.
Yeah, I was trying to like warn you not to take the bait because that's essentially what he wanted. Like,
well, when I heard when I left, I don't understand what you mean. Take what bait? Yeah, I didn't take any bait. I expressed my opinion, and then I made statements of facts. So, if anybody really was baited, which I didn't bait him, but when people start to come out and attack, it kind of shows me who they really are. And it's okay because we all can fall into that. And sometimes they won't listen to reason. Sometimes you have to show them how it feels. So when I didn't interrupt and then he did, and then after I showed him, okay, this is how you don't interrupt somebody, and he didn't respect that, then I interrupted him to say, okay, now you know how it feels. That didn't teach him. And then when his friend came on trying to co-sign for him, you know, I look at that as a lot of people might think when somebody jumps on a live stream, they don't have experience or whatever. But I mean, I've been doing radio for almost like 15, 16 years easy, and had a channel on YouTube back in 06. YouTube started in 05. So when you say, yeah, I mean, I've been on for a while. My channel, American Zombie, I started maybe 4 or 5 years ago because, you know, I've started different channels. I've even had channels that I've sold. There's a way to sell the channel. You can get monetary funds for that. And, you know, I heard the other guy talking with life abolitionism and, you know, about the morality and stuff. And those questions are deep. But, yeah, I don't know why you would think what bait that I took, you know, because I'm basically
because you gave him the attention and then it became about him. That's what he wanted.
Well, yeah, no, and that's okay. Sometimes you got to feed it, you know, you feed into it and you say, okay, here, this is what you want. Most people, you can't even begin the conversation unless you do that, you know, and yeah, forgiving your parents. You know, what I realize when I get older is that you start to realize, I start to realize this throughout life that you know, if you come to, I guess, any type of maturity, you realize that, wow, if I could live this again, I'd love more. You know, I would be more appreciative, take more pictures. But then when I look at all of the people that have passed and how nobody really cares about the pictures, and I would say, hey, remember this back in the 80s and stuff like that? And it more and more makes me wonder what type of journey I'm going through, like rowing my boat merrily down the stream, because life might be just a dream. I'm not sure what existence
No, I
is.
think it is harsh, brutal reality. It's real, okay? It's no dream.
Well, that's where we can investigate that to say, okay, maybe it's not a dream, but
No, I think it's real.
what is it exactly? You know, when you had those thoughts of what you said were previous life, we know genetic memory exists. So could it be genetic memory from an ancestor? And you think it's reincarnation?
I think I really do believe we're recycled.
Because that's kind of like a scary feeling, you know, to
Yes,
say,
it's a
what if I
horrible
don't want to
feeling.
come back? What
I
if
don't
I
want
don't
to come back. No, I don't want to come back.
So
And
why
I'm
couldn't it be?
terrified.
Well, why couldn't it be if you don't want to come back that you
Well,
progress?
the thing is, I believe what's written, what the archons, you know, I believe what the Gnostics have written, that basically
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
die, you go for the checkpoint. They're there to question you and tell you made this mistake, that mistake, whatever mistakes you've made.
Could it be that
And
we're
you have to
here?
go back and sort it all out.
Could it be that we're here because we can't really take anything physical? But could it be that we're here to mature, to change, to say, you know what, you need to change, you need to experience this? Because I wonder what is existence? What is the purpose of it? Is the purpose to experience and learn? That makes the most sense.
It's all wiped out. You don't remember anything, do you, from your last life? So
Well, what
it's
if
all
we don't
wiped
remember
anyway.
it? Well, this is the thing. What if we do remember it, but you have to pass on, you know, to be able to be in another form of existence or something like that, to remember it, to say, okay, we wouldn't remember it now, but maybe it's something saying, okay, you thought it would be easy, so let's put you into it. And now when you come back out of it, which would be called death, maybe we're in a place where it says, okay, did you learn? Did you change? I'm just speculating because I think this is where we learn, you know, to say, okay, it goes beyond anything we've been taught to believe. And now we start to speculate, we start to think, and for some reason the governments and everything around us tries to prevent us from thinking.
Yeah, I know.
Just that alone, when people say, "Oh, I'm not allowed to think in these directions,"
No, you're here to just make the you know what I think, like, you know, they talk, well, the Gnostic talk about the archons and everything, these gods, you know, wherever. We're just I think we're just here to provide energy for them with our negative feelings, with our pain, or this or that. We feed them in the same way as the animals this planet feed us. It's the same horror story, and I actually believe this.
Wow, that's pretty deep. I mean,
it's horrible. It's very depressing.
Yeah, it's kind of, there's got to be something better out there. I think. I mean,
yeah, well, I hope.
Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, I'll try to join. And you know, when you guys have another discussion, I had a couple of minutes. I said, let me come back and see what's up. And I'm glad life abolitionism. You know, I would like to have a conversation about the anarchism and stuff like that, and to go a little deep on that because it's a fascinating subject. You know, but yeah, I'll check back and I'll hop on again. Man.
So American Zombie, you an antinatalist? You said so
I do warn you though that if we do have a discussion, it should not be derailed by people who want to make the conversation about them.
No, you're absolutely right, and I see what you mean about the bait with that. I totally. And Chickpea, I'm not sure. Could you explain the definition or your definition of antinatalism?
Well, I just think us humans should go out of incarnation, because that's the only way we can stop the reincarnation process, is by not breeding. Because all the while we breed, this is what I believe, all the while we breed, we're creating embryos for them to put our souls into.
Wow. Well, you know, once I'm back to doing research tonight, I'm going on a phone call, and yeah, I'll be. It sounds like fascinating stuff. I'd like to definitely speak with you and DNW and life abolitionists and other people.
It's
but
terrifying.
Yeah.
I hope I find the solution before I pop off. Because I'll tell you something, I don't want to come back for another 70 years. I've had it. And I haven't had a hard life even. I just don't like it here.
What do they say? Growing old is a
pain in the neck.
A privilege denied to many. You know.
So, yeah, it's a real privilege. It's a real privilege.
To some. But yeah. Take care and have a good one. We'll talk
Lovely
again.
talking to you. Speak to you later.
Okay.
Bye. Bye. Cough. Ooh.
Man, what a live stream.
Yeah, it's been quite exciting, hasn't it? So how's your housework going, Brother Marcus? I've been doing loads today. Yesterday, rather. Masses.
Today's been a long day, but I've had entertainment, so.
Yeah, I've been doing loads of housework today. But you know what? The world wasn't as dirty 30, 40 years ago as it is now. So you didn't get all this black dirt everywhere like you get nowadays. Do you get it where you live? This black pollution dirt.
I don't know.
No, probably not, because you'd notice it. But in London is
well,
so
I don't know, like now compared to 20 years ago. I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, it's shocking here. Shocking, the dirt. Like I've got dehumidifiers in my flat, and the air.
I just wanted to like interject because he's the new guy, and I think that he's under the assumption that Noodles and Steve are like friends, and I think that to have a good faith discussion, and you've seen this where like I'll take even if as long as someone's providing an argument that's valid and sound, to me it doesn't matter if we're friends or not. It's like it's either rational or not. And I think like that's a highlight of someone who's more focused on the arguments than the character of a person.
Right, but they were having two completely different conversations, which is why I was trying to. I intervened, but I don't think that it helped.
Yeah, no, I saw your comments, and I think you were right. Yeah, they were kind of talking past. Well, not talking past. They were on two different lines of thought. But I don't know how to bridge the gap when people are reasoning differently. So. And that's why I don't even like saying one person's being reasonable than the other, because I think that we're all just reasoning differently. That's all. We're coming in with different priors. We're coming in with different ground rules, and we're coming in with like different first principles. That's all.
I mean, but I recognized it, and I did intervene early on. But
Did you hear what I said?
When?
Oh, I guess you didn't hear. I was saying as a response to you, what you just said. Like, it's usually either like one person is not tracking, or they're being bad faith, dishonest.
I think he really did not understand what Steve was saying, or not that he didn't understand. I think they were talking about two different things, and I don't think Steve was being clear about what his contention was.
That's not what I picked up. I picked up an air of like bad faith from the other guy. He seemed like an arrogant asshole who just has to be right.
Yeah,
No,
but arrogance and bad faith are two different things. You can
he was-
be arrogant in good faith.
Well,
I
I
mean,
understand that, but like, there's like this there was this certain air of like he could not, he could not possibly be wrong.
that's not why he was doing it. He was doing it because he felt attacked, and so he thought he was giving Steve a dose of his own medicine.
I don't know. I don't know. That's not really what I got, but
I
maybe
mean,
I'm wrong.
when you came in, but he was on here for a while, and everything was going fine and smooth. Like, and then Steve basically questioned the logic of his arguments, and I don't think that I don't want to talk about them because they're not here, but I don't think they understood where they were
I
coming
can
from both ways.
I understand your hesitation of not commenting when people aren't here, but keep in mind we're on a public live stream, right? So we can sort of make commentary about what's happened, I think, if we're doing things in public. Like if I write an article and then other people comment on my article, right? Like that seems all right, right? No? Okay.
Oh, I don't know. Some of the
Yeah,
things
yeah,
say
I agree with you.
I probably would want to say it to while they were actually here, specifically Steve, because I feel like the same thing happened to me, but I don't want to say why he's not here.
Oh,
Because
can you hear me?
unless somebody wants to play the devil's advocate, but I would rather say it to Steve directly.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I can hear you, Noodles. Well, now I can't hear you if you're talking.
I'm not talking. So.
I mean, okay, it's like, okay, maybe Steve is correct in that the premises were not being set up properly. But at the same time, I feel like this is an informal conversation. We're just basically exchanging thoughts. Like, I don't think you need to really rip apart somebody's argument and just tear them down and try to make them look stupid just so that you can appear smarter. Like, I think that's what Steve was trying to do. And I think Steve does that routinely.
He does. I will agree with you that he does seem to do that sometimes. But I could just hear it also from that other guy that like he was just way off. I don't know, that he was way off base. I agree with you about what Steve does. Steve does do that sometimes, but
And for the record, I'm not trying to like what did he say? Hug his nuts or something?
Oh yeah, nut hug. Yeah.
You know how you made a comment one time that I'm kind of like in a backseat. I don't really push back like with arguments when you know I know something. And this is why, is because I have like a type of philosophical inquiry that's analytic. And I know that just doing that type of inquiry will put someone on the defense. When in certain circles, it's seen as a compliment. When you can criticize and offer like good faith critique about an argument, that's like a good thing for someone. But
right.
In certain circles, it's seen as like you're on jury, or sorry, not jury, like you're in a courtroom or something. And
right.
So I just kind of, it's unfortunate because there's so much I would like to say, but I shut the fuck up because someone's gonna get insulted. Yeah. Because how do I determine truth? It's by examining arguments and counter arguments. And then if I do a counter argument, I'm seen as like playing devil's advocate or grilling someone. And it's like, no, this is a process. You have a thesis, an antithesis, and then a synthesis towards coming. I don't like saying getting towards truth, but trying to be less wrong. I don't think I could be 100% right, but I could try to be less wrong. And that's just my method. But I don't know. I find it.
Everyone sucks but me. I'm just fine.
At the end of the day, you can look at his channel and nothing is original. It's all derivative. It's always looking at somebody else's content and tearing it apart. And oh, your logic is flawed, or oh, you made this logical fallacy. It's just like, do you have any original content to contribute to anti-natalism.
Do you know his original content with anti-natalism and how much, like how he has defended it? And if you don't, why don't you know that?
Always derivative is looking at somebody else's content and tearing it apart.
Yeah, but he's presented his argument, and then he actually ripped his own argument apart. And then people, like, I think you're one of the people that said, like, oh, look, he's tearing down antinatalism. He was ripping apart his own argument. That's a good thing. When you present an argument and you re-examine the argument and you're fleshing it out, that's good faith.
Are you guys talking about Steve right now?
His consent argument, yeah.
Wait, when did he tear apart his own art? What do you mean?
His last post about the consent argument was him critiquing the consent argument and his argument that he presented.
I didn't see that. I'm not. Maybe there's an exception, but I'm talking about the majority of his content is not original. It's just going after, somebody else's content and saying, "Oh, you're stupid. Oh, you're narcissistic."
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I don't want to. It just feels weird to be on the defense.
Isn't that what most?
Me too. But yeah, I was just going to go down that road. Is that if you look at most channels that are like, let's say it's an atheist or a vegan or an anti-natalist, they're going to oppose the people that they oppose, right? Like that, the majority of the content is going to be that.
But how do you create an entire channel that's focused?
There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There is a newcomer. There.
All right, guys. Sorry, there's someone here. WY, you're on the show. Hello there. WY, can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
I can hear you. Yeah. What are you
doing? I don't know why WY isn't talking. WY, you have about 5 seconds to talk, or I'm going to kick you off.
There is a newcomer.
Is that you, vegan?
There's a new person coming on the stream.
Yeah, unfortunately, they're not talking though. So there you go. Bye, Y. WY, you're not on the show. Okay, guys.
Maybe they don't know how to do that. Oh, sorry.
You were saying abolitionism?
I just don't know how you would. I mean, why would you create a channel to just attack one person and just make video after video responding to their content, and then like it's just, I don't see the point. I mean, I get it. If you take issue with apholism, that's one thing, but it just, I don't even want to use the word, but you guys know where I'm going with this. It is, I wouldn't give Gary that much attention.
You know, a man blew himself up a few months ago, right?
Remember that? Yeah.
Like this isn't long history. People have died because of this stuff, and have tried to kill others. So, like, yeah, it's serious. Is it like we're not talking about moral realism or anti-realism or
yeah?
Whatever,
I mean, I guess
like
you know we're heading towards apholism becoming a terrorist, like a terrorist. What's it called? Cult or whatever. What would they classify it as? Be a.
I wouldn't give Gary that much credit. I just can't.
I mean, it's turning into a terrorist thing.
And you think that's because of Gary? What is Gary?
I'm not necessarily saying it's because of Gary. It's just the ideology. It's just like.
Yeah. It's the ideology and the culture that they foster, and
it's first of all, it's a flawed ideology. It's not workable, and has no real foundation morally. So it's built on shit, and it's the fact that the people who go to gravitate towards it don't question it, and it just leads people down dark roads that don't go anywhere, only making them further isolated, more isolated, and differentiates them more from other people to the degree where they can't function in society with these ideas, with this ideology. It's not an ideology that helps you function in society. It's an ideology that makes you opposed and against society at large. because everybody else is opposed to your ideology. So it doesn't lead anywhere good.
Well, there was this whole study about how anti-natalism was associated with Machiavellian tendencies, and I was in Gary's comment section saying, I don't think this study is really about anti-natalists. I think this is really about ethalists. And he pretty much bit my head off. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is what your whole channel is about, and I'm giving you content. And I'm like, why would you like? Do you disagree with me? Do you think that anti-natalist?
Well, dude, you know that he's like a deranged lunatic, kind of, you know? I mean, the guy,
Right, guys.
he has these, like, I'm not, so I'm just as an example, he has these crazy videos where he thinks he's actually debunking inertia, the theory of inertia, like, and you watch him talk and you're like, what, like, I don't know if he's schizophrenic or what he thinks, like, or if he's just such a raving narcissist that he's completely lacks self-awareness to the point where he doesn't realize how ridiculous he sounds. The dude's crazy. He's insane.
Are you talking about Gary, or are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm talking about Gary. I'm talking about Gary.
Guys, don't use their names. Just use the fucking channel name. Yeah.
All right, I'm talking about what's his face? I don't even remember his channel name. What is Amenda?
Well, I don't know. I think that people need a platform to express their frustration, and people are just doing the best they can. I'm not going to say that I agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I don't think anybody else is proposing anything better. Like, at least, I guess my critique would be that anti-natalism needs to be taken out of the academic context and put into an activist context. That we need to actually be doing something to curtail procreation instead of just debating it. And
that is loud.
D&W, you do know, don't you, that it's just your DNA playing up. No,
I mean, that's why
maybe
I can't.
Hold on a second. Maybe it's just your DNA playing up as well. And what we have to do is work out how to fix the DNA so it doesn't play up like that.
Well, you know, we are programmed to breed.
Bro, whoa. Abolitionism was on a line of thought. You guys interrupted. What was that?
No, but I was talking about ethalism still. I can't really take a position on it because they don't have any written material. And so I'm not going to scour through all of Amendelim's content to try to figure out what the philosophy is. So there's nothing solid. It's just a bunch of rantings, and I can't decipher what the actual philosophy is.
Okay.
Didn't Amendum actually put it in a what do they call it, a syllogism or something? Or
He did. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that.
Which didn't actually make sense.
He gave it a shot.
And there seems to be two different versions of it because he has his version, and then there's another, I don't know, the 2.0 version.
Ooh. That's Amanda's ephilism. That's not
Right.
Amanda's ephilism.
Like, what is ephilism?
Wow. Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms.
But I will say this. I'm going to make this one comment. I think that it makes more sense than I'm probably going to get attacked. It makes more sense than veganism, because why would you draw the line that you're just going to advocate for animal rights and then you're going to completely disregard human suffering? So And to me, it makes more sense than this.
Wait, you're straw manning the vegan
Yeah,
position.
you're create exactly that. You're creating something that they don't say.
No, it's the actual
I
from
think
the.
he has there are vegan antinatalists who will justify procreation to save animals.
Yeah, but he said vegans. He didn't say that. He said vegans.
Talking about the actual definition from the Vegan Society.
Yeah, you're talking about as a moral philosophy which seeks to avoid, exclude, or what is it?
Exploitation of animals as far
exploit as far as practicable and possible. And actually, that's not and humans are animals, so they are factored into that. And that's not a terrible definition, although there's a better definition which is being pushed for, which is that the veganism is the moral philosophy which seeks to extend human rights to sentient beings within reason.
I don't know. When I listen to vegans, what they say is, oh, there's already so many organizations focusing on human exploitation. So they see human suffering or exploitation as a distraction. Like, no, we need to reserve our limited resources to focusing on animals.
Well, no, they're saying that in response to SJWs who are trying to create some intersection which takes away from the message about animals. So they're not saying that there shouldn't be focus on those other things. Although there is a strong belief in some camps that, because animal exploitation is the longest running oppression and Holocaust in history, that they are the most oppressed beings on the planet, and that really there's not, once humans can all agree to not harm the most vulnerable beings, they're going to be better to each other, which I tend to agree with.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I think that many of them are actually very callous to humans because they value animals over humans. And when you talk about your actual suffering, or even if you bring up antinatalism, they will quickly dismiss you because why are you talking about human suffering? Let's talk about animals.
Well, no, they care about both. It's just when people don't give it, when people are hypocritical, and I'm not trying to be a dick here, but such as yourself, and don't give a shit about animal suffering, they
the
have
counter
little.
to that is that what of that of human superiority? So like it could go both ways too, right?
I'm going to give you a specific example.
Well, human supremacism is also discriminatory to non-human subjects of a life.
I have an extreme.
I don't know. Wait, I'm just confused about what you're saying, Marcus.
Hold on. Okay, so if someone says that you value, like, there's a group that values animals more than humans, then the counter to that can be, well, like people who are using that as a critique are valuing humans over non-human animals and discriminating against them. Yeah.
Right.
Well, because you're supposed to care about your own children and yourself before anybody else. Otherwise, you're, I think, yourself.
That's like saying it's okay to let someone harm you just because I care about my mother more than I care about you. That's silly.
Right, you are supposed to care about your own mother more than you care about somebody else's mother.
That I don't think you should have the right to not be harmed.
That's not what I'm. No. Now you're taking it to it. That's not what I was saying. It's not to say that you shouldn't care about harming others, but you should care about your own preservation first.
Well, yeah, but that is not salient to the that's not salient to what we're talking about here. Like, yes, we all agree that you should put the oxygen mask on yourself before you help the person next to you.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what turned me off on veganism. I have an extreme phobia of rodents, and I had a job where I was in a place where there were rodents everywhere, and I was extremely depressed. And I didn't even going to say the word. And I made content about it. All these vegans came in my comment section, basically telling me to get over it, and I should care more about the rats than I care about my own suffering. And I was just like, I thought you guys were supposed to be so compassionate. So this isn't just about ethical, like consumption of animal products. They think that in that context, I should have more empathy for the rats, and I should just get over my phobia and just
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. No one said like that. Like vegans are about like if like a sorry, I should say like someone who's really like thought deeply about the philosophy or understands it. It's about extending human rights to all other like animals or sentient life forms, right? So it's not like about being a hippie and letting people get away with shit and being a pacifist. In terms of like your phobia, so it's like this is like if someone is racist or has a phobia of other races or other cultures or whatever, does that make it acceptable for them to commit a hate crime?
But that's
And
exactly
to
it. They compared rats to black people and said, you're just as bad as the KKK. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well, like it's one thing if you have like a infestation where your health and everyone's health is at risk, but if it's just that you don't want to take the time to just have a heart trap for a few rats and like
It wasn't like at this place, they were everywhere, just running around, you know, like in a parking lot.
Oh, it's
And
just in a parking lot. Yeah, they're outside. Like that's yeah. Your phobia should not take precedent over their rights and their lives. That's like that's silly.
so I should be miserable and suicidal because I have to work in this environment, and I should prioritize their survival over my own survival.
You should not harm them.
Right. So I should just be miserable.
Yeah. Just like the racist person should be miserable. It's more preferable in the grand scheme of things for the racist person to be miserable living around black people than it is for him to have the right to just shoot the black people.
You're doing the exact same thing that they did because you want to use black people as the straw man for your argument. And it's just like,
Turn it the other way around. Then turn it the other way. The racist black guy around white people. The racist black guy should be the one to deal with his emotions and his feelings instead of shooting all the white people.
Why do you need
do it either way? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's whatever example you want to use of the person or people that you're afraid of.
No, you don't get to appropriate black oppression to use your. That's what.
You're using that word incorrectly. That's not appropriation.
No, I get to use it because it was my ancestors that went. You don't get to use it.
No, I'm Jewish, dude. I've come from one of the most oppressed groups in history. All right, like listen, it's not you're using the word appropriation incorrectly. I'm making a comparison, and it's a reasonable comparison.
Let's make the comparison with Jews then. Why you have to use black people?
Okay, I'll make the comparison with Jews. If people don't like living, if people are scared of Jews and they don't like living around Jews, it doesn't mean that they should have the right to exterminate Jews. It doesn't mean that like Hitler Hitler was depressed and sad that there were so many Jews in Germany. Like that's why he had to get rid of them. No, like who gives a fuck that he can't do that to Jews? Like he has to deal with it.
So you're going to compare Jews to rats, which is what they did.
Yes, it's a reasonable. Yes, because I'm saying that they both have the right to life and existence and to be left alone and not exploited and not harmed because of someone's phobia.
So that's what I'm talking about. It's not like it's not like they were trying to balance my phobia against the rat's phobia and try to figure out ways that I could actually go to work and not be depressed and stressed out. No, it's just you get over yourself. The rats matter, you don't, and so you just need to suck it up. That's
Revolutionism, but you've had vitriol from antinatalists as well, and you haven't rejected antinatalism. What's the difference there?
not no. The only vitriol I received were from vegan antinatalists, not or ethalists, not omnivore antinatalists, not one.
Oh, I thought I've seen like comments from antinatalists like being.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could help you come up with a solution that would be beneficial on both sides. And, if I can think more deeply about it and talk to some people about it, I will try to like help you find something. But the bottom line is, until then, yeah, your phobia does not like it should not like basically give you the right to harm those rats. Just like Nazis' phobia of Jews should not give them the right to harm Jews.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous at all.
Rats spread disease. They harm
That's what
humans.
First of all, fleas spread disease. Fleas are on rats, and humans spread disease too, by the way. And being outside in a parking lot with rats, you're not at risk of catching a disease. If they're like shitting on your food, yeah, that's a different story. But you're talking about being outside in a parking lot, like you're not going to catch a disease from rats being in the parking lot.
If I'm a human and I have the ability, I have poison and everything else that I can do to actually address my problem, why should I sacrifice my mental health and force a rat? Why
should the Nazis sacrifice their mental health for some Jews?
Gosh, I can't believe you're trying to make this comparison.
Well, you haven't explained why a reasonable difference why I shouldn't make the comparison.
I can't even address that. I can't. What do you want me to say about?
I have an argument against it because it's completely reasonable to make the comparison.
I can't even. I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
Right, because you don't have one.
I do have one, but I don't think I can say it on YouTube. I don't think what you're saying is at all analogous.
I mean, it's just it's a comparison. If you don't think so, name the trait. Name the trait. What is true of the rats or any other non-human animal, which, if true of the human, would justify the same treatment without creating a logical contradiction?
I'm not going to have it on his channel. If you want to have a discussion about that privately, I can, but I'm not going to say it. Yeah, there's nothing I can on YouTube.
Why can't you have the discussion here? This is a philosophy channel. This is what this channel is all about.
Because I'm not sure why you guys are so naive. I just had my whole channel taken down for saying stuff that were offensive. So you think I'm not going to do that on somebody else's channel?
I don't see. I've had plenty of name the trait discussions on this channel. It's never been taken down. I think you're just dodging.
It's not even about a trait. It's not about the trait.
It is because you're saying it's fine to do that. It's fine to kill rats for your own emotional benefit, but
ask me the question.
I said, what is true of the non-human animals, which, if true of the humans, would justify the same treatment without creating a logical contradiction?
I guess you're asking this from the perspective of the rat, not to my perspective.
No, it's not. I'm not asking from the perspective of the rat. I'm asking you what is the morally what is the morally justifiable difference to harm the rat and not harm the human? What is the trait?
Then I'll answer it. The trait is that humans, you can reason with humans.
Not all humans.
Okay, at the end of the day, humans are not running across my feet. Humans are not hiding in the bushes and
So
pop.
if a human is hiding in the bushes, it's okay to Holocaust them. If a human runs across your foot, it's okay to Holocaust them.
I don't.
You're naming traits, dude. So let's see if you can name the trait. Name the trait that is true of animals, which, if true of the human, would justify the same treatment without creating a logical contradiction.
I don't have to do that. Rats are not
You
human.
don't have to. You don't. That's. I know. I'm asking you, what is true of them, which, if true of the human, would justify the same treatment without creating a logical contradiction?
Okay. I'm going to acknowledge that it is a logical contradiction, but I still don't give a shit. It still is just a rat, and I'm still.
So you're just a bigot.
Yes, I am a bigot when it comes to rats. I absolutely am.
Good. That's an honest answer.
Yeah.
And that's what the vegans are on you about, because you are a bigot, and they're trying to like make the world a better place by helping people, by trying to convince people not to be bigots.
I am a bigot, but I'm also a victim because I didn't choose to work in an environment with rats running across my feet.
I mean, maybe, I don't know. Maybe you are, but that doesn't give you the right to in my opinion, it doesn't give you the right to harm them. And I see you as no different than the humans that are bigots to other humans.
Life abolition, like that is honestly, in vegan equilibrium's eyes, that's like someone walking around some part of town or working in some part of town where there's a certain amount of people from a certain background, and them saying, you know what, I have to live with these people annoying me. It's not on. I should have the right to do what I want to them. You know.
That's perspective, but I'm not a vegan, and I don't see rats as being the same as humans.
Well, no one said they're the same. You and I are different. You don't have to be the same. It's just that we're same in the ways that count, right? Which is we're sentient.
They're not worthy of the same moral consideration.
Well, like, okay, there's certain humans that aren't worthy of the same moral consideration, right? But what is the trait that makes it so?
I don't care about the traits. I'm a human and I have the ability to kill them, and so I don't have to be miserable, and I'm going to kill them.
Well, then somebody could just say the same thing about you. Oh, they just don't like you, and they want that should give them the right to kill you, right?
I'm not harming them. If I was actually harming,
you are, because if they're in your vicinity and they didn't really that it's not their choice to, they have to live around you, and they just don't like you for whatever reason, they have a phobia of you, they should have the right to fucking kill you, right?
No, because I'm not in their proximity. If they don't want me around them, I can go around. I don't have to be in their space. Like,
no, you live, so you're gonna move out of your neighborhood. They have to see you every day. They have to walk past you. They have to drive past you. They don't like that. They think you're weird. They think you spread disease. They're freaked out by you. They have a phobia of you.
This conversation is so silly. I don't see rats as being anywhere close to an actual human being.
They don't have to be close. They're just similar in the ways that count, which is they are sentient. They are sentient.
There was a whole video where vegan gangs killed a fly. Are you going to say that a fly is worthy of the same moral consideration as a human being?
No, because there's hierarchies of sentience, and I don't necessarily agree with him killing the fly. It depends why he killed the fly. I don't necessarily agree with him killing a fly. Now, yes, killing a rat or harming a rat is going to be far worse in terms of the moral implications and also the how sentient, in terms of how sentient they are, than compared to the fly.
Right. The same thing with humans.
Right, yeah. Obviously, I would choose my mother over a rat, but I'd also choose my mother over you. But that doesn't mean that if I lived in the same neighborhood as you, and for whatever reason I didn't like you, that I'd think that I have the right to kill you. That's
So
just silly.
if a fly got in your house, you wouldn't kill it. If you had a roach in your house, you wouldn't kill it.
I would actually do my best to just put them in a cup and put them outside.
You're not being
That's
honest.
generally what I do. You know what I do with fruit flies, which are probably even less sentient than house flies? I make so when I have too many fruit flies, I make a humane fly trap, which is that you pour apple cider vinegar into a big bowl, right? And then you put something like as a little island in the middle of the bowl. And then you cling wrap over the top of the bowl and you poke holes in it with a toothpick. And so they're attracted to the vinegar, so they crawl in the holes, and then they can't figure out how they got in, so they can't get out. And so when I collect a bunch of them, then I take them outside and I undo the plastic and I let them go.
They
Like
drown
that's
in that vinegar. Do you not know that?
what? Say that again?
They drown in the vinegar.
No, that's why I put the islands there, so that there's minimal drownage. So they generally just collect on the island or on the edge of the bowl, and then I let them go.
And that's not some hippie shit. Like, are you serious? That's some hippie shit that you.
It actually works, dude. Like literally, we had like a swarm of fruit flies in the kitchen, and I don't want them shitting on my food. And yeah, shitting, like them ruining my fruit is not good for me. And
Okay.
so, and I was able actually with that trap, I collected so many of them and let so many go outside that we got rid of the infestation. And
Okay.
we put all the fruit in paper bags and shit so they couldn't get to it.
Okay. I want to go back to the rest because before my channel was deleted, probably about 2 years ago, I did a video basically going through people's real life experiences with rats. Rats have caused fires. They have destroyed homes. They are
So have
terrorized.
humans. So have humans.
Let me finish. They were biting all these children. They were in their homes, running around. The children were terrified. They had bite marks all over their hands and feet. And
Yeah.
I was trying to ask the vegans, what is their response? And all they said was, "Oh, it's not the rat's fault." Oh, like there was just
No, that's a stupid. I don't hold that position. Like, if you have an infestation and you're being like actually physically harmed, and like basically if they are shitting on your food. One, if you have a few rats, you can use a have a heart trap, and it will it works just as well, and then you let them go. If there's like literally like dozens, like hundreds of fucking rats in your house, yeah, you have a right to like protect your property and your space and do what you need to do to keep it safe and keep it clear. That's the same though if humans came into your space and were like,
does that include killing them?
it might under certain circumstances, just like if a human came into your space and you couldn't vacate them in a safe, reasonable manner, then you might have to kill them.
Right. So there are circumstances where you would be okay with killing rats. It's not
Yes,
absolute.
there's circumstances where I'd be okay with killing like various animals for the same reason that I'd be okay with killing a human in that scenario. This is where
Actually, though, that does not defy the vegan definition because I'm not exploiting the animal, which is all that is required.
Well, no, that's why it's kind of an outdated definition. The like real definition of veganism is to extend human rights to animals.
How about fighting for the humans to get those rights before we actually extend them to animals? Because we don't even have.
If you can give it to the most vulnerable in society, then humans are gonna have it. Humans would not be hurting each other if they were taught to respect the most vulnerable beings. And yes, you can do both at the same time. You can go to a human rights protest and not eat animals. It's possible, believe me.
I don't see it that way. I think
You
those
don't
who
see it as possible to eat a plant-based diet and just not exploit animals while at the same time fighting for human rights? You don't
no,
think that's possible?
I don't think that just because you care about animals that you're going to have more empathy for humans.
I didn't say that.
You
I
said it.
didn't say. I said that. I said that. In society, generally, if children are taught from when they're born to have respect for the most vulnerable beings, to be taught just because someone looks different or acts a little differently, or can't communicate in the same way, that it's not okay to kill them or commodify them, exploit them, oppress them, then yeah, they're not going to be taught to do that to. Most likely they're not going to be doing that to humans.
I don't agree with that. I think they would be focused only on the least vulnerable and not have any empathy for those who they think are less vulnerable or more privileged. And so they're going to say, okay, well, you live in a developed country, you're middle class. We don't care about you. Let's go focus on these poor people, or let's go focus on the rats. So you don't get any moral support from them. They don't care because they're so focused on the lesser. And Ayn Rand explained all of that, how altruism is so evil because you can't focus.
Right.
And man, I wish they didn't take my channel down because I've done so much content and it's all gone. Yes.
Altruism is evil, guys. You hear that? That's rich. Yeah. So dude, if you're taught to respect human rights generally, that's going to be a thing that most people hold on to if they're taught about it. I think one of the main things is that most people are not taught about rights of anyone, humans or other animals. And the thing is, like I said, they're not mutually exclusive. You can easily just live a vegan lifestyle while advocating for humans. And I know plenty of fucking beta cucked SJWs that do just that. So if
Hey,
they can do it, you can do it.
back to the original it's not okay. Even if I were to accept a vegan diet, which is, they say it's not a diet, but it actually,
It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
even if I were to go vegan and accept a vegan diet, what about the rat problem? Why should I be miserable? And I know you're going to say that it's an ethical thing to do, but that still leaves me miserable and depressed. Why should I have to accept that?
Why should the Nazis have to accept being miserable about the Jews?
So I don't have to accept it. And that's the answer. The answer is that I don't have to accept it. And if a rat runs across my foot, I reserve the right to kill it.
Well, if a human runs across your foot, you can defend yourself. Yeah, but if a rat runs across your foot, you're probably not going to react fast enough to do anything. And if you're actually going out of your way to kill a rat that unintentionally ran across your foot, this is like if a toddler ran across your foot, basically.
I think you don't understand what a phobia is. It's not like something
No, if someone has a phobia of a toddler and the toddler runs across their foot, do they have the right to kill them just because they have a phobia?
They can choose to not be around toddlers. You can't choose to
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What if there's just they're just out in a park? They have to work as security in a park with lots of kids.
No. Children
Yeah,
are
you could get a different job. You could get a job where there's not a lot of rats around you. How is it that you go work in a grocery store, dude?
I have to quit my job and starve in order so that the rats can survive.
Who said you're gonna starve, dude? You think you're gonna starve? You live in a fucking first world country, dude. You're not gonna starve.
There's plenty of people who are homeless or they face
Homeless,
food.
homeless generally because of mental illness.
Right. This is all coming out. No empathy for humans, but so much empathy for the
Where
rat.
where was my lack of empathy for humans in that statement?
You just said that it's their fault because they have mental
I didn't
illness.
say that was their fault. I never
He
said it
didn't
was
say
their
it
fault.
was their fault. He was
I
just giving
never
a
said that.
description of what's happening.
Dude, if you have the ability to get a job, like,
Right, but there's
then you have the ability. Why can't you work somewhere else?
right. I don't have to work anywhere else. I can kill the damn rats and keep my
Okay,
same.
all right. Well, the Nazis don't have to, don't have to be tolerant of the Jews in Germany, and they don't have to leave Germany. They could just kill the Jews.
That is. I can't even respond to that. Again, if you want to have a conversation off YouTube, we can, but I'm not going to do that on his channel.
I know, because you don't have a reasonable response, man.
I don't know why it has to be all or nothing. It could, because you started with like, I would be vegan, but then what about this case? There are certain cases of justified and unjustified killing of non-human animals. For example, when my dog got old and was sick, I took it to a vet and he was killed. Right? That's a vegan paying someone to kill an animal, but that's a justified killing, right? So that doesn't therefore translate that I should eat animals if I don't have to. So it's contingent on whether or not you have a choice. If you have a choice not to consume an animal, then
I'm not
why
even
wouldn't you
debating.
take that? Just because of a rat?
What I'm saying is that I don't want to be associated with veganism. Even if I were to go plant based, I still would not call myself vegan because I don't think that vegans are.
Yeah, that's fine.
That vegans are. Everybody thinks this, by the way. Not everybody, but
that's fine. How many people on here like ask me if I'm vegan or not? Because I don't really say it, but I'm vegan. Like, I know what the reputation's like. That doesn't justify me consuming animals. Like, it's whether or not you actually do it. Like, just like you don't have to go around saying you're vegan. Just don't.
I just don't agree with veganism. I think it doesn't make
Well,
sense.
that I don't understand unless you present an argument. I don't like. First, it was like, look at the vegans and how bad they act towards me, which is I grant that, but that doesn't mean the proposition is untrue. That just means vegans are assholes.
I don't agree with it. I don't think that.
And by the way, I will say that I definitely have a lot of issues with a lot of vegans. I like a lot of the vegans. I mean, people in general suck.
And
so
guys,
it's not really fair for
I
me.
have an issue. I have an issue with arseholes who watch and don't like the video for the algorithm. So
Yeah.
please, it's just
Well, you should have the right to kill them then, DNW.
I actually should. I am campaigning for that. It's if you're enjoying the show, do like it so that we can get new people coming. That's all it is. Cheers.
Informant, I will say that like I understand.
How do you know me by
your
that
feelings?
name?
What?
How do you know me by that name?
Because I used to watch your channel.
Wow, I didn't know that.
It's a small community.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped watching your channel when I heard you say when I heard you say like when I heard you talking about murdering rats for just to make like to ease your emotional issues or whatever.
I made that video. I had this mass exodus of all these vegans leaving my channel, and they all were just talking shit. Like that's where the line was drawn.
And then what about vegans like me who followed you? What about me, asshole?
Well, I don't know because it's like I'm just going by the comments were basically this all hostile. Like
You're focusing on the bad ones. What about like when I complimented you?
Well, who's saying they're bad?
I'm
I
just
guess
saying
in
there's a selection
mind.
bias with like focus. I get it because like I do the same thing. Negative comments emotionally
Look,
outweigh the
I'll
positive.
just tell you. I'll just tell you. I know of a lot of vegans in the Boston area, and I'm only friends with like 2 of them because they pretty much all fucking suck. I understand what you're saying, and I'll like it's funny because like I'll complain to the few vegan friends I have, and I'll be like, fucking, or I'll like, if I'm bitching about something to my other friends who aren't vegan, or my parents, I'll be like, yeah, like all the fucking animal rights activists are such fucking assholes. And so I get it. Like, I know how you feel, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna not be vegan. I just know that it's a fringe movement and it attracts, a lot of crazy and hurt people.
Yeah, what's that
Kind
saying? I
of.
like your Christ, but I don't like your Christians, or something like that. It's like,
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
It just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense that you would go on a plant-based diet and continue to procreate, and then you're
Oh
just
wait,
on
continue to procreate? I have a vasectomy, bro. Why did you say that?
yeah, and I don't like. I'm an antinatalist, so
Who here is procreating?
antinatalists, and they do active. They're pro-natalist, and so if you
I
go,
didn't say I'm a pro-natalist, dude. I still try and persuade people not to have children.
if you were concerned about animal welfare, the most consequential thing you could do would be to not procreate. So the fact that veganism,
Oh, wait, no, wait. That is a very loaded statement.
and
I do not agree with that.
I think that humans, especially in developed countries, just by existing, we harm animals. We encroach in their natural habitats.
Yeah,
We
but that you still have not proven that more rights violations occur because of humans than if there were no humans. It's very possible that if there was no humans, more rights violations would occur within the animal kingdom.
What about crop deaths?
That's like completely minimal compared to, for example, most of the crop deaths that happen because of meat eaters, because those plants are fed to the animals that meat eaters want to eat.
Right, but what I'm saying is that if what you're saying is that
Like
veganism,
if vegans ruled the world, we'd figure out a way to do agriculture with no crop deaths.
no, that's not possible. There would still be crop deaths, but you're saying there'd be fewer crop deaths because
Actually, that's not necessarily true either, because there is something like where basically they can do hydroponic farming that goes it's vertical hydroponic farming, so they can literally have like skyscrapers full of fucking food with zero pest issues. It's possible, and they've actually demonstrated it on a small scale. It's just because of how fucking corrupt the agriculture industry is. We just don't, and we don't get to have that yet.
there's still deforestation. You still are encroaching on their natural habitat.
What is deforestation from? Tell me.
From the agricultural farming and the development.
For what crop?
I'm sorry?
For what? Which section of agriculture is the one that's cutting down all the forests?
It's not a specific agriculture. It's the existence of humans, that because we exist and
it's happening because of animal agriculture.
Which happens because humans exist.
Or you could say it happens because most humans aren't vegan.
No, even if everybody went vegan.
And then secondly, you're cutting down all the forests, right? Well, actually, there's far fewer animals and rights violations that occur within the deforested areas.
I want to ask a question then.
So you actually might be making it so there's less problems for animals in the long run.
Name one thing that can't be accomplished. I'm talking about for animals. Name one thing that can't be accomplished through antinatalism that can be accomplished with
palliative care for animals.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
That's not an argument.
Well, I'm about to make the argument. The argument is that, first of all, it is unethical to breed humans into existence to give palliative care to animals. And secondly,
I didn't say it was ethical to do that, by the way.
well, but
Those were two different questions. You didn't ask me if I thought it was ethical. You asked me what was beneficial for the animals.
But you did say that humans should continue procreating in order to save animals. You
No, I
specifically
didn't say they should. I said that it's a catch-22. I said I haven't been able to weigh out the whether one thing is more moral than the other. I think that it's a catch-22 because like the people that don't breed generally or the people that will adopt an anti-natalist position, I feel like this might not be true, but I feel like generally it's going to be like more, I don't know, intelligent or compassionate people. I know that's not always the case, but and then like the shittiest people are going to be breeding a lot of the time. Although for example, like a lot of the very intelligent people in the Western world who are helping develop a lot of good technologies, they're having like kids at a much lower rate than like say some religious extremist families or something that in the Middle East or whatever. So there's a lot to weigh. It's not and obviously like the people that would want to help animals usually are probably going to be the ones having less children. The people that don't give a fuck about animals are probably going to have more children. So
But anyway, you said you're not going to procreate. So I'm not sure why you would feel the need to go on YouTube and announce that you're no longer an anti-natalist, other than to derail natalism.
He didn't do that. He was
Other
on
than-
someone else's channel. That was
Well,
George's channel,
why
right?
announce that? And why do you need to actually discuss basically you're creating wiggle room so that people can justify procreating, because it may be unethical, maybe it's not, maybe it's unclear that maybe they should procreate because they can actually save animals.
it's possible. It's possible that should be the case. I don't know.
Say that though. What is the point? What do you actually accomplish?
It could be the case that it is ethical to like breed a certain amount of humans for the intention of helping others. Like I don't know. It's possible that that's the case though.
Why would you say that though? Why? I mean, even if you felt that way, do you think that it actually helps? Does that help human suffering, or does that make it worse?
I don't honestly think it matters either way.
No, because people will listen to you and say, oh, maybe I'm not an anti-natalist either, and maybe I should go have some children.
Yeah, it's been convincing me lately.
I mean, because if I were to say the same thing about, well, I'm not vegan, but look at all these ex-vegans who got out, and then it's like, oh, well.
I don't think that anyone is listening to me in hopes of like getting my permission or my like blessing to procreate.
No, one of my arguments that I used to say in the past was that there's no such thing as an ex-anti-natalist, but there are ex-vegans, because veganism is hard. There's no reason for anybody to be an ex-anti-natalist. And then here you guys come and say, oh, I'm no longer an anti-natalist. I'm just like, wait a minute. Why would you, if you're not going to procreate, why would you come out against anti-natalism when you don't have to? You could just remain silent. If you're not, if you want to have babies, that would be one thing. But you're not doing anything but derailing anti-natalism and making excuses for why people could possibly procreate.
Why does it matter to you?
Why does veganism matter to you?
No. Why does it matter to you?
Because I care about human suffering the same way you care about rats.
Why do you care about human suffering?
Because I care about my suffering, and it's rational to care about humans if I care about myself.
Why is that so? Why is that rational?
mothers and fathers should care about their own children's suffering primarily before they care about others. Like they came out of your womb and they have 50% of your DNA. So if you care about a rat more than you care about your own children, there's something wrong with you.
Wait, well, you're straw manning me again. Like,
That is
when did I ever say that, dude? Seriously. You
didn't
just
say
like you just like put words in my mouth.
I didn't say that you said that. I'm saying why it is irrational for
Well,
people.
yeah, why would I say, do you think honestly think there's any vegans out there that really feel that way? Like, oh, I'm gonna like take care, I'm gonna prioritize this rat over my children or something. Like, that's just
No,
not a fucking thing, dude.
say
That's like
that.
a ridiculous, that's a ridiculous irrational statement, and that's like a vegan phobic statement.
That's not what they say. What they say is that what's her name? Freely specifically said that she cares more about dogs than she cares about humans.
Yeah,
That's
so
the name I haven't
she
heard
doesn't.
for a while.
Yeah, she doesn't have it's not her child. She's not talking about her children. She doesn't
Because
have children.
she doesn't have any children.
Right. If she had a child, she'd probably prioritize the child. And she could still hold that she cares more about her child than the dog while still caring about dogs more than most humans in general.
And she's another one who came out. She was a soft anti-natalist, and now she's saying, "Oh, I'm no longer an anti-natalist." I don't think she was ever an anti-natalist. She was just child-free, but she decided to go on YouTube and say, "I no longer support anti-natalism." Like, why? Why did she need to do that?
That's what people say about ex-vegans and ex-Christians. It's like, well, they weren't real. It's like no true Scotsman, right?
No, because the reason
That's true.
I understand why they do it, because they feel that veganism was harmful for them specifically. They felt like they became vegan for all the wrong reasons, and now they want everyone else to know that you shouldn't be vegan, you should eat meat because it's healthier and they feel better. They want everybody to know that. But there is no reason to say that you're not an anti-natalist because you're not actually going to have children.
Yeah, but maybe it's a position you'd think is wrong now. Like, I don't understand this objection. Like, there can be no ex-antinatalists. Obviously, there's some here.
I just think it's a catch-22, and I don't think
I just think, sorry,
it's
yeah,
not my label
catch-22.
anymore. It's just not my label.
It
And I don't
didn't
want people to
address.
like think of me as like the anti-natalist guy, you know?
Then I can choose that veganism is not my label. I mean, we all get a choice, but what they told me was that if you're an anti-natalist, you automatically
It didn't address my concerns regarding the causation of suffering, and I cannot say for sure that it doesn't make it worse. That's the problem.
How does it not cause suffering? If you're not born, then you don't suffer.
No, but you don't. It's not in isolation. I think you're hyper focusing on individual. I don't think it's in isolation. I think there are other, correlated problems with it. Like other people will be born. Perhaps you're causing a degradation in this earthly society. Okay, perhaps you're degenerating it by not allowing new brains in. People argue that the increase in population doesn't mean there will be an increase in invention. But I'd say that's probably not true, because I definitely think more people equals more potential. But I will admit there's probably a tipping point where it becomes that there's too many people, and it may be that the environment that they exist in means there's not the environment cannot sustain the number of people, so therefore they become less likely to invent things and make life better. But aside from all of that, you already admitted earlier that you became AN because you cared about preventing suffering. That was the fundamental starting point of why you became anti-natalist. It wasn't just because you wanted to prevent one conscious being from coming into existence. It was because you were concerned with suffering as a phenomenon. That was the starting point. Now, you being concerned with suffering as a phenomenon, I would say that's your starting point. That's where this feeling of needing to be AN comes from. And I'm saying AN, in my view, doesn't address that problem, and in fact could be making it worse.
Well, I was originally a Christian, and before I even knew anything about antinatalism, I was against procreation because I didn't want people to go to hell.
See, I think that's a more like if I was Christian, I think that would be like a little bit more reasonable, right? Like that seems like it makes more sense.
Well, but it's the same argument. Maybe it is a metaphysical hell, or there's a hell on earth. It's the same hell. It's the same argument.
Well, no, because hell is like an eternal place, whereas Earth could also be the best possible thing that someone could come into.
Yeah, from my perspective, I don't see it. My life has been nothing but hell, and that's the only measure that I can really gauge life from is my own.
When you say it's been, I understand like that feeling, but like I've also had it put to me like how do you what are you going to compare that to? Do you have a hell to compare it to? Do you have a heaven to compare it to that you've experienced?
I don't know. I get it's not even that I have. It's the potential, right? But that you were sold a dream that life is wonderful. That you're going to become an adult, and then you'll finally be free, and you'll be happy. And it's this elusive fairy tale that things are going to get better. So the comparison is what they told you life was going to be, and what
Who's they? I mean, I don't think I was ever told that. I think my parents probably were a little naive about certain things and did maybe sugarcoat some things, but
you don't think that they sell the American dream that if you work hard and get an education that you're going to have a wonderful life?
I don't think anyone says you're going to have a wonderful life. I think that they say you can sort of have some, have a level of success where you can feel some sense of accomplishment and also what's it called, have fuck, why are these words not coming to my head right now? Basically where you can be comfortable, where you can you don't have to worry about starving, essentially.
All right, so what is your solution for people like me who's here, they don't want to be here and they're just miserable and they don't feel that their life serves any purpose, yet they're still stuck? What are people like me supposed to do?
Get yourself into what's called a partial program, PHP, partial hospitalization program. They can be very beneficial to helping you develop routines and helping you and skills with how to change your thought patterns, how to look at things from a different perspective. I know people who've gone to treatment in that regard, and it's been beneficial to them. Obviously,
This is a talk show. If you would like to join the conversation, please feel welcome to come on and talk right now. The link is available in the live chat on YouTube.
It's not a panacea, but there is things to help you cope while you're here.
The solution is to fix my mind. It's not to actually fix society so that people don't feel miserable and depressed. It's not to fix their economic.
That's part of fixing society. Like when people take initiative to help themselves and help themselves sort of, what's the word? Sort of be able to function in society, that does help fix society. I think one of the problems is that not enough people are willing to take the help that is offered. There is stuff there for people.
Then you should give that same advice to rats. Maybe they should get some mental health counseling.
Okay, well, would I give the same advice to someone who can't understand or comprehend what I'm saying?
Right, but you said they have rights because they're the same as human beings.
they're the same in the ways that count, which is they are sentient and they can suffer. So if I met a human being with the same mental capacity as a rat, do you think I'm going to try and have a rational conversation with them like that? That's silly, man. Come on.
It's not even the point. Of course, that what I wasn't being literal when I made that argument. I'm just trying to point out that you have far more compassion for rats than you do for human beings. Because when
that's not true.
Me to get mental health counseling and basically get over it, but when it comes to rats, you're going to actively advocate for them and do things to actually protect them.
What makes you think that I wouldn't what makes you think that I wouldn't like try and protect you, like, or advocate for you to be protected from someone trying to kill you or shoot you? Like, that's absolute, like, I don't know why you put words in my mouth, or you straw man my position so hard, dude.
Response was for me to get mental health counseling, not
you asked me what I think you should do about the fact that you feel like this is pointless and worthless and your life has no meaning and all, and you don't want to be here anymore. And I said I think you should join a PHP because those have been very beneficial in helping people change their mindset and feel better in certain ways.
Right, but your answer tells me everything I need to know. Like that's what you actually think.
What?
That tells me everything I need to know. It shows.
Why? Oh, where I'm trying to help you, like where I'm trying to give you advice and help you get to a place where you can feel better. Like why is that? Why are you considering that me dismissing you rather than me actually trying to like say, hey, like this is actually something that could help you?
No, it's a dismissal. It absolutely is.
How is that a dismissal? Like you're the one dismissing things because you're not even going to say, oh, you're not even saying like, well, maybe I'll try that. Maybe like, are you willing to actually try to do something that might make you feel better?
That's not going to make me feel better. How is that going to make
me? Have you done it? How do you know? Have you done it?
I have done it before, not recently. I've been to a counselor before. Years ago.
I didn't say a counselor. I said a partial hospitalization program. It's a more intense thing. You have a lot more. There's a lot more focus and time spent on helping you work shit out. If you have health insurance, it's covered under health insurance.
So I should learn to accept my enslavement and learn to be at peace with.
I didn't say accept. Well, it depends what you consider your enslavement, but it helps you with mental health skills. It helps you with good, healthy coping strategy. Look, it's either that or what other alternative? Just keep moping and being miserable.
You can advocate for a certain right that animals have that humans don't have.
What do you mean?
Euthanasia.
Say it, but you know where I'm going.
I said.
Okay, well, I didn't say you should. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna tell someone to go kill themselves. But yeah, I agree with the right to die. If like I do advocate for that. But I'm not going to tell you to go kill yourself. I'm going to say, hey, there's these other options first. There's programs to try and help people feel better and help people, manage their emotions and stuff that might be beneficial before you decide to go and kill yourself.
But wouldn't that relieve the problem of me harming animals, right? But what about the rats? Think about the rats. You should support me so I don't harm rats.
What do you mean?
What I understand is that you care more about rats, so I'm going to weaponize your concern for rats so that you can advocate for my right to mate.
I don't know what you're sounding a little bit manipulative right now. I don't know what you want from me, dude.
I think that's the only thing that vegans care about. So you need to use their concern for animals.
Dude, I just tried to give you like a truly like compassionate response, and you're just being a dick to me. I don't know what you want, honestly.
I want mate, but you're not going to advocate for that. You're just going to advocate for rats.
I'm not saying that you can't do that. I just gave you It's because I'm actually trying to value your life that I'm saying try this other thing first. If you want to go kill yourself, that's your prerogative, dude.
Say that on this channel, please
Fuck
don't.
you, man. I literally tried to tell you not to do that and do something else instead. So, like, I honestly, I think you're just trying to bait me into saying something.
Yeah, be careful.
I'm sorry, but when I hear your response, it's the same typical dismissal that I hear from everybody, and it's very frustrating because I do hear that you have a lot more empathy. It's so dismissive. Just go
What do you
to
want? What literally do you want me to tell you to do you want me to tell you to harm yourself?
Shut up.
No, don't do that.
No.
People can feel how they feel about what people say, right? And we know what our intentions are when we say it. And I mean, if someone's going to feel that way, then I think that's just like what's it called, an impasse or whatever.
I don't know. I think if somebody told me that they were miserable, I guess my first response would be to try to empathize with them and try.
Okay. You've already fucked up before on this channel, by the way, Life Abolitionism.
I didn't say it though. I didn't say it. I told them
you
not.
did last time, bro. You did last time. I don't appreciate that, yeah? So be careful.
Anyway, I think I look, I feel badly that you're in pain and I'm in pain too. I suffer a lot, dude. I have I have severe depression and anxiety and I take ketamine and I'm constantly
right?
I'm constantly having problems, but so I get it and honestly actually I don't know how much you watch me on here. There's people that are I would say are seemingly more compassionate than you that I have a lot more issues with or I butt heads with a lot harder than you. But I actually feel like I don't feel like you're like as bad or as like shitty of a person as you might think that like or that you think vegans think you are or whatever. Like I actually like earlier I feel like I can have a conversation with you even if we strongly disagree. You know what I mean? So I feel like there's some reasonable good person in you and you're hurt. You're hurt. I understand that you're hurt. I'm hurt too, man. I really am. I feel it. Like I know what you're going through. I am trying to show you compassion by saying, hey, there are these programs to help. And I know it sounds like a dismissal and it's like just like, oh yeah, just send me to the institution kind of thing. But like literally that's the stuff we have. And there's a lot of places in the world where they don't have that shit. And so we're kind of jaded and we take it for granted that like there are these programs like but they actually we're actually really really lucky and if literally me 5 years ago if I heard myself saying that shit I would think oh my god I'm so fucking cringe for saying that we're lucky to have like something like a PHP or whatever but no it actually is like a thing we should be grateful for. It is a major advancement in our society.
It's the combination of it, though. It's the fact that you're no longer an anti-natalist, and then when people are brought into existence, the solution is to send them to a PHP program. So it's
wait a minute. That's not the solution for which problem though? You're talking about emotional stuff.
And the fact that they're brought into existence and don't want to be here, the solution is to send them to a PHP program.
Well, before they make other rash decisions, it might help. It might help. And if you know what, if the other thing is on the table and they want to do that, whatever. But I think that they should try the program first.
I think if you were an anti-natalist saying that people shouldn't procreate, I probably would take it differently. But the fact that you are like wishy-washy when it comes, and then you're saying after they're here and they're miserable, just go to a PHP program. Yeah, that's the part that I don't get. Like, why would you program and then put people in a PHP program to address a problem that didn't have to happen in the first place?
I didn't say that it needed to. I didn't say that they should be brought here or anything. I don't know. I've already stated I don't know what the morally correct thing is in that regard. I don't know. But for the people that are here, the people that are already here, and it's too late for them not to they're here. I think that before they try and harm themselves or end their life, they should try first to they should try first to see if they can get some level of enjoyment out of life, because they're going to. The thing is,
we should stop.
No matter what, we're gonna die anyways. What do they have to lose in trying to find some enjoyment?
I
What do
don't
they
want
have to lose?
right? Because if you say something, it's going to be my fault. So I don't want you to keep going.
Okay.
There was a discussion about holding beliefs provisionally. If I change my belief in 2 years, does that mean like I'm less like is that a bad thing?
No, it's a bad thing because if there's no consequence, right? If you're taking an ethical position that could potentially relieve suffering, or it's a harm reduction philosophy, and there's no consequence, there's no struggle. It's not like going vegan or like losing weight or something that's actually difficult.
You're wrong. You're factually wrong. You can't. You're saying it's a harm reduction philosophy. You don't know that for sure. Stop saying that.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't harm you. So it's not difficult to maintain. It's not difficult to be an anti.
Hold on a second. It's not about you, is it? I thought it was about other people.
But that's what I'm talking about. Okay, I understand that why people would be an ex-vegan, because it's difficult. But it's not difficult to be an anti-natalist. So I don't understand why anybody would be an ex-anti-natalist.
We've already said why.
And that's the thing. So if it's easy to do it, but you're just choosing to just reject it, then that's why I think it's more problematic.
We have someone here. Retro, would you like to come on, brother? Retro wants us to change the subject to religion or money instead of vegan.
It's not easy. It's not easy for me to.
I was trying
to say I'm an anti-natalist if I'm not positive it's the ethically superior position to take.
We could use a different example. I was trying to bring up at the topic of holding beliefs provisionally and whether or not it's a sign of critical thinking and a sign of just good philosophical inquiry to change your beliefs over time, whether or not that's a good practice or not. That's what I was trying to get at.
Well, I mean, it may or may not be. It depends on the reasoning you're using.
Proposition I'm trying to bring to the table.
I don't think there's so much grace when it comes to consuming animal products. I don't think people are so.
Look, the point is, if you're not willing to change your opinion based on good argumentation,
go back to the evolution.
Then you have no place in argumentation. Why are you talking? Why are you debating? Why are you arguing? Why are you trying to promote a belief if you're not willing to change it? Should you come to some information that is better than the information that guided your current belief system?
Exactly. And is that a sign of bad faith, good faith? Because for me, a determinant of good faith engagement is whether or not someone's going to be epistemically have epistemic humility, that they'll be able to concede certain premises so you can actually change your position if good information is presented or good evidence is presented or argumentation.
I think you're right. I mean, it's a sign of emotional neuroticism if you're not changing your mind based on better evidence.
Right, but it's not. I'm not hearing an outright rejection of anti-natalism.
That's okay. No, that's okay. I'm not saying. By the way, I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but I'm saying you've already said you don't think people should change their mind. You've more or less said that, and I find that strange.
No, it's not about them changing them. I don't think that you have actually changed your minds. You're still not going to procreate, but you're just, I guess you don't identify as anti-natalist. And
well,
then
it's not just, see, again, you're confusing matters. It's not just about me. It's moralizing on other people. And I don't feel comfortable doing that, considering how I view matters now. You know, I don't feel comfortable saying other people are being immoral when I don't think that my view or telling or like my previous view, sorry, is fixing that which I was trying to alleviate.
but what is the reason that you're not procreating?
Well, that's probably age is a factor, and also, yeah, that's mainly the thing. Age. I personally don't want to bring someone in now because I don't want. I think it's a young person's game, to be honest with you. Now, people might disagree with me on that, but that's just a personal preference. I'm not moralizing on that, but that's just what I think. I think if you're going to have a kid, you probably want to have a lot more energy than I do, and you want to make sure you're living long enough. And I did cane it. I did do a lot of drinking and drugs when I was younger, so I don't know if I'm probably the best position to.
It would just be like a practical thing for you, like
Individually.
individually.
But if you were younger, would you procreate?
If I was younger, who knows? If I was younger, like in my early 20s or something, I came across these ideas. I can't speak. The thing is, that's a good question though. I'll have to think about that. And in all honesty, I don't know the answer to that because I presume I would have probably waited as well because I would have been thinking about a career or something like that, and I wouldn't have wanted to bring someone in whilst I was trying to get a foot on the ladder. But I don't know. These days, I don't know what I would have been. I don't know what I'd be doing as a young person now, quite frankly. And that's another interesting point. There is maybe some generational blindness here as well, from my perspective, because I don't know what it's like to be a youngster now. I don't know. I mean, some of them seem very happy. Some of them seem very upset and sad. So I don't know what they're thinking, what their subjective views are on this reality. It is interesting when they come on here and talk. We get a lot of depressed kids, but I know that there's a lot of them very optimistic as well. So I don't know is the answer. I don't know. What about you? Were you always of this mindset, life abolitionism? I don't think you were.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably since the age of 13 or so. And again, it was because I was a Christian. I didn't want people to go to hell. But then I just started to see that, I guess I never really had to think about it because I wasn't really attracted to women. So I knew I wasn't going to procreate anyway. But I guess it was pretty much around like law school, and then things just went to shit for me. And I just thought that life was just full of suffering. Like things just got really bad. And I started to see that I wasn't alone. A lot of people were suffering, and I didn't understand why people were procreating. I guess before I learned about the term antinatalism, there were other things. There was the Shakers, I guess the Gnostics, and then there was a voluntary human extinction movement, which I was just like, I agree with all that. And then when I read David Benatar's book, I formally identified as an antinatalist, but I think I was always an antinatalist.
Okay.
So back to epistemology. How do we know what we know, and how do we come to the conclusions that we come to? How do you approach that?
Yeah. I think it's basically, it probably is something like what works in the moment for an individual, and that might sound silly, but the
So
truth.
do we like reason?
What I mean
motivated
by that
reason?
is it may not be absolutely true. We can't know what is absolutely true, but we say this thing that is, we say truth, while we must admit we can't really know truth because we haven't got the sensory ability to absolutely understand everything. But I think when we talk about truth, we're actually talking about what works for us as individuals, as a society in the moment. Okay. Now, part of that is it's kind of like might makes right in a way, in that it's whatever is having the greatest consensus sociologically. Okay. That is sometimes deemed the truth. Okay. But it's like the mass of humans decide sometimes what is true, and that's unfortunate because there are other opinions that are equally valid, but they get mashed by the power of the common good or the greater numbers. But yeah, I personally think it's what works when we're facing any conundrum in particular as an individual. So, but although that's fraught with a lot of difficulty because that's not always the case, is it? We have to admit. Let me have a little think about this. It's a very look. There isn't a good answer to that, brother Marcus. I think that's why you love pulling it out as your party trick. But,
well, I don't think I'm looking for like the answer. I think I'm looking for everybody's subjective opinions about how they reason. I think that's more how.
Okay.
Because obviously, whenever we're all on the panel, I don't think we're coming on here initially as bad faith, but I think some people feel like people are engaging in bad faith just because we're reasoning slightly differently.
But reasoning is objective, Marcus.
Hello to Salvador Molly. Salvador, are you there?
Well, here's an example. If I say I believe
I was being
command
facetious.
theory.
Hello. Just microphone check. Hello.
Hello there. Is that Retro?
Yeah, it's Retro.
Good man. Good man. I mean, truth, I suppose, is that which works in the moment and survives.
Yeah, but I wasn't even trying to get truth. It was like it was reasoning, like the
how do you
process of
reason?
getting, the process of getting to a conclusion. And I think we all have different ways of doing that. I could be wrong. I keep trying to not do it as a party trick. I'm just trying to start a conversation.
No,
it's a really interesting conversation.
Because
I mean, what about yourself?
I know that my transdualistic ontology completely changes the epistemic field. I don't go by traditional epistemic frameworks. Like there's not even terminologies for what I'm doing.
If there's no terminology, are you able to communicate it?
Not yet. No, I mean that's where I'm discovering, that beauty and and awe of language and the struggles that come with it, but then the benefits that come with it, and just how multifractional, multidimensional it is. That your ability to grasp language also changes your ability to grasp conceptions, and vice versa. It has feedback loops in all directions.
You just blew my mind.
Yeah, I was on the show 2 days ago, and I was trying to talk to the guy that had the bandana on his head. He looked like a stoner hippie guy.
Oh, Isaac. That's probably Isaac.
Yeah, and I was actually talking about the same thing, but my mic stopped working. But I was talking about how adjectives actually decreased human understanding and knowledge. Like before we had a full written language, we had more ways to express things than we had to write things. And we had to write it. We had to dumb ourselves down to the alphabet to express ourselves again. So I think there was original dumbing down when we turned into a written language. I'm saying there was ways scribes and scholars stored stuff and had more, reference material.
No, yeah.
Human, yeah.
No, that's really interesting because I see that there's a relationship between, ignorance and wisdom, and that you need the other, you need one to grow the other, like if you don't have any ignorance, there's no room to grow the wisdom. You don't
imagine
get that.
If your LLM chatbot was the most powerful in the world and no one, had a chatbot as powerful as yours, but yours only had a 400-word vocabulary. so it's not the smartest anymore. And I think that's what happened to humans over time when we did develop language and became literate. We lost a bunch of stuff, and slowly we became more and more left brain and analytical from the development of writing.
Huh. I think it's a yo-yo. It's a back and forth, man. It's reciprocal, man. You get a dumbing down, and then you get a boost of inspiration out of that ignorance.
The reference
that,
material
growth,
and the
new
inspiration
intelligence.
from Greek writing and Egyptian writing, I'm sure it inspired people for hundreds of years, for centuries, so it was worth it to write it down. But I was saying when they went through that phase of having to go from an only spoken oratory language to a written language, I think we lost, our adjectives were more of expressionary.
No, I totally get it. And there's things that get lost, nuance. How do you write body language?
Exactly. Until we could figure it out, we don't even. We have emoticons now, emojis to represent it.
Oh, I know, it's ridiculous.
We're gonna end up with more. We do already have them with more language emojis than we actually have words and alphabet. I think it's gonna.
All right. Well, I'm gonna bow out for the night, folks. So
great to
nice
have you,
talking to you.
Great listening to you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheer up. It's all good. We're not going to eat too many furry creatures.
To the to informant, I just say, dude, you just hang in there, man. All I can say, I know it sucks, but just try and take it one day at a time, and see if maybe the PHP situation could be beneficial for you.
And what about this ketamine?
Oh yeah, ketamine can help too. It's been helpful for me.
I have Vegan Equilibrium was in London last week or so, and he was trying to give me ketamine.
Oh boy.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that, but
a month or something.
No need for the kitty cat.
But everything's a coping mechanism till we can cope, So if we can't cope, then worse things happen. So whatever's
very
healthy
true
for us, even if it's ketamine, whatever's the healthiest thing
Yep.
for us. Some people cigarettes, but whatever's the healthiest, because the alternative might not be healthier.
Oh, I just always go for the healthiest if possible. And obviously, your means and accessibility are everything in that situation, but if you have the time and the accessibility, the knowledge, go for what works best.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have slight stomach issues. Some of them smoking cigarettes can help, but long term smoking cigarettes is bad. But it's almost the same for every medication. If you're on it too long, it's going to have a long lasting other effect,
Yeah, totally.
Well, I came on specifically. I don't know if Kay is still in the chat or wanted to come up, but I was talking about money stuff, and I was saying I had done these affirmation things since the beginning of the year, and after less than 5 weeks of affirmations, I received unbeknownst $20-some thousand that I didn't know that was coming my way. So it helped me pay my bills for months, but I still think it has something to do with the affirmations. So I think affirmations are real. And I was saying if you see yourself as who you should be, and you stop stressing yourself about money, money comes easier. I know it's hard to do when you're stressed about money, but I feel like the less you worry about it in a negative way. Now, if you're putting off, responsibility and not showing up to a court date, not paying your electric bill, that's not going to help. But if you aren't stressed about it, it seems to help the whole situation, because money will eventually just automatically come your way. You don't expect it, it just happens. You'll accidentally get something, whether it's a pay raise, a new job, or some kind of money windfall, or you find a lottery ticket. Something can happen. We never know how this universe works until it does. I don't know if anybody else has experiences like that.
No, I know what you mean. That just sounds to me, like that law of attraction kind of thing. But and it works with everything. It's not just money. It's that energy. You sit out there, and I always say that, I put positive intentions out there with no expectations, because it's the expectations that's the trap that will end up getting you. That's what will end up fucking making the universe, fucking pull you completely to the side and spin you around.
So y'all have probably heard or don't or haven't. The Monroe Institute is where the CIA got their, how they do the mind stuff, their own mind games.
Yeah, the MK Ultra.
Remote viewing came from the Monroe Institute. Yep. So I've been a follower of the Monroe Institute for almost a decade now when I learned about that involvement. So I've just followed different things they did, different people that give speeches, different people that give, lectures and things to do with the Monroe Institute. And it eventually led me to this fellow named Brian Scott. And Brian Scott does these weird little lectures and affirmations, mainly about finances. And I at first thought they were kind of hard to listen to, but if I put them on in the background while I'm doing something else, I start repeating the affirmations. And I notice the more, like I'm saying, I don't make it about me. I just listen to it in the background, but I start repeating the affirmations. And I feel like I know what he's talking about, and I know it has to do with me. By the next day or two, I feel comfortable about it, and I might do it again. And like I said, 5 weeks of doing this, I got a windfall that I did not expect. So I'm not like, this guy does not pay me. I did not pay him. But I think those kind of things work.
Yeah, it's like you're tapping into the collective unconsciousness or something. That's pretty trippy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he talks about.
You can put it into the psychological angle too. It doesn't just have to be the metaphysical angle.
I'm almost afraid to do some of them because I'm afraid like someone in my family's going to die or something, and I'm going to get some life insurance or something else because of how good they work. I don't understand where the money's supposed to come from. So I'm like,
oh shit, man. Oh boy. Right?
Yeah, so I mean that's
discerning
how
energy, man. It can be a challenge, huh?
Yeah, like I've slowed down listening to them because I don't want people to pass away or anything and to get a windfall.
Yep, but then it can work in the other direction too, where you're like, oh shit, man, am I thinking about it now in a different direction too much to where now I'm willing it to its fruition in a different way? Like, it's like you're always having to go back around, man. Fuck.
Well, it's actually a snowball the other direction. So it's once you affirmed, you can only affirm to get richer kind of thing. If you keep doing the affirmations, you're not going to affirm poverty. You're going to affirm... It's like
I don't know, man. You might unintentionally. I'm just saying.
It kind of stacks. Everybody ends up with zero, and then you get something else. We've all had our in between moments, or months where we couldn't pay a bill. I've slept on stairwells and stuff of buildings that were open. Things I had to do when I didn't have enough to have a rental or a place to stay. And then some of the park benches were taken. So it's just like, whatever you got to do is how serious about what you're doing. I was just so serious about doing art. I did not care anymore. So I was living to live on the street to do art, meaning to have art shows in New York City, but not have a place to live. I didn't care.
Damn, that's deep.
So, I mean, that's how it works for everything. It's like, if you want to be successful doing something that's your dream job or that's a hobby, you have to treat it like it's your serious job. If you want to make money off doing something, you have to treat it like you would a 40-hour week job. You have to make it your job. You have to make it your life, or it won't turn into anything unless it's one viral video that gets 40 million plays. You're not going to ever do something from something you're not serious about. So you have to be serious about whatever it is before it can manifest to take you seriously.
Right.
So, I mean, I haven't talked about this before, but just things I've been through to get this far. So, like my best friend when I was 16, 15, the year before, I didn't have my license, but my older buddy used to drive me to all the rock concerts and shit. And we were all into the, the black metal, the dark stuff of that age. And by the time I turned 16 and got my license, he had become born again and found the Bible. And he was getting really hyper religious, reading Revelations and stuff. And he thought he was something to do with the Bible. He thought he was Christ. And when he didn't think he was Christ, he thought he was the Antichrist. So by the end of that summer, he had put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger, thinking he saved the world. So it's just like that was my 16-year-old experience. And it's just like lots of people have like fallen in and out. And then it's like how you digest those things and whether you have time to digest them, of what happens to you, what happens on your path. And it's just like that was part of our religious path because he became hyper religious all of a sudden, and I was still okay listening to the black metal music. So it's just like I didn't think that was a serious thing, and that was a good change in his life. And I think it became, hyper extended his religious viewpoint to the point where it became fatal. So it's just like I've run into at least 2 more people in my life that have religious viewpoints that could end up fatal, and I take care of those people. I am an ear for those people. I want them to talk to me so I can assess the situation for myself and be there more as a guiding force to make sure they don't take it so hyper literally that
Right.
something like that happens again.
Oh yeah. No, that's damn for sure, man. That's some deep shit.
Yeah, I mean, at that age, it was just I just got my license and my first and second jobs. So it's like my life was moving very fast when that happened. So I did not sit around and digest it much. So it's just like, it just fucking happened. And it was just like, like, what the hell? That was one of my, closest 3 people in my life at that age of friends and my closest friend to go to concerts with. And then, like, I don't know how many years later, probably I don't know, more than 15, if not 20 years later, at least 15 years later, I went to a festival thing, like a daylight free folk festival. And I went there, and it was one of his best friends that I hadn't seen since this, I guess, 2 years after it happened. I used to work at Water Country, like a theme park, and this other dude worked there that was his friend. And we bumped into each other there and said hello. But we were never close, but we were both really good friends with the same guy that had done that when I was 16. So separate friendships. And his name was Wade, and he worked at this theme park, and I bumped into him at 18. And, I say 12 to 15 years later, I ran into him, and he had a wife and kid. And we were at the folk festival, and at the folk festival, they did the Mayan Sundance thing where these guys climbed up a pole, beat a little drum, and swung around by their ankles while they wore a bunch of mirrors in their eyes upside down as they swung like 13 revolutions or whatever till they got to the bottom. At the same time they did it, there was like a rainbow that formed. It was a bunch of weird stuff, and I'm saying that guy like noticed me, and we started to have a conversation. It was almost like my friend was with us at that moment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that is definitely a moment. Man, I can't remember. I feel like there was a term for that kind of moment, but I can't recall it at the moment. Damn.
Yeah, and we had never talked about it. Like me and him never talked about it. Like I said, I ran into him too. We saw each other. He graduated that year in high school, and I had another year to go. The other friend, and me and him just ran into each other at work and kind of nonchalantly talked, and we're like just kind of like whatever you call it, just not really close friends, just acquaintances. There you go, we're just acquaintances. But that day at the folk festival, we stopped, and that was the only thing we talked was about our friend that had passed during like a weird Mayan ritual dance where they rotate 13 times around the pole while magically during no rain at all, a crazy rainbow forms in the sky above them. It was all bizarre.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the Richmond Folk Festival. I don't remember exactly what year, but I think it was 2007 and something, maybe. But yeah, they're not exactly Mayans, but it's some group of Central American Indians that does this similar dance that they use this tall spinning pole, and one of them plays the drum on top, and the rest tie this vine thing around their leg, and they fall down all in synchronized swinging, and as the rope unwinds, they touch the bottom, but it's exactly a certain amount of rotations, and somehow they time it at high noon to do it.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I've never seen, I just went to the folk festival to check it out because it was free, and it was less than 6 blocks from what I was going to do that day if I was going to do anything else. So I just went to the folk festival, ran into that mutual friend at high noon while this is happening, and he stops with his baby stroller and talks to me, and I felt like there was an extra force there, something else was going on there. The way me and him spoke, it was like we knew each other in a different way than we had ever been friends. I mean, I guess also both of us were young when it happened, so we never had a time to fully digest what had happened as well. Like, no one really talked about it, and there was another kid that drowned in the river, I guess a year or so before, and we all went swimming on the local river, and he stepped on a sandbar that he thought was, shallow water, and a little bit of sand gave way and sucked him into the undertow. And two of the other guys tried to jump in to save him, and it didn't work. His name was Terry, and he got lost. And then along the way, I mean, there was a little bit of dry spell of people passing, but then there were, picked back up. And then so I lost my father in, 2022, and then moved out of the state in 2023. And then my best friend then had a heart attack, and then my stepdad, I came back to take care of him, who died of pancreatic cancer shortly after that. So it was like boom, boom, boom of stuff from the end of 2022 to the beginning of this year. Was pretty much, it was 26 of death. But it's still, there has to be some silver lining, So it's like we crawl out of our shell or our cage or under their house or wherever we were at during all this stuff, and we put ourselves back together. But there's no reason to be depressed when people die, is what it was going. We have to actually live. No one that dies wants you to be depressed over them. They want you to live your best life. So if you're fully concentrated on it or not moving on, that's not healthy. But if you're moving on for them, that's very healthy. If you're doing things you wish they could see, that's healthy. If you're being a person that you hope they could see you be, that's all positive. So we can live our life for these people in a positive way, but you can't be depressed for the dead. It always happens, but it's like you have to shake it off at some point because they want you out there.
For sure. I feel like I've always gotten that message so much. I haven't got much of the depression from that shit. Fuck.
Yeah, eventually
I've always handled it a different way.
I mean, my dad he had kidney failure, so it's like I knew for a while he was going to go, and we've had a couple dozen ER visits, in the years leading up to it. So there's more time to mentally prepare because I thought I lost him, 2 or 3 times before I lost him. So mentally, I was pretty prepared when Dad did leave the world, but me and Dad were really close. But beyond that, I wasn't prepared for any of these other people to leave Earth. But knowing that wherever they are is a good place, and wherever they are is to help me. What I'm saying, they don't need arms and legs now. They're all looking out for you if you looked out for them. I feel like as a universal balance, and if you care about your people, and that's what I know I mentioned on the show before about taking care of the elderly. But and a lot of younger people don't think it's anything they were brought here for Earth for. But you're not just taking care of the elderly; you're taking care of someone else.
In the Western world, man, the youth do not understand, the importance of taking care of the elderly.
Right, but the elderly had parents too. Okay, so I feel like every time we do something like that, we get another watcher somewhere else. We get another boost in that other world. So it's just like our support team, our fan club picks up by at least 2 people sometimes when you take care of an elderly person. And those 2 people are their parents that are watching over them. So if you do a good job watching, helping an elderly person, then their parents are going to welcome them to wherever they go in the afterlife in some way, form, even if it's not a physical afterlife. It's still a spiritual one. And then those parents will give you their blessing, of the person you took care of. So I feel like you get like gratitude from, from on high, from the other world, whatever you want to call it. Some people say this, some people call that. So heaven, ether, universal karma, something. I feel it through my dad's parents. I feel like since he's passed, that my father's parents have a lot to do with my life now. Even if I didn't really know them, I feel their presence now from taking care of him until his, final breath. I feel like my father's father didn't want him to go to war because they were he went to war, and my father's mother was an artist, and she couldn't make a lot of money, I guess, for art stuff. She did other things, but both of them are happy with me that I have done art, that I'm serious about art, that I put time and effort, and they would be doing what I could be doing. They would be doing it, and that's why they're proud, that I'm looking for answers that aren't war. I'm putting so much into being creative that my grandparents, like, this is the life they wanted for me or their son. So I feel like they are shining back at me in some kind of way that feels positive from a distance. Like I said, I got my granddad's dog tags. I don't wear them all the time, but I probably put them on 2 or 3 times a year just to keep them around and know where they are. And then I do wear my grandfather's ring every day. And I never met my grandfather. He died way before I was born. But I inherited his ring, and I wear that, And he was a World War II, Army guy that ended up being a pilot and did a bunch of wild stuff back then until he was injured.
World War II was wild stuff there.
Yeah.
I think so many people don't know like just how the crazy the supply chains were, that there were like actually like troops armed with like bows and arrows and shit. Like it was crazy. Like you don't know the kinds of things people scavenged and used in war back then.
And most of the American soldiers came back with German stuff, including the weapons. Like, they preferred the sidearms that they had. They had preferred the Mauser to their own guns. So it was like bizarre that, what was really going on, or how they actually all treated each other. They only did it like wars. You do what your boss tells you until your shift's over. Okay. War is the same way. Okay. So it's just like my dad had these war stories about his father, and he basically says every time they took over a place, they usually let the same people guard it because they always had prisoners. So that when they took over a place in Italy, they put the Italian troops back in charge of guarding it. When they took over something in Germany, a lot of times they put the German troops back in charge of guarding it. And it was like so bizarre to hear that was actually a thing, that our army put German and Italian troops in charge of stuff to guard it. I'm like, what?
I could see that in World War I easily. In World War II, I have a harder time, but at the same time, I can still believe it. It's plausible.
Yeah, on the History Channel, I didn't know about it until I saw it again on the history. My dad told me stories
because,
about it.
World War II is crazy shit, so it's plausible.
Then I watched the History Channel, and they have
I
an
could
exact
accept
story
it
about
might
it. I'm like,
happen
whoa.
for sure. That's crazy.
Well, after they start kicking your leadership's ass, they trust that you can't do anything about it, so they just give you back your gun. And I'm like, what?
I was just coming from the perspective of, World War I, they didn't have, the Geneva Convention or any of that shit. So it's like they could easily put, somebody in guard duty like that and then just off them if it was, like they needed to be, but World War II, it's like technically they had these laws, but everything was also FUBAR and fucking shit hitting the fan, and, things happened back then. Not that
Yeah,
things don't
my
still
dad acted
happen,
like the
but
German soldiers
fuck.
worked for food. Once the Americans showed up, the German soldiers were willing to work for food. Like as long as we, fed them, they'd work for us too. Once we got there, so that's how late the Americans were. The Germans were hungry, so we turned around and gave them jobs and food.
Fucking A. The shit that the way that fucking power dynamics and hierarchies and the politics and shit involved in war, that is a clusterfuck of different fucking systems interacting.
Yeah, I have all my granddad's paperwork too on his assignments there. It's so bizarre. I haven't had the time to go through all of it because it's just so much fine print, but it's pretty amazing. I started going through it, but I haven't looked at every single thing in there. But I was like, gee gads, So he knew he had to go to war. I don't think he went until I don't remember what year the war was over, but I don't think he was in there until 1946.
Right.
I wasn't there. But they went over there to liberate. They call it liberating Germany, is what they called what he was doing. So he went over there to liberate Germany, and when he got there, I saw his paperwork, and most of his paperwork was sending people to Switzerland. So he was the American army was sent there to get people to Switzerland because they were liberating Germany.
Fucking A.
So, and that's why I think my granddad found out about the rocket programs back then and saw some stuff of some kind of rocket facility, and that's when he had the idea to get my father as a hobby into science, and that thinking he wouldn't ever have to put his boots on the ground in a war if he got into rocketry.
Oh shit! So you think he's like saw some like the V1 shit or something and like inspired him to? That's interesting.
Yeah, he got my dad as a child into hobby stuff. Started with toy trains and ended up into pre-RC planes, which were basically, real stuff back then, compared to what we use today. The RC planes had real gas engines in them, and the rest of them, they had some with like jet engines in them and small rocket engines. And that's when my dad learned on, stuff in that period of time in the 50s and 40s.
Yeah, that's some hardcore hobbyist shit nowadays.
Yeah, until he went to engineering school and then came out and went to NASA. So my granddad somehow got my dad to be at NASA by discovering the rocket programs over there in Germany. I think that's what it led to, because it was very early, because my dad was into rocketry in the 50s. So that's really early.
All right.
Definitely. So it's just like, yeah, so it's our path. So it's just like when they're talking about kids and being anti-kid or whatever, I still feel like I don't know my grandfather's father, but I feel like my grandfather made this path from my father. My father didn't really make a path for me. He wanted me to be either military or engineer. I did not do either. So I'm a rebellious artist. But then that's the path my grandparents made for me, because that's what they really wanted. They wanted to be artists. They didn't want to go to war. So they're so happy that I'm not in war. Don't do anything for a defense company, and I live free and I'm not drafted, And no one's ever come knocking on my door looking for me, but I figured when the prepper crews need a rocket engineer, they're going to come knock on my door and offer me a potato or something. Here's a bowl of rice and our fine daughter. She just turned it. It's like, wait, what? Y'all want to fly?
Oh my goodness.
We need some hydrogen. Need some helium. What y'all got in microwaves? Pile them up over here. All right, bring it.
More like you need fucking some decontamination from that hydrazine.
Okay. I need all the liquid ammonia you can muster. Yeah,
Fucking
yeah.
rocketry, man. The shit
So
that
I don't
they
know when
do.
society will be back into rocketry once we go Mad Max. But yeah. We have to cross, like, someone needs to write Mad Max crossed with, some kind of AI dystopia thing,
Dude,
so
I've been thinking that for like fucking like 2-3 years now, man. I've been
right.
obsessing on that
So
idea.
Mad Max happens before Blade Runner, right? So what happens in between Mad Max and Blade Runner so everybody needs to see this.
For sure, man. For sure. I feel you on that one.
What's the name of the corporation? Tyrell? Yeah. So between Thunderdome and Tyrell, there's a story to tell.
For sure. For sure, man.
And while Mel Gibson's alive, we could definitely throw him in there. He
Fuck,
can be
man.
an aging Mel Gibson
That just reminds
survived.
me of the fucking, what was that? That shit from Assassin's Creed, that fucking, that machine that they use, that technology, man. They like fucking take like an ancestral like fucking memory and shit. I'm like, oh man, that's trippy.
Is this in the movie Assassin's Creed or the game?
Like fucking both. Like it's like the
I
whole
haven't
premise of
seen.
like the plot.
I probably played a demo when it first came out. I don't really play video games. I'm a weirdo, but yeah, I make the cartoons. I don't play the video games. I
Oh,
like
no one
old
plays
video
Assassin's Creed no more, dude. They've made like fucking 30 or 40 or 50 of them.
Yeah, my gaming era was Xbox original PlayStation 2 era, and then that's when I stopped playing video games.
Oh yeah, man, I stopped fucking playing video games basically just the past few years. I stopped on the fucking Xbox One. I'm like, COVID hit, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're releasing this shit now? I'm like, you fucking greedy fucking scumbags. And of course, it was just went to shit. They're unveiling, all the supply chain issues and shit, and all these scalpers, and everyone still fucking loved them though. And I'm like, oh my god, this is so fucking dumb.
If I get a working version of Hero Might and Magic on a computer running, I will play that because I've never played it through. And I used to watch my stepdad play it, and that's a game I want to play, but I never finished it or played it through. I think it's one of the Might and Magic series.
It was just I'm starting to see the repeating pattern in the game industry where it's like we're going to push the technology as fast as we can for inspiration that our developers can keep up with it while we fucking won't actually support our fucking developers. And like that's what fucking happens, man. And like the whole game industry's gotten overrun by fucking greed and corporate interests and all these fucking, this whole global gaming industry, these esports, it went to shit when esports came, man. When Fortnite and freaking what was it called, man? Fortnite and Minecraft came out. That's when shit it just hit the fan, man.
I had already stopped gaming by then, so I was safe. That was marked safe from all that stuff. But
I never play that shit. I just fucking been witnessing it since I stopped playing it. I'm like, this is what the games are turning into. Like, I'm waiting for the next fucking like paradigm shift in the gaming industry and like the economic state or some shit where we actually have microchips available again and we have fucking AI infused in the fucking games and shit where it's like just open world games go from it's an open world game in concept, but you actually play a game and it's basically like the size of a fucking city. It's like hardly an open world. I want this stuff, like an actual open world, like okay, minimum complexity of our Earth. If it's not more complex than our Earth, I have interest in it, man. I want to explore some alien planets that have twice the density urban and density is this planet. Have twice the density of the infrastructure. I want to see some crazy shit.
I mean, I think the game industry is gonna turn into individuals making them instead of game companies, just like the movie industry. It's gonna all change because of AI, because it's gonna be easier for one person to develop it, and it's still gonna be like a lot of people like what one person develops, but there's gonna be a different smorgasbord of stuff, and a lot of it will be retro, meaning people will bring back older games but manipulate it with AI in a way that's catchy that people want to play it. So they're going to make Grand Theft Auto as Strawberry Shortcake, and everybody's going to want to play that, you know?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, and I love the idea, but I feel like it's really idealistic because I feel like it, discredits the, amount of power that copyright holds over the gaming industry. Like they're just gonna fucking start
It's going to
copywriting all this
dissolve
AI,
because
these,
they're going to try to
algorithms and
sell
shit.
it.
None of these indie developers then have access to these tools.
No, I mean the tool. You don't need a tool. It's gonna AI will write the game for you, but you just have to be the one that spends all the time and effort to do it with the AI, and then present it, and then offer it for free until it gets catchy and trendy, and everybody plays it, and they won't be able to stop it. Just
No,
like
I
the
know where you're
throne
coming
of
from. I'm
Mario
just saying
games
that
before iPhone was allowed.
there's this thing, that the indie gaming industry doesn't, recognize, and there's this movement called the open culture movement, and the open or the free. I think that was open culture. Let me look that up really quick. It's either open culture or free culture, but it's basically, where it's anti-copyright in the sense that, that modern copyright is overly restrictive in the digital age, and that, the internet was supposed to be like in the 90s, you could actually upload all these different things, everyone had access to all these individual indie artists, like it was just a beautiful place. But the modern internet's all corporate, and all that indie stuff is filtered through stuff. There's gone from web surfing to where you got 4 websites, you got Google and Facebook and YouTube, and it's just social media. That's the only thing the web is now. So it's like, the open culture movement is all about, that it's like we need to bring that actually back, and it's like people don't fucking recognize the power that the modern internet and the corporate and interest in these algorithms and copyright, the legal power hold over all this creative industry and these creative interests.
Yeah, we lost that war. So sometimes there's no going back. So I don't. We're not going to go back to the 90s. The Matrix closed the door. It introduced what was going to happen. And
I agree with you. I'm not saying that we should go back. I'm saying that we should find a way to rebirth that. We should find a way to rebirth that creative and innocent spirit that the 90s internet did have.
I mean, we can make it a choice. Like instead of MySpace or Facebook, we all have a switch, and then we go back to it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like people are still stuck in the mindset of, okay, let's just start another social media platform and switch to that. But nobody's in the mindset of let's go on to the indie web. Let's just create our own websites. Let's do that again. Like nobody's realizing that they have power in this situation here.
Well, I think that's the right answer. What you just said, like creating a parallel internet that acts like the old, before MySpace to MySpace era, I think would improve society. The more people that leave this one in the dust.
Oh my god, I love the way you just phrased that. The MySpace to MySpace era, for reals, man. The original MySpace, like that shit was like social media before social media. Like fucking that shit was crazy how social that shit was, and like people were actually like good on that shit and stuff. But then it like fucking they tried to sell it out to the artist industry of the musician industry, like they switched their fucking interest in shit, and
there was no algorithm back then, so people could make themselves famous, and they didn't like it, so they took that away.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying too. Like the freaking copyright, the amount of power copyright specifically holds over the fucking music industry. That is an abominable sin upon creation, man. Like they have fucking gate kept and music, the access to music for generations. Like the younger generations, it's like, okay, you have access to the radio, the same fucking bullshit songs. You have access to fucking streaming bullshit with the same fucking algorithm, same fucking music, same bullshit. Like you have no way to actually own your own music and collect your own interest of your own music. Like it's all just pre-sold, pre-packaged bullshit that's served you on a platter. It's fucking overpriced garbage that everyone's buying,
CDs
and
DVDs.
no one has the ability to critically think, have a sense of culture anymore and sense of artistic meaning, and actually get a real sense of what their true interests are.
I mean, who's going to ever, at a flea market sell that coupon in your DVD for your digital copy? When does that expire? Do you know what I'm talking about? When you buy a DVD,
I know what you're saying,
Walmart,
but like fucking finding those physical copies, like once COVID hit, man, like the scalpers hit the market, and you can't find physical copies nowadays. I've been looking for physical copies of music for fucking over 5 years now, man. I have not found any physical copies of any of the music I like. It's all fucking like, oh, it was out of print and everyone bought it up, and the only the ones available are on eBay for like 500 fucking bucks. It's like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, you got to wait till it drops and then turn it into your Bitcoin and buy as many as you can buy. That's what I do. I was like, things that have disappeared, I watch them come back and forth, and then I buy them when they reappear affordable. And then I'm like, wait to see if it goes back up. Not that I'm going to sell it, but just to measure the market, So I buy some old records, but I wouldn't call myself a real record collector. But I buy records I think have value or have value to me, and then I watch them go fluctuate up and down. And then I do collect rare books. So
I think part of the problem too is I'm looking for CDs, and everybody got into that fucking audiophile craze, and everyone got into their purely subjective like hive mind stance of that for some reason vinyl is better because it's analog and has less data in it. I'm like, I don't quite understand that. I'm like, wouldn't more data, just objectively mean more information? Means like, even if you can't process it in your ears, like maybe your soul's processing something differently. Maybe it's hitting you on a different like emotional or spiritual or level. Like is nobody thinking that? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I love DVDs, I love CDs, and I love records. I don't have many cassettes, I guess, but I have a lot of DVDs, CDs. And,
yeah, no one has cassettes no more. Everybody, even the cassette freaks, are starting to go like, oh shit, man, the magnetic degradation is just ruining this shit. It's just
probably only have like 30, 35 records, LPs and stuff. And then I probably have 600 to 800 DVDs and probably about 200 CDs.
It's like VHSs and 8-tracks too. Like I don't think I've ever seen a VHS or 8-track in any used fucking store, like anywhere. Like it's like maybe on the market online, but that's about it. And they'll definitely have a little disclaimer: don't expect it to be functioning.
Yeah, I do, but I have some VHS, but I only have 2 VHS players, and I have one that I need to test. But I think that's going to be something cool to have in the future. I got 2 Betamaxes, and I have 4 or 5 regular VHS, but one of them barely works, and the other one I just got a few weeks ago, and hoping it works. But yeah, Betamaxes are the true dinosaurs of that era, and I have 2 of those, and I don't think people will know what they are in 5 more years.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, man. I used to have a laser disc. I only had it for like a few years before, my freaking parents got rid of it, but freaking A, I'm like, damn, if I had that shit nowadays, I totally would be fucking like keeping that shit, like selling it or fucking sprucing it up or using it.
Laser discs, but they're going way down. No one wants them, but the players are what's rare. So like, damn it, I do want one because some of the old animes, that's the best way to look at a anime that was only on VHS or whatever that wasn't made for modern era. The best version is going to be a laser disc.
Right? No, for sure, man. The laser disc. I'm like, it drives me. Some of those things as I get older, man, I'm like, damn, man, like why couldn't I just fucking have more awareness and more just like of a stance and tell people, like, make sure to don't fucking get rid of this. This shit is mine. Like you already know this. Don't fucking get rid of this without talking to me.
Yeah, they had real life video games on those things too, like choose your own adventure, mystery, murder stuff.
Oh, for sure, man. Laser discs were a fascinating piece of technology.
Yeah, mystery murder friggin' game.
I even had some laser disc copies. I had like Gorillas in the Mist, and I had a few others. I can't remember what the other ones were, but I remember I had Gorillas in the Mist.
Yeah, like they're at the flea market every now and then. This guy had a player, and I came back to him, and he sold it. And I'm like, damn it, because I wanted the player. I think he only wanted like, I don't know, 120 for the player.
I know it's funny as you start getting aware of these things as you get like older and aware of just like what a crazy world we're living in. Like that's where, my mom's been recently trying to get rid of small there's small pans that are inside of there's small trays that are inside of little toaster ovens and shit. And I keep telling her, I'm like, don't get rid of those little cookie sheets. I'm like, they're not like ovens where they're all standardized. Each, oven, a little mini oven has a different, size, different dimensions, different trays, and everybody's wanting the trays. Nobody's wanting the ovens. Like, keep the fucking trays.
Yeah, I've had too many of those trays too, because people take out the center one and only use one sometimes or whatever. And then they just throw it out.
I know, then you're lost without a tray, and that's where I'm like, everybody's wanting trays. I'm like, keep the fucking trays, if anything, just so we can, when we know what we want more than to keep, we can sell the ones we don't want and don't want to keep to people that actually want these fuckers.
I was saying it's getting close to my bedtime. I was going to pop off and maybe just listen for a while if someone else wants to come on. But it's always great talking to you, Sage.
For sure, man. It was good talking to you.
Yeah, I figured if I needed another 11 apostles, at least I found one. So we're all good, and I hope everybody has a great night. And it was good to be on. I'm going to check off of here. All right, later.
All right, you have a good one. Peace. Hey there, Divine. You're welcome to talk if you want, or I can end the live if you're wanting to talk backstage, or it's up to you. I don't know if anybody's wanting to join right now. If they want to join you, I'll give it a few seconds. But if not, let me know. Let me know, Divine. All right, I think I'm going to be ending it a few seconds if nobody else wants to join online. So now's your chance if you want to join. Ah, Brother Marcus. Hey, Marcus.
Is someone snoring?
I know. I was curious about that myself. I think Hazel might have fallen asleep.
Aww, that's adorable.
Well, hell, there is a lot of fucking live streamers just sleeping on their live streams and getting fucking tons of likes and shit. So
it's happened. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I was about to sleep and I saw you guys are still on. How did it go?
It was fine. It was good.
Chilled out near the end?
Oh yeah, definitely.
That was a
We'll
wild.
listen to Hazel.
That was the wild one.
For sure. For sure. My God,
I have a question for you.
For sure.
So I think you made a comment about Western philosophy and having to substantiate claims by a claimant.
Uh-huh.
If I put forth a proposition like how do you view that? Like I could understand just opining, but then is that all that we're doing?
Okay, you lost me there.
Well, what did you mean? Let me just ask. Let me just try and get like instead of just trying to guess what you meant.
I just feel that this whole burden of proof lying on the one that what the fuck? Sorry. Organize my thoughts. Just that this whole thing, the burden of proof lies on the one who asserts, not on the one who denies. I just feel like it's intellectually sort of lazy and dishonest, like as from coming from an autodidact philosophical background. I'm like, I know that's been a thing for ever since fucking Roman times apparently, but I never heard that growing up, and I only heard that recently, actually entering more of the academic field.
I think the burden is on the person inquiring. Like it's like both parties. It's like
that's what I'm saying.
If we're both trying to get to
okay. Well, we do agree on that
then. Yeah, I guess it depends on like the statement. So certain statements. So like let's say I say to you, the majority of X people do something. Like I'm making an empirical claim. So like it depends on the statement I make. I could say my opinion is this, or objectively according to statistical data, or according to this study. So I guess it depends on like what the person's saying to begin with.
Don't you feel that that's sort of subjective though? Like, that
But
instead
if
of
I say
just
the
laying
majority of
this
scientists say that
framework,
we live in a virtual reality. If I said all scientists said that,
yeah,
that's a
would be,
truth claim, right?
or it'd be using very absolutist language.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends on the conditionals that the person is operating in and well what they claim. But like I guess like the question I had when I read your statement was like, do you think that we ought to substantiate claims when bringing them forth?
I think that if we're engaging critically, we should, out of good faith, do that. But we should do that in both directions. Both parties should be doing that.
Okay, yeah, we agree then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And wait, well, how do we substantiate? I mean, if you don't, I know it's late, so if you don't want to get into this, that's fine. But, like, how would substantiating claims look like?
In both directions?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like I just said that,
So, for example, I don't know if you notice, like I'm going to use one specific example. I noticed that, well, two people did this tonight. They said author X stated this in their book, therefore it's true.
Okay.
And I think that like if someone brings that to the table, I think that's a non-starter because I can easily retort with, well, person Y said this contrary statement, therefore it's true.
No, I sort of agree with you on that one, because that's the way, I was just saying that earlier that, when people say that the Bible says, it sets off the same red flags as, when people say trust the science.
Yeah,
it sets off the
exactly.
same flags to me.
So the two times that happened tonight, I wanted to jump in because I thought that was an exercise in epistemology, but at the same time, like, I don't even know how to communicate that, because if someone originally thinks that appealing to an author is good enough, like that's going to help, well, then how do I reason that I don't think appealing to the Bible or some author is enough?
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to breach an explanatory gap.
Like, an example is like Ayn Rand argued against altruism. Okay.
Yep.
William McCaskill argues for altruism. Now what? Like, where do we go from there?
Invert Ayn Rand.
I'm just using that as an example. What?
I said invert Ayn Rand. That's what I did. I just inverted her shit, and I was like, "Holy crap, man! This is like postmodern satire." And if you like see it deeper than postmodern satire, there's like a spiritual grain of truth that can be used ethically. You can completely, warp her shit in ways that would make her cry.
It feels like a non-starter, and I think a lot of these not conflicts, just butting of heads, I guess, just feel like just butting of heads. Like, it doesn't seem meeting each other halfway.
Oh yeah, no, I would
Which
agree.
I'm not trying to play a party trick with, like, asking how people reason. I'm trying to find out how can we communicate with one another and come to mutual understanding.
Right? No, I've been working on this one a lot because I was recently looking into both high context language and low context language, and I'm like, we need to find sort of ways to bridge the gap between those two cultures, those two linguistic worlds, to help us, be able to understand each other better.
Test, can you hear me? Uh-oh, I think I lost you.
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I must have lost you for a minute there. It was awful quiet. I didn't know what was going on.
I'm doing some work tonight, and it's transferring files, so my internet's kind of spotty.
For sure. All good. It happens.
All right. Well, I should let you go. It's getting late, and I don't want to
for sure.
stop Divine from having an.
All right. Well, you have a good one, Brother Marcus.
You too. I'll catch you at the next one. Take care.
All right. Sounds good.
Good night.
Good night. All right. Well, this has been a fun, crazy, chaotic, freaking spicy journey tonight. So, this has been Sage DeForest over on the Finding Gnosis channel, signing out. And Divine, you have a good night. Sleep hard, girl. You need it, you crazy insomniac. Love you, girl. See ya. Bye.